declare this meeting this is the 577th meeting, council meeting, and we're going to hear our final day of submissions on the long-term plan. Just as a reminder, the meeting is being recorded and audio recording will be available from our website. No other recordings may be made without notification to the chair at the commencement of the meeting. Any such recording may be stopped by the chair. Electronic devices and phones may only be used to advance the business of the meeting, and personal use is discretion of the chair under our standing orders. Procedural motions we won't go through, we've gone through those, but essentially the meeting duration is something we should note. We do need to resolve. Oh yes, yeah, I'll get to that. Yeah. So before we move to the business of the meeting, there are a couple of procedural issues. The first, standing order 4.2. A meeting cannot continue more than 6 hours when it starts, including any adjournments or after 10:30, unless the meeting resolves to continue under the same standing order. No meeting can sit for more than 2 hours continuously without a break of at least 10 minutes, unless the meeting resolves to extend the time before the break. The meeting, including adjournment, could continue for approximately 9 hours. So thank you for that. So the motion that we need to move to get into the business is there in front of us. Noting that this being standing order 4.2, the chairperson's role.
Yeah, move there.
Yeah, good man. Actually, good man, councillor. We will note that. But can I just say that the people that we've got down there and two are myself, Deputy Chairperson Craig Falling, and also Claire Mackay as acting chairs for these sessions. So we've got to move it. Councillor Cranwell, seconder, Councillor Burns. Any further discussion on that? No further discussion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. Right, now. Okay, so the next motion is going to be put up, which is that the council receive submissions on the draft long-term plan for Thursday, 2nd of May 2024. Attachment 4.1.1 receives the remainder of the submissions to draft long-term plan 2024-34 being volume 6 separately circulated. Move please for that. Thank you, Craig, and seconded by Claire. Thank you, Claire. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, and that's carried. The hearing of submission. So we can move into our first submitter, and our first submitter is a cancellation mark. So you're going to have the privilege of opening up this morning. So we've got Mark Alexander, Rolleston Residents Association. Welcome, Mark. And you know precisely what the rules are, 10 minutes and then questions. So when you're ready, Mark, we'll go.
Kia ora. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission. Today I'm wearing a new hat, at least a new hat with respect to submissions to ECAN. I'm chair of the Rolleston Residents Association and have been for almost a year. Rolleston is now probably the second largest urban area in the ECAN Rohi. Its population has passed that of Timaru. Its size is approximately 16 square kilometres. It's roughly 4 kilometres. It's roughly a square, 4 kilometres on each side, which makes it an area very similar to Timaru. The Rolleston Residents Association is pleased to generally support ECAN's LTP. But we do have a couple of areas that we'd like to comment. The targeted rate for river resilience, we support. We believe there should be 2-tier rating, a public good rate at a lower level, and a higher rate for those who directly benefit. This would be much like the public transport rate for Selwyn, where those in urban areas who get the biggest benefit pay a higher rate, and those living where there is no service or little service pay a lower rate in recognition of public good. So we think the targeted rate for river resilience should be 2 tiers, a public good rate and a more significant rate for those who directly benefit from those works. Public transport, we support option 1, but we request a My Way service for Rolleston and or Eastern Selwyn. As I said, Rolleston's roughly 4 kilometres square. For the urban areas to the south, it can be 3 kilometres to the town centre. There are 2 bus services that service Rolleston, the 820, which runs from Burnham to Lincoln, and the 5 and 85, which run from Rolleston to the Exchange, neither of which provide a great service within Rolleston. If you're without transport in Rolleston, you either walk or drive. Driving to the town centre, for example, is the worst journey. 3 or 4 kilometres, that's the worst journey for the car, and it's the worst journey for pollution. There is no other significant option. A My Way service would be, I believe, very popular. We believe would be very popular. It would answer that need. It would reduce, particularly if they were electric vehicles, reduce the climate change impact of those journeys. I can give you 2 examples. Talking with an older gentleman this morning, who was talking about his wife, a 70-year-old who was becoming increasingly reluctant to drive. If he is not there, she is housebound. A My Way service would alleviate that. Could either get her to the town centre or other facilities, or link with the existing 5 or 85 services and get her into the city. Another example is parents of teenagers who don't yet have their licences, or even if they do have their licences, they need some way to get through the town to the facilities and potentially link with the bus services to get into town. If we're bold, this My Way service would be not just Rolleston, but Eastern Selwyn, West Melton, Priddleton, Lincoln, Springston, and Rolleston, the Greater Christchurch area, all which have to some degrees links to the city, but no links within Selwyn. And as I say, Rolleston is now the 2nd largest urban area in your area, and so I think that's well needed. We are, however, realistic. If you don't have a budget for this year, what we would ask for is a commitment to investigate this over the next 12 months and report back in next year's annual plan with the costings and the feasibility, so that we can again support this and we can move forward together in providing a public transport solution that serves this growing area in Selwyn, Greater Christchurch, and Canterbury. The other item, public transport, in our submission is we're being caught by the success of public transport. The number 85 service, which I caught this morning, I caught the 7 o'clock service, is full. One of these Rolleston with people standing. That's not the only 85 service that's full in the mornings. The risk is that people are regularly having to stand that 40-minute journey to the Exchange. They're going to stop catching the service. They're going to go back to their cars. Again, single occupancy vehicles, Rolleston into the inner cities, 30 kilometres each way. That's a poor journey for climate change and environment. But we've had, last year there was another bus added, a 4th service added to the 85, but it's very slow to get further services added as the buses get full. We're requesting, on behalf of those patrons, another bus or a bigger bus, so that we can continue to grow that service. But I guess it's successful in part because of the trial of the $2 fare, the single zone with the city. I presume that that's been very successful. All the anecdotes I have received is that it's a very successful trial. It's almost a year into its trial, 2-year trial, and I hope that it will continue and that you've budgeted for it to continue after the end of that trial, because it's made public transport very popular. It's made it much more sense. You can't drive a private vehicle into town and park and back for $4 a day. So, and my wife anecdotally said yesterday, coming back on the 85, there was a huge tailback from the end of the motorway. She said it's much nicer to sit on the bus, let the bus driver to deal with congestion and deal with it herself. So we have a successful service, but it needs more service or we risk turning people away. which is an unfortunate outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That's well within time, so thank you for that. Questions of Mark in terms of submission. We've got Councillor Spriggs and Councillor Karakia here.
Yeah, hi Mark. Just, do you think a My Way is the only option that you may have, or do you think some of the existing bus services could be rerouted or a different bus route altogether within Rolleston for servicing?
Without having it, well, My Way or an internal shuttle bus service, both the 5 and 820 only touch on Rolleston and so yeah, you really need a shuttle service within Rolleston. My Way would seem to be a successful model of a shuttle service based, a PT model based shuttle service that people could use. So yeah, if there is another model that would work equally well, yeah, but just something that allows people to travel within the 31,000 residents of Rolleston and potentially more if you include the other centres, allow them to travel within that area effectively. The trouble with scheduled services, they tend to be very, if you want to travel now, you don't want to wait half an hour or an hour for that service. 15 minutes perhaps if you have to wait for a My Way would seem to be a reasonable time. Otherwise, you're going to say, oh, bother, I'll just get a car.
With interesting stat when you did the comparison between Timaru and Rolleston, which actually brings me to the strategies and policies section on the submission, which you actually haven't, you have no comment, but one of them, which is just wanting to know what your group's Whakatau is on the Māori participation policy, particularly because you are big now, and I'd say that you're in the takiwā of Taumutu. So do you have a relationship with that Patricia Rūnanga?
The Resident Association per se doesn't. So I'm reluctant to speak my personal opinion versus their opinion. It's not something the Resident Association has discussed. So to be fair to them, to us, they haven't discussed it, haven't come to an opinion. But we have had a working relationship, with many groups in our community.
I'm talking about treaty partners. I'm talking about the situation where, and look, just final part of it here is that I would suggest that, particularly when you look at that there on the wall, which is the journey of the Tuya Hikoi, that you might want to actually start developing a relationship with Mana Whenua or Patricia.
Be fair to ex-councillor Alexander, I think he understands those requirements. They're not in his document, but I think he does understand that.
Yes, I do. My personal opinion would be, I can voice my personal opinion, but I'm here on behalf of the Resident Association, so I shan't.
Thank you for coming in, and I found the association's viewpoints on some of the things I'm not clear about actually very good, including the capacity of the number 85. I mean, it's not a bus I've used. However, the capacity of that bus, I'm interested to know the size of it, and also I'm concerned about the people standing for safety reasons and the speed in which those buses go sometimes. Is it a concern of the association as well with regards to safety and travelling on those vessels? Oh, vessels. Buses, sorry.
It is an express service. It does use the motorway, so it is travelling at 100 kilometres an hour. It's not something we've directly discussed, but people standing in the bus as it travels down the motorway, there is an opportunity there for chaos.
A quick question. Thank you for turning up and providing an opportunity to submit. How does the Residents Association feel about, I guess, the co-funding or the increase in those services? So yes, we all understand the need and the growth. How do we, I guess, look at that funding to achieve those outcomes if they're achievable?
I think they're accepting that, you know, a My Way service would be a rate increase to fund it. And they acknowledge that. They see the value in it exceeds the, you know, it's the value. It's a benefit, cost benefit they would see on that plus side. It's like the general public transport. It's you know, the benefit is there, whether you use the service or not, particularly My Way, that people can see the benefit within Rolleston Township because of its geographic size. That very few people can walk from Selwyn Road to the town centre. But if there was a My Way service, it would reduce people using their private vehicles. And really, that, as I say, less than 4 kilometre journeys is the worst for a vehicle in terms of pollution and wear and tear. And so they're, you know, I haven't had anybody complain about the public transport section of their rates.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Mark, you talked about wanting a two-tiered system for the river rating scheme. We are proposing that those who are in direct harm's way would pay a rate and then a target rate for the rest of the district. Does that concept suit your request?
Yeah, that's essentially what we're asking for. The consultation document only talked about one targeted rate. It didn't say that there would be, you know, a public good rate and a beneficial rate for those who benefit directly. So yeah, that's exactly what we're asking for. The document just didn't specify that.
Good, thank you, Mark. Thank you for the points that made, and they will be considered. I think that the issue that we have in Rolleston is really quite well understood by our PG teams, and just being able to service those things and deal with services that are more effective are something that's top of mind. So thank you. We've got next we've got Nick Daniels, and Nick's giving 2 submissions this morning. One as CEO of Barhill Chertsey Irrigation, the other is the General Manager of Rangitata Irrigation. And can I just I skipped through the agenda start real quick, and there's a couple of apologies that are going to be made, and one is for Councillor McKenzie, who needs to leave at 10:30, and the other one is for Councillor Ward, who's got a medical appointment he can't stand down from at midday. Yeah. So any others? Okay. And so Paul's online. So Paul is online, and Councillor Cranwell is online too. Paul Deesh and Councillor Cranwell. Thank you. Nick, you should be accustomed to this room. So, but yeah, that's what Katie's that sort of out of.
Morena councillors, Cornet Daniels Topo anyway. And look, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the council on the draft long-term plan. As Chair Scott's mentioned, I'm here representing 2 organisations, Barhill Chertsey Irrigation and Rangitata South Irrigation. It's presenting in support of 2 points. Firstly, the construction of a new stop bank at Arundel, and also in support of Recan continuing to support collective community action. I'll hit these 2 points. Look, the submission that we put forward on behalf of Rangitata South relates to the construction of a new stop bank at Arundel. This slide, the image I've got there, just shows the breakout that occurred in 2019 north of Arundel, and that's the breakout point, and water flowing down towards the little Arundel township. That breakout continued further down. There's a slide there just showing the 4 areas where the roading was closed, and in particular State Highway 72, which was closed for a period of time. This was also during there was a state of emergency that lasted for almost a week by the Timaru District Council. And this is just the roading. This is where State Highway 72 was closed. The water flowed down through the roads, and it was eventually made its way back into the Rangitata River via the irrigation scheme ponds on the left-hand side. But it was very much an uncontrolled flow that ended up going over the emergency spillway as part of that. So the submission on behalf of Rangitata South is that there were significant costs arising from that 2019 flood event, and there has been significant investment that's both supported by the Reagan District Council as well as government to undertake works on the river, but the area is still vulnerable to a breakout upstream of the Arundel Township and the sort of uncontrolled flows that go through Arundel and into the irrigation infrastructure. So Rangitata South is submitting in support of, which is included in the 30-year infrastructure strategy that the Rivers team have included as part of the long-term plan to protect local homes and property, the lifeline roading, and also significant infrastructure, and including irrigation to the district. And it is a project that's supported not only by the River Rating District, but Rangitata South Irrigation, who is willing to financially support alongside council and community for that project. The second point I'm looking to submit on is in support of the statements in the long-term plan supporting collective community action. And we're keen to just emphasise to councillors that Canterbury is extremely fortunate that it's got the largest number of farmers who operate in geographically connected catchment groups, and that's via the irrigation schemes. And so this is, and unfortunately I didn't get a larger one which include more schemes on it, but the reality is that irrigation schemes are geographically connected in their catchments and undertake collective action for improving environmental outcomes. And the other piece of good news is that not only have they demonstrated that they've got enhanced and improved rates of behaviour change within their farmer members, but they also can clearly demonstrate improved environmental performance relative to farmers outside collectives. So the audit grades achieved by farms inside irrigation schemes is significantly superior to those that outside the collective schemes. So that's very encouraging to see statements in the long-term plan in support of collectors, and that's just a point to urge to councils that a significant portion of farms are already members of collectives that need to be considered and supported. And the final submission point that I'm submitting on is also in favour of the Hikia Hines Water Enhancement Trust and the continuation of the HH targeted rate, which is also included. So those are the points that we're sort of keen to submit on, and would certainly welcome questions from councillors.
I think, thanks, Nick. Look, I think the Arundel issue is pretty significant to us because it's also the secondary access across the Rangitata River. And I wonder if you go back to your map to show where that bridge is, because when the main Rangitata bridge is out, that bridge there across the river is the only link that exists to get south, other than by helicopter or jet boat or horse or whatever else. We certainly know over the last week while how fragile some of that has been, and when the road got washed out further down and the big flow was through here, then these lifelines are vital. And is Whakatau been involved in any of these discussions at all?
Look, we are submitting to Timaru District Council on the same subject. The original works to repair was very much developed by a formula, I think a fairly standard sort of apportionment formula that the Ecan River Engineering team led. And look, our submission also is supportive of Ecan sort of leading that work. They've got the expertise to do this work, but also to pull together collectively all of those that are likely to benefit from this as well. Thanks, Nick. Just a couple of quick questions. The $2 million investment in the stock bank for Rūnanga, is that a target that's fully funded to a targeted rate? Look, that's what's included in the LTP. So I'm not sure, I'll have to go back and look at the actual formula for that river rating district as to whether or not there is general rate included within that. So that's the apportionment and allowance within the long-term infrastructure strategy for the LTP. Just supplementary, the two circles at the top there, is that effectively the repair of the, I know we visited the site a year or so ago, the road was washed out. Is that protecting the road? Is the road being put back to where it was? Yeah, all of those, the roading has been repaired, both at the top and bottom. The two top circles is a smaller, sort of a smaller gravel. It's not gravel, isn't it? It's sort of, no, it's gravel, just the top piece. But yeah, all of the works have been reinstated. The bottom two circles are tar sealed roads.
I'll ask that question because I'm kind of thinking, if looking at the character of the river, the natural character of the river, it obviously wanted to go to the east. Yeah, sorry, to the south. What I'm thinking is has in the design process the thought that that road be abandoned and a river allowed to breathe a little bit more on that southern side and not confining it to that. I can just see that being a pinch point and a stress point for the future.
Well, look, one of the points I've made in our submission is that the detailed design work has not been done on that stop bank yet. And one of the points we've clearly made in our submission is that we want to work with the community as to where the best place for that will be. There are dwellings along that stretch and landowners, and we want to work collaboratively and constructively with those folks. So, look, I think ultimately, and this is, I think, where ECAM's demonstrated some real success in the past, is working with communities to get the best overall community outcome, and certainly the scheme would support that.
I mean, interestingly enough, when you look at what's going on here, and you look at what happened up in Hawke's Bay also, the rivers are getting constricted by Whakatau and where they put their bridges. So that piece of infrastructure is actually the one that's actually constricting that. And of course, when they're building those bridges, the least cost. So the shortest speed. So that's where you get it. So we've got Beyond and John, then Ian.
Hey, g'day. Thanks for the submission. It's pretty clear, which is great. And I like to sort of see these things. And one thing we've had a couple of submissions around infrastructure and the debt that we obviously take to do the infrastructure now and then it's paid back to the ratings over time. Are you guys more in favour? Because at the moment, I think it's about 10 years is the repayment of that debt. Would you be? Some people are saying we should push that out to make it a little bit more affordable over a longer period of time. The intergenerational sort of intergenerational funding, I suppose, allows us to do a little bit more, maybe potentially front enough that waste. Have you guys thought about that at all?
Look, I think the time frame over which there's repaid as a community cool, and obviously the rating district, needs to be comfortable with that. On behalf of Rangitata South, 10 years is an appropriate time frame because I think whilst these are generational pieces of infrastructure, we also need to be aware that with climate change and weather events, that we might need to. It'd be good to get these things paid off in a reasonable period of time. So that we can be ready to respond to the environment in 10 years' time. So it'd be a big call to make a call today that would fully commit for 20 years. So I think, look, 10 years is a time frame that certainly works for Rangitata South, but one that we'd want to be part of the community conversation.
I've just got one more question as well, and that is, you haven't you've only discussed obviously the infrastructure side in your submission, but I was just interested to actually I've lost my annotations before, so sorry.
Come back in. So we'll go to John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, Nick. And I kind of reference back to the chair's sort of thoughts around the secondary route. And if I put my civil defence and resilience hat on, there was that one fibre optic cable hanging by whatever was the connection between the South Island when we had those floods. We'd lost the Rangitata bridge in the lower end. That was the connection between the South Island. So my question, I guess, in a resilient sense is, do you have a feel for what value there might be to the wider community of Canterbury, the South Island, in ensuring that we maintain that infrastructure, and then the cost structures of the big grouping that sits up in there and pays for that infrastructure? So I'm just trying to get a balance in my mind of, we have the immediate payment of our targeted rate to sort issues out, but there is the wider value. Do you have a feel for what that looks like?
Look, only to support it, that there is a wider benefit than the targeted rate. And look, this happens to fall in Taumutu District Council Civil Defence area, and obviously there are folk that we'll make the same presentation to. I suppose only to acknowledge that, recognising that wider collective benefit is really important, and we support conversations. And I think that's the leadership of organisations such as the Regional Council, I think, are really important in championing that discussion.
Thank you. Look, in response to Grant's comments about whether the room's got width to move, in your view, is it fair to say the river is hitting that top circuit, the berm on that top circuit, because of a very large and wooded reed infestation on an island on the other side upstream, which is pushing the river across in a river that's got huge amount of width in there?
Yeah, look, I think yes, yeah, I would agree with that point, Councillor McKenzie, and I'd also, I think that's been demonstrated in the work that Regional Council has done through the downstream, and I think the Stoddard's Island, and so that's been a significant part of the work that ECAN has led in terms of vegetation clearance up and down the river to provide additional room for the river to break within that channel.
Through the chair, thank you for coming and presenting. I just want to go back to the discussion or the point you brought up around aggregated consenting entities, around the community collective action group. Yeah. There's been quite a bit of conversation around forming or encouraging more Catholic groups across the region, and certainly very active in Mid Canterbury and North Canterbury, and certainly South Canterbury. So we've already got a foundation there. The benefits of having aggregated consenting entities such as Irrigation collectives to this organisation, I think, is probably not realised from a consenting point of view, even though we can have permission for that, obviously. But how do you see, or what role do you see of the current collective? Do they have a role in this space in the wider collective?
Absolutely, I think they do, and I think it is. I think probably the point you make, Councillor, is that it is not recognised to the extent that it is that. The majority, and it's not all, of the irrigation schemes hold the collective nutrient discharge consent on behalf of them, and have demonstrated their ability to improve their audit grades compared to those outside is significant. And I think it's by the fact of our scheme size and geographical coverage, they're an obvious sort of focus point for folk who find aspects of intensive agriculture challenge. But the fact that the folk inside those schemes can demonstrate improved performance compared to those outside, I think, is a piece that we need to have as part of the conversation. It would be a real tragedy if farmers felt it was actually easier for them because to stay outside of an aggregated consenting entity because there's less public pressure or scrutiny on them. I think there's a lot of performance pressure on folk inside, but irrigation schemes can become quite an easy target for folk who don't appreciate all of the positive things that occur from the schemes.
Excellent. So I'm looking at a schedule and Silverstream reserve people are here. They're due present at 9:55, so we could have a real crack at you between now and then, or we could just release you. So other questions? Thanks. I don't know whether it's something you can answer, but going back to that map that you just, if you could show that map. The circles. Yeah, that one. Just picking up on Peter's comment before about the length of the bridge as a constraining thing, which is actually, I suppose, indirectly threatening Arundel, but it's also potentially threatening the ponds below the bridge. And if the Whakatau had in mind to extend the length of the bridge, does that pose issues for both Arundel and the ponds in terms of resolving potentially ongoing issues at that pinch point?
Look, Councillor, I'm not aware of any plans that Whakatau have got in relation to the bridge itself. But needless to say, probably the point or the observation I'd make is that there are quite a number of pieces of infrastructure in that location. And I think it's the challenge for all entities with infrastructure there is to think about future climate resilience and what can be done. And certainly Rangitata South as an irrigation scheme is thinking very carefully and looking to make investments for ongoing and future flood protection. Co-funding and supporting the stop bank is the first of those, and we'll look to sort of include flood protection alongside the ponds, and that a close working relationship both with the regional council and other and district council and Whakatau is going to be important to that.
In view of the fast tracking mechanism that the government currently has, and picking up what Tom was saying about essential to maintain the secondary route across the South Island. Anyway, it's just a thought in the back of my mind. I think there's a significant point here also with this piece of infrastructure change that you're talking about, Nick. It's one of our deluge projects. So if we get that funding from central government, which we're very hopeful for, that will be one of the projects that gets some 60, 40, 50, 50, whatever it is. So we're hoping for that. So we've got two more. We've got Dion, and now I'm going to let you go because I think they're going to scrag it with you. But Dion, and then finally Craig.
I know it's alive again. Now I've got my annotations back. The question I wanted to ask is you've really just talked about the infrastructure side of things, but one thing that obviously affects you guys a lot is consenting. And I just wanted to see, have you guys considered the new consent fee structure that we are proposing in this one? And that's the program, and that's the proposal. Have you guys thought about that as a collective and how that may benefit you guys?
Short answer is no. In relation to that particular project, that we would we would look for ECAN to take the lead and look for a community infrastructure project like that, we're recognising that that will be part of it, but in terms of specific fees and the fees and charges policy, no.
Jonathan, how are you? I was just really keen. I was looking at your website, and I understand like your environmental team you've got, and you've do a lot of work on helping shareholders with FEPs and good management practice, nutrient discharge, obviously. What sort of projects and budgets do you put towards sort of environmental restoration or ecological restoration stuff? Do you have funds, or do you help farmers implement restoration on farms?
We've got our sustainability and biodiversity policy within BCI is sort of threefold. The bulk of it is actually supporting our shareholders to do the right thing, and so the bulk of ecological restoration is self-led by shareholders themselves. Then the other piece is engagement and co-funding and support of others. The key project we're looking at the moment is at Lowe's Cutting, where we're working alongside sort of Forest and Bird to try and look at the restoration there, and we've sort of engaged with the Arapinga Nursery and tried to get them briefed and their support on that. So it's one of the, I suppose, part of it, the policy of the cooperative is to support our shareholders to do the right thing. And that is where our focus is. And also the other piece is on our own infrastructure, so biodiversity planting around, for example, Akarana Pond, which is a major piece of infrastructure that we put in. But the primary focus is to support our shareholders to do the right thing, which we're putting in place through our FAVA process, which is in our environmental management strategy, which forms part of our consent. And so a lot of any significant land use change that they are initiating, biodiversity, increased biodiversity and environment, are put in as a condition of that.
Cool, thanks, Nick. Yeah.
And Nick, you've done pretty well by us, I think. So thank you for coming in and doing that and raising those issues and being so well organised with only a few slides, which is awesome. So thank you. Yeah. And good luck with this stuff, okay? Kate, is it Kate? Not Kate? It's not Katie, it's Kate. Welcome, Kate. Silverstream Reserve Volunteer Group. And Richard. So we're not going to take this time, but it's a 10-minute slot. And you were due to start in 10 minutes time, and you're due to finish at 10:05, so we've got a bit of time with you, Kate, so we'll just see where we get to.
Thank you. We don't have a slide as such, just a few points to talk about. So we're with the Silverstream Reserve Volunteer Group. Quick introduction on the reserve. It's a 52-hectare reserve just out of Clarkville near Kaipoi. There's a clear spring-fed stream running through the reserve, and it's regularly used by the public for walking, horse riding, biking, and lots of other activities. This year, the volunteer group hosted an outdoor music event at the reserve, which was a great success, attended by over 180 people. 12 hectares of the reserve has been planted in native plants. So we've had over 50,000 seedlings go in the ground, and the majority of this planting and the weed control and the plant maintenance has been done by volunteer labour. So the volunteer group has been working since 2006 at the reserve, meeting twice a week to work on the native restoration. We also have a predator control group tracking at the east and west end of the reserve, and Richard will speak about that program shortly. So just the two main sort of points to submit on today. We've got quite a unique wetland and dryland habitat at the reserve. It's one of only a handful of sites where the Canterbury Plains boulder copper butterfly inhabits, and that inhabits patches of Mohammed axillaris plants. So also along with this dryland habitat, we've got a native habitat which has some rare remnant native wetland herbs. And in our 2021 long-term plan submission, we requested technical advice from Environment Country staff to assist us with maintaining these wetland habitats. Jason Butt from Environment Canterbury carried out some monitoring at the site. He discovered two more notable semi-aquatic herbs there, one of which has a status of at-risk naturally uncommon. So we're requesting some assistance with maintaining these sites. They require specialist maintenance beyond the expertise of volunteers. So yeah, we're requesting ongoing support to maintain these sites in whatever capacity. Second point we'd like to talk about is access and walkways, and this aligns with the Environment Canterbury Clean Green Silverstream project, and that is to establish a corridor between Whakatau and the Mehedi River along the Silverstream watercourse. So the reserve is split into two portions. The east and west parts are separated by a piece of public land, which is administered by DOC. Pedestrian access through this public land would link the reserve and provide more recreational opportunities for visitors. The land on the northern side contains a salmon hatchery. The land on the southern side is largely unoccupied aside from a few buildings which are associated with that hatchery. However, there is plenty of space for walkway away from the hatchery. So we support further development of the linkages between the east and west, whether by Esplanade Reserve, strips of land managed by Environment Canterbury DOC or the Mehedi Council. And we encourage the development of sections of walkways, especially where these can be linked to communities and public access points. And now hand over to Richard to chat about pest control.
Yep, thanks very much for having us here. I'm here to support Kate, Richard Chambers. I'm pest-free Waimakariri, but I've been working with the trappers at Silverstream. Last year they applied for lotteries funding and got a good chunk of money for the trapping. Their idea was to expand what they're doing in the reserve into the community beyond, with the view that they're going to be constantly re-invaded with pests from outside the reserve, no matter how good a job they do inside. So I've been supporting them to push a bit further outside the reserve, and we're hoping to go even further this year. The big thing I would like to ask for ECAN support on is a project we've got in mind to push that down to the Waimakariri River. The Silverstream Reserve runs kind of parallel to the river, and the council currently has contract trapping along the riverbank to protect the rare riverbird species. So we see potential to push outside Silverstream Reserve on the one hand and work with the council staff. I've been talking to Greg Stanley and other staff down there, sort of casual talk at this stage, but I was really pleased with the support for the idea that they had, that we could work towards each other and do a good chunk of land so that we stop that re-invasion into Silverstream and into the riverbank. And I think this is, I can't think of other examples around the place where there's that much protection of the riverbank. So this is kind of a potential to try something new. They obviously haven't committed any money towards it yet, but the idea they're supportive of. And so we're going ahead at Silverstream over the next year to push and try and get all neighbours of the reserve trapping on the south side. And if we can provide the traps, the council staff have suggested they could extend their trap line for the full length of Silverstream Reserve on the Waimakariri riverbank, and then we can start working towards each other over time. So this would create a really good trial, I suppose you call it, for community, landscape scale. And so we're just wanting to support the Silverstream side of it, but also ask that the staff can be supported in supporting us, I suppose, to try this new thing out. So the trappers at Silverstream are keen on this idea, and we've got people who are willing to put the time in. So the volunteer group is growing and I think is there to support this project. So I'd like to ask that these volunteers at Silverstream be supported to keep expanding their little empire, as it were, and connect up with what ECAN is doing on the riverbank. That's the main thrust of it. Please support the volunteers. Yeah. Your questions are clear?
through you, Chair, thank you for coming and presenting. I mean, it is a special place for the likely, that's for sure. I've got two questions, if I may, Chair. One is around the land access that you talked about here, and that's dot land. Have you had a conversation with them directly, or are you looking for somebody else to facilitate that conversation?
The conversation has been ongoing between the Waitangi Council and DOC, and we're looking, to continue that conversation to investigate that further.
Just pointing isn't it, when you can't get it. Be helpful there. The second question is, it looks like it's around the pest management. It looks like it's quite a dense population of people or landowners in there, a lot of small ones. I'm not actually familiar with it, the area directly, but I'm just looking at your map that you have there. Have you a sense of how many of those are already doing their own pest control? I mean, I live on a farm. I live on a small block now, actually, but I do my own pest control for possums and snakes and ferrets and things like that. People got me around. There probably is some people already doing that. How far down the track are you from having that conversation with the community?
We've, I suppose, assessed it to some extent by talking to the current volunteers. A lot of them are very local to that area, and people know people. And so I know there are definitely some large landholders in that area already trapping. For this to work, it doesn't necessarily require every property to take it on, because if you've got neighbouring properties that sandwich someone who's not interested, they can still get fairly good control. I think this being a long-term thing, if we get a percentage of people in the first year saying, yes, we're interested, as long as there's enough, and we think there will be, then so do the community starts talking about it, and we think it has the potential to grow, and we get enough properties in the end that are keen to be involved.
Thank you very much. Just thinking about the pet trapping, even at this table, there's probably a bit of controversy around that. Are they part of the piece that you're looking to control, and how would you manage that?
Currently, we're not looking at cats because, as you say, it is a bit contentious, and until you get enough people involved to say this is a real thing, it seems to me a conversation that's best just put on the back burner. We focus on possums, rats, and the muscelids, and so we'd be asking each property to put only perhaps 4 or 5 traps on a 10-acre block size property, and at the moment we ignore cats and just leave that for later.
Thanks so much for your presentation. It's really good to see the continuing work on the Silverstream. I was on the zone committee for Waitaki. I just wondered, have you been engaging closely with the Waitaki zone committee about the Silverstream, the development of the Silverstream? And I say this in the context of the big picture proposal that was done a couple of years ago, which provided this idea of a link, a loop link from Paipoi down the Waitaki up to back, in the context of that. I know one of the big things was looking at gaps, the land gaps, to get those walkways through. Have you managed to achieve full connection now, or is that still a bit of a problem with a connection from the Waitaki to the Silverstream?
I believe that's from that one of the little Silverstream is still in development as far as full connection. I can really only speak to the Silverstream, a portion of that. Yeah, it's an ongoing project, I believe. Yeah.
A second question, you've got lots of items in your submission about the dollar figure. What kind of dollar figure are you looking for? And is the Waitaki
district council also, because it's their reserve, are they contributed to the budget?
Yes, there is a annual budget from Mehedi Council for operational capital. We rely heavily on funding as well for planting, to provide the plants and other sort of smaller maintenance projects. And we will be submitting to them next week as well for further support. As far as dollar figures, it's tricky. We had 4 Jobs for Nature funded ranges for up to 2 years that ended in 2022. So there's been a real gap since then. They were working sort of 2 to 3 days at the reserve. There's certainly enough work to do that full time, for a team of 3 to 4. So dollar figure we could take, think of 4 full-time salaries for a year. There is always stuff to do. As far as the request we've put in here for support from Environment Canterbury, resources that are available, so staff that are available on site to come and help with those maintenance for those areas. It's not, those specialist areas obviously are not full-time in themselves, but we're there's a real gap. We don't have anything going at the moment as far as that support. So, yeah.
Have you approached the zone Lawrence? Have you approached the zone committee?
We have looked into it. We don't completely qualify for the type of funding they've been offering in recent years. So because we're internally funded by council, I think there's it's a bit tricky for us. So yeah.
All right, we've got Katie. Kate. Sorry, we've got 5 more people that want to ask you questions, and we've got time. So if you're happy, we'll continue. So the next one's Kate.
Yeah, Kia ora. My question was actually answered. I just want to say well done on the work you're doing, both the test work and the work at the reserve. I think we've been there, haven't we? Just making sure it's the right one. And obviously your relationship with Waitaki District Council is pretty key. I really commend the work you're doing, trying to link with our team as well on the pest stuff and of course the neighbouring properties. And yeah, just to encourage you that, if you do need a hand with getting DOC involved, and ask for help. Because they should be coming to the party soon.
Oh, kia ora, Kate. As a Tuahiwian, that whole area was, and you've actually highlighted it in your submission and supplementary information. Because I know in the introduction, you've actually highlighted or mentioned marking a tie gathering. With Tuahiwi, that was always a really important marking of Kai Pātaka, particularly around Tuna. And the other part, what I wanted to know is that, and I want to congratulate you on your work as well, because it's really necessary, particularly now that if you look east of Rangiora, where a lot of watercress gathering, Tuna now is pretty much gone because of the high nitrates in that area. So the relationship, because I note in your submission that you haven't mentioned, our policy on mana whenua engagement and all of that. But so, is there a relationship with Motuahuri?
I wish there was more of a relationship. When we have a Jobs for Nature funded ranges, we did do a couple of joint projects with Beatson and Tuahiwi around the Cam River area in watercress management. So there was that relationship. But in terms of having Tuahiwi involvement at Silverstream, that is something we would love to see and do. So at this stage, as a group, we have talked to council about council about opening that relationship and starting those conversations. I would love to do that more. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just looking for is actually for ECAN and the long-term plan to actually continue to support this. So I'm not sure whether you've engaged with marketing and Rūtene, who is actually part of the staff here around marketing the site.
We haven't as a group.
Kate, you're lucky because one of your questions just disappeared out of the room. So we'll go now to Vicky and then finally Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'd love to see that butterfly sort of the photograph. I was on the lookout for it at the right time of year. Just in terms of the funding, so it sounds like actually you're getting funded from within our organisational funding rather than through like the zone committee or the Y fund. Because I was going to ask you about we've got the Waitaki impact fund in the zone committee will have a traditional funding for each one. And the current proposal in our draft long-term plan is for that to actually be reduced compared with this current year. And I wondered what your thoughts were about that. But it sounds like actually you're getting funding different avenues through us anyway. So that.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure about the funding through that Waitaki or the zone committee. We are predominantly we have the operational and capital budget from the Waimakariri Council, and we have funding for planting projects themselves. I know ECAN have funded planting projects at the reserve for the last sort of 3 years around the fords and the east-west end waterways. Anything beyond that, I'm not aware of. Yeah. Thank you. Just with regards to the discovered the native sort of what's it called, fog rush, or the I don't want to say the technical name, but I'm wondering if the consideration has gone into propagation of some of those rare species. Because I'm just looking at the register of how endangered it is, and it's gone from not threatened to naturally at risk within 12 years. And so, and that last conservation status was updated in 2017, so I'm worried to think of what level is at now. So I think, has that been considered as a, maybe with Tuahiwi as not said, they've got a nursery there, and that would be a really cool concept, is propagating some of these really rare species. Yeah, no, that would be great. We have considered it. Again, it's sort of beyond our expertise as a group, so any input in regards to that would be wonderful. We do have a volunteer on site who does the odd bit of propagating for us. Again, this may be beyond his sort of level of expertise as well, but yeah, so we're definitely open to that. That would be great.
Thank you. You've done really well. We've extended the time for you, and thank you, Richard, also. I think you've made some very strong points. The submission's finished today. We will then have briefings next week in collation of the material. Our deliberations are on the 22nd and 23rd of May when we finally decide we will head for things. So thank you for coming in. That's good. We're now going to suspend the discussion at 10:07. And we will be back at 10:30. Now we're going to have a pretty disrupted session after that. Our first person at 10:20 has cancelled. We've got Sarah Dunckley at 10:30. Then there is a cancellation. Then we've got 2 more. So hopefully, what we might be able to do is, if people arrive early, is to shuffle them up together a bit and get a bit of break. Yeah. And yourself or Claire? Yeah, or Claire or whatever. Yeah, come on. Come on.
Okay, kia ora koutou. Welcome back, everybody. We'll reconvene the meeting. It's up past 10. And thanks for our submitters that have showed up. So next up, we've got Sarah. So kia ora, Sarah. Welcome to the table. So yeah, my name's Craig Pauling, Deputy Chair. I'm just taking over from Peter, who's having a break. And yeah, welcome. Yeah, break from chairing. I mean, not a complete break. If he stays off his phone, he'll be doing good. So kia ora, Sarah, you got basically 10-minute slot, so you can speak for as long or as little as that as you want, and then we can ask you questions. So go for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sarah Dunckley. I live in Diamond Harbour, and I'm mainly here to discuss the children's bus fares, because I know that the government has got rid of the free buses for under 13s, and as a Diamond Harbour resident, it's going to start making it quite complicated for us. But also in general, I think it's really good to have the free bus fares, because it encourages children to get on the bus. From a young age, and then they can keep doing it. But there's also other specific things I wanted to discuss with you, well, some of them I didn't even put in my original submission, but just more details around about how it affects people. So I've got a few points I want to bring up. So normally with children under 13, because they're so young, they are often have to be accompanied by an adult. So at that point, you're ending up paying not only the children's fare, but the adult's fare as well. And obviously, if there's more children, then it becomes quite expensive. And so it ends up being expensive to take children to their activities that they want to do. And that could have the effect on either it being more affordable for people to take the car, which isn't ideal, climate-wise, and just for a lot of other reasons. And also, like, some of the people that can't afford to do that, the kids might miss out on their activities. And so that relates to the buses and the ferry. So kind of affects people across the board. Now I wanted to discuss what it's like to be in Diamond Harbour and take the ferry a little bit. We don't have council pools and indoor basketball courts and stadiums and arenas and museums and things in Diamond Harbour. And so just to get my children to those things that the council's providing for people, we have to take the ferry and the bus or drive. It would be really good to keep those things really accessible for the children of Diamond Harbour. And I've also noticed that at the school there's more young children coming through. So it looks like there's going to be more children in that age group. So there's more people at the younger end of the school than the higher end of the school, because obviously there's more families obviously have moved into the area. Now another thing with the ferries is that at the moment people need to, if they get the bus and then get the ferry, to get the transfer, they need to tell the bus driver that it's 3 zones at the beginning, or else what happens is they get charged a bus fare and then they'll get charged the ferry fare on top, and it's not automatic that they just get charged the difference. And that's actually really frustrating, because sometimes I forget and I'm thinking that, like, children are going to forget, especially if they're and this probably applies to even older children that are up to 18 or even higher, that might or young adults that might forget to ask for it. And the other thing I've noticed is that when you ask for the Zone 3 fares on some buses, that the drivers aren't aware of it, and you end up getting a big debate, because the drivers on the Littleton bus are really good. They have no problem. But for instance, I've taken my daughter swimming, and I got on the Orbiter bus, and then you end up having a big debate with the driver that, you don't need a Zone 3, and so it just makes it extra complication. And I think if I was a child, like an older child that can travel by themselves, trying to get that through to the bus driver is they're probably going to give up and just end up paying 2 fares. So that's another problem. And for instance, because at the moment I've got my 5-year-old son and I've got my 4-year-old daughter, and my 5-year-old son is just starting swimming lessons. And so if we wanted to take the ferry and bus, we'll need to be in that exact circumstance that we take the ferry and the Littleton bus and then take the Orbiter to get to the pool because the one in town isn't finished yet. Yeah, so we're going to be in that exact thing and end up paying for me and my son, or my husband and my son, to get there, and then also to pay to get back because it takes quite a long time to take all the ferries and buses. You're going to not be able to do that in one transfer back again. Yeah, and the other thing is, because my partner will be taking my son, he will probably forget to ask. There's three zones, and then he's going to end up paying 2 fares for him and my son. So yeah, so it gets quite complicated the way it is at the moment. Yeah, but it was so much easier when the children are just free, because you don't have to think about asking for zones for them, and yeah, and it's just quite simple. So the ways that I think could kind of make it a little bit easier for people is, well, the best thing would be to keep children under 13 free. And the other thing that you could do is either, like, for older kids, is to either make it so that you just pay the difference on the ferry if you don't ask for the 3 zones. That would be one simple way. But even better would just be to make this is for children 13 to 18 I'm talking about, or yeah, or even if you can't do it for everybody, if you can't make it free for under 13s, then you maybe just make it for all children under 18. That you could make the ferry the same price as the buses for children, because then it would make it much simpler, and it would make, like, the council facilities like the pools much more accessible to the people in Diamond Harbour where there is no pool. So that would be another option if you couldn't afford to make it free for everybody. Yeah. That's what I have. Yeah.
Kia ora, Sarah. Hey, thanks for sort of highlighting some real practical issues that you're facing on the bus and the ferry, and I wasn't aware of the sort of separation between the ferry fares and the bus fares. So thanks for highlighting that. Have we got any questions from Claire and Greg and Vicky? Thank
you very much. Just seeking some clarity, you're referring to zones, which my understanding is that fair trial we didn't currently have zones. I do understand that the ferry is an additional, a different cost. And is there the possibility, my understanding is if you use the bus again within 2 hours, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not a regular bus user, that you don't have to pay again until you get back to your yes, that's correct. So what happens at the moment is that if you get a bus, so it's the same that you get the 2-hour transfer as you do on the bus, but in our case, we get the ferry over, and then after that we can get the buses for 2 hours for free. But it's on the way back that you have the problem that you have to ask for the 3 zones, or else you end up getting charged for the bus fare, and then because that doesn't cover enough for the ferry, you end up getting charged the full amount for the ferry, when the ferry is twice as much as the bus. So you basically end up paying an extra bus fare that you didn't need to pay. Yeah, if you forget, which I have done.
Great. Kia ora, thank you. I agree with the chair. It's great to have someone come in and say, here's some practical things, but also to offer perhaps some thoughts around the solution. My questions of clarification are really about the service that you actually get currently. So you talked about children under 13 needing to be accompanied in that. How do you find aspects like safety, reliability of the service, those types of things for your travel?
Yes, that's really good. It's really good having the transfers The only slightly annoying thing is that, like, often you have to get 2 buses, but it doesn't matter because it seems like the frequency of the buses has increased so much that it doesn't add too much to the time taken to get to places. Like, for instance, if you're going from the Littleton bus to the Orbiter, like, they both go really frequency, so it's fine. It doesn't add too much. Yeah.
Vicky.
Yeah, we have to think about a mechanism for that from town to along the ferry bit that makes it easier. Like, I would think people would be request relief funds, but I know that would, for that different differential, but I know that would take time. But that's just something we can take that question back to staff and they'll get back on the question. We are going to be having a national ticketing system implemented this back end of this year and into next. And so we'll have opportunities to start looking at slightly different ticketing price combinations. And I'm wondering, what do you think about like a family ticket type of scenario, and like you get for going to events and things like that, and you have an adult ticket with children next to that, like that type of thing. Is that effective?
Oh, yes, that could work. It depends if it's actually going to practically make it cheaper, depending on what the price will be. Yeah, because I mean, because I guess the thing that I was kind of concerned about was that you're going to be paying the children's fare, which I probably wouldn't mind if he could go by himself, but the fact that the adult does have to go with them. So yeah, if it's going to make it cheaper, but then it might not work in every case because you might only have 1 adult or you could have 2 adults, so it might not actually be cheaper. Yeah, so I guess you'd have to figure that out. Yeah. Well,
I'm sure we can do some maths and try to see what looks practical. But yeah, thank you again, Sarah. Like, you really highlighted some key issues that, like you said, we can go and ask about and try and inquire if there's a better way. So thank you so much for raising it. Thank you. And thanks for using our buses and ferries. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Next up, I think it's you, Jenny. Welcome here, Jenny. Former Environment Canterbury staff member. There you go. Looking forward to hearing about your project here, Jenny. So. Welcome along. So roughly 10 minutes, and as you can see, we ask some questions after that. So thank you. Over to you. Push the button and you're away.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi tēnei ki te mana whenua o tēnei takiwā, ko Jenny Bond taku ingoa, i Katiaki mō te Tuna Tāone taku mahi, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora. I'd just like to acknowledge and give thanks to those that have mana whenua for this area. My name is Jenny Bond, and I'm the guardian of Te Tuna Tāone Urban Waterways, Urban Eel, an action learning program. Before I get underway, I just wanted to know if anyone knows the Department of Conservation classification for the longfin eel. Tonga? A risk classification. Yeah, it's correct. It's yes, Genevieve. Oh, there's some fine tuning. It's at risk and declining. It's in the same category as the little blue penguin, and until recently the little spotted kiwi. So it doesn't actually reach a high enough classification to be funded by the Department of Conservation. So before I show you quite a nice wee video, for those that aren't aware, Te Tuna Tāone aim is that tuna first survive, then thrive, and hope that we might actually be able to return to Mahanga Kai status in some of our urban waterways in Ōtutahi. So when children and teachers or akuna and kaiko become part of Te Tuna Tāone, they first end up knowing a lot about tuna and knowing a lot about the awa, but then they also understand what is good for the awa and what is bad for the awa, namely around stormwater. So Māori have a wonderful whakatau, he wai ora, he tona ora. So very quickly, the akuna and the kaiako will understand a healthy waterway means healthy tona. So Tāone uses the megafauna of tona to help people improve the health of urban waterways. So once they know about it and they understand it, I use something that I did many years ago in Environment Canterbury, and I bring in the living streams approach. So I facilitate the akuna to come up with the actions that they would like to take to improve the health of urban waterways. And being students, they can't take all the actions. So some of those actions are actions they advocate out to us as adults and grown-ups. Then I spend the year with them and coaching them to bring their actions to life. As Theo from Horsewell School once said to me, it's really great that our action to plant up Te Ao Maka, the Nottingham string, the feet of the Horotini, actually came to life, Jenny. It got out of our inquiry book and came to life. Ella from Our Lady of Assumption, she said to me, I can't believe our advert went on the back of the bus. We actually made it happen. Because many of these students have, as you'll be aware, have amazing ideas. They're not blinkered by adults with our, restrictions we've experienced over the years. And this project gets their actions out into their community, to the wider community. Before I show you a presentation, I really want to talk to you about leverage. So I've been fortunate to receive funding from the Christchurch West Mountain Zone Committee, as well as sometimes from Hawaii Action to Impact Fund, and also from Christchurch City Council Sustainability and Innovation Fund. Now you'll see, if you've had a chance, I know you get thousands and tens of thousands of words, the leverage that this program brings for approximately 700 of my hours and 50 hours of mana whenua time brings over 6,000 attendee hours. Some of you may say, well, they go to school, so, there you go, they should be doing that anyway. It also brings in 350 volunteer hours, and that's only on the increase with the support of groups like the Opawa Pit River Network, helping out with the learning and also mobilising when those apuna are taking their actions out to their wider community. What those numbers don't show, and I'm not very good at estimating, so I just like to stick to the facts. What those numbers don't show you are when those students and their teachers are working on their action projects in between my visits. When those students and teachers give up their lunch times and after school to progress videos like this. The video I'm going to show you had nothing to do with me, apart from, I guess, provided the inspiration, but it was wholly done by the kuna and the kaiako. It also doesn't show you the leverage when these students take the brochures or pamphlets that they delivered in class with myself and then go out and talk to their communities at Kapua and Horsewell, or Horsewell New World, or Pioneer Stadium. They go out on the weekends with the Stormwater Superhero trailer and they talk to members of their community about things that everyone can do every day to improve the health of the local waterway. So Christchurch City Council is about to, and their proposed plan is to zero out the Sustainability and Innovation Fund. So when you're thinking about cutting community grants, or in City Council's case, zeroing their community grants, it's not only the project that goes or is reduced, but it's the leverage that these projects bring. So I would really like you to consider that in your decision making about the leverage. Because this project is about members of a community sharing with their wider community actions everyone can take every day to improve the health of urban waterways for the tuna and for ourselves. So, just giving a wee nod. There is a good example.
We are the tuna, we are strong. We're swimming back to the place that we belong.
Longfin eels are a living treasure. They can only be found in Aotearoa, New Zealand. They were around before the dinosaurs and we need to look after them. They need our help because it isn't as many as it used to be. We visited Nottingham Stream, which is just across the road from school, to see it was a healthy place for the tuna to live. We put a net out to see if we could catch an eel. We caught 2 eels and we made sure we were very gentle with them. We tested the water clarity. It was pretty murky. We searched for bugs, but there weren't that many. We also checked the water temperature, which was excellent. We measured the tuna to see how long it was, and then let it go carefully back into the water. Back at school, we decided what we could do to make the stream healthier for the eels. We shared our ideas. Keep the hour clean. Pick up rubbish by the stream. Please keep your rubbish in your lunchbox after you eat your food. Take your rubbish home. Put more trees in the ground. Wash your car on the grass. Only feed eels meat.
We are the tuna, we are strong. Take care of the hour, for this is our home. We are the tuna, we are strong. Take care of the hour, for this is our home. We are the tuna, we are strong. Take care of the hour, for this is our home.
Hey, thanks for that. Something very close to my heart, just down the road from home. I've done a lot of work with Rūnanga there, so pretty awesome to see. And Tawara Maka, of course, one of the streams. Yeah, pretty important. So thanks for that. Yeah, I like the dude who said plant more trees. That's my guy. Cool. Have I got any? Yeah, Greg. Yeah, just very briefly, and well done. The classic funding applications is the 101 Animals and Children. I must admit I've used that myself. It's a sad thing, but in all seriousness, though, we've had a lot of people come in and talk about this community-led and agency-supported benefit of every dollar that's provided to the likes of the project that you have. Can you just give us a little bit more about? You've given, well, I suppose you've given us some facts about what you can see the benefits as far as what that dollar that's each dollar you get. Can you just flesh that a wee bit, perhaps?
Thanks, Greg. I guess it's about a section of the community advocating to the wider community. So I'm really clear and upfront with the schools. This year we were oversubscribed. It's the first time I haven't actually had to ask any of my colleagues or colleagues at regional, city council or Rūnanga to come up with options. These schools all came to me by word of mouth, but I'm very clear with the teachers that, you know, we're not just going to do a poster or a pamphlet or something that stays in kura. I want to make sure it advocates to the wider community. And some of the brochures they come up with are, you know, anatomically not exactly accurate, but I'm proofreading and making sure they're all factually correct. And when I've spoken to grown-ups, I mean, as Craig said, I did work at Environment Canterbury and worked closely with the comms and design team. So it took a little while to get used to the kids' artwork. However, when I've spoken to adults, they said they're more likely to read a brochure that has been put into their letterbox from someone from their local community done by a child than, I'm sorry, a council or government type brochure. are more likely to take attention. The other thing is that these children, when they're really brave. I'm like, what do you want to do? And they said, well, we didn't know about the stormwater. We didn't know about the awa. So we need to tell the grown-ups. I'm like, okay, yep, you need to tell the grown-ups. How do you want to do that? And they said, we want to go to markets. We want to go to the supermarket. We want to go to the malls. So I'm like, you want to go and stand, this is a 10-year-old, and talk to strangers about stormwater, the river, and eels. And they went, yep. I'm like, okay, I'll make that happen. And that's what they do. It's a pretty hard case adult that says no to a child. I think I took some numbers down at Horswell. We approached, it was a very rainy day, but 123 grown-ups and only 23 said no. George, also, Farmer George, he is a farmer, he said to me, we need to do a quiz, Jenny. And so we came up with a quiz, and you know, that was the way that he enticed some people in. Do you want a chocolate fish? If you want a chocolate fish, you answer my 3 questions about the river, and then I'll give you one. So they're really clever about getting ideas, and they're really brave.
Any other questions? Yeah, Julie, sorry.
It's a bit of a question, a bit of a concern, I suppose. About the Department of Conservation funding model, I'm struggling to find details on that. What is the basis of not being able to obtain, you know, classification funding through the Department of Conservation? If
it's not as endangered enough yet. So Kawato, Canterbury mudfish are up there. So if you want to do a project in Oxford, you could probably get funding off Department of Conservation for that. But longfin tuna just misses the cutoff. And that's why I have to say that, because lots of people, including Christchurch City Council staff, have said, why don't you go to DOC? And I just don't meet the criteria. We have to wait for it to get more at risk.
When I looked it up, I also note that it's a commercially viable species being sent overseas. And that concerns me as well. But yeah, what's your idea about that? Yes.
Yes, it is a commercially caught species. Anyone that goes to the fish and chip shop regularly, I tell the kids to do this. Have a look at the famous fish poster, which is interesting. Over my decades of being alive, the number of fish on that commercially caught poster has shrunk. Longfin tuna are still on it. They're about a third from the bottom in the middle. Over decades, people have been petitioning central government. There just seems to be a bit of quite frankly, a bun fight between MPI, DOC, and Ministry of Fisheries. And the sad case is, I think Dr. Mike Joy has brought it up, that those fish are taken to the Netherlands, where the Netherlands have a different palate for fish, tuna, and find out eels too oily, and they get, I'm only repeating what I've read, turned into dog food. But I also understand there's some people buying up those commercial fishing licenses and holding them until tuna are at a more sustainable resource. But yes, I do struggle that we can commercially catch tuna, but we don't commercially catch species like kiruru or the little blue penguin.
Theo.
Just a very brief one. When you wrote this submission, I underlined your comment here how we can sort ourselves out of the problem. Doesn't mean the problem itself is resolved. I'm a little bit concerned with the latest thing with the city council doing around the stormwater. How can we? Is there anything that we can do from your perspective to do better in that stormwater space? It is a very tricky one, but I don't know how much time we've got. Very briefly, around the LTP, is there anything that we can do that could be done?
Ensure that Christchurch City Council has funding in the LTP for the implementation of the stormwater plan from the Otakara. I was an environmental lead for a civil engineering company when I left, after leaving Environment Canterbury, through the Skirts infrastructure rebuild. We had a global consent there where we had to do a number of things that are no longer now done when digging up the roads and replacing the Three Waters type pipes. I do believe that people keep telling me that bylaws aren't in place to enable to do this. There's And perhaps because the projects are small, but you know, as the saying goes, a river will die from 1,000 cuts. And there's a lot of construction happening that I know. So I spend a lot of time driving around Christchurch, going to schools and going to various rivers. And there's a lot of erosion and sediment control measures that could be better implemented and monitored. So people will put up these sediment control fences, but they are not maintained, and there is no one going out and doing enforcement or checking on that. That's it.
Thanks, sorry, thank you, thank you. Vic,
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. And I've actually been on one of the days some years ago with this project, and so it's just wanted to work how you get this draft with it. Now, I can't see in your submission a request for an amount, specific amount from you for this project. So I'm wondering, firstly, are you actually seeking funding from Environment Canterbury to do what you do? And then secondly, just to comment on, you've got a target rate proposal for Christchurch Peninsula, which you highlighted that yes, you think that's a good idea. If we could raise about $1 billion at the moment, now we've had a really enthusiastic response of my clinical service in the hearings that we've had today. And there's been a lot of art and a lot of really well-established and effective groups. But it's dollars amount what they'd like to see, and it's almost feeling like $1 million is enough. And I just wonder if you'd like to comment firstly on what you might look for, and secondly, you know, whether you think actually $1 million is enough.
I currently run the project kind of part-time to three-quarter time. It's about $55,000 per year for Te Tāone. That includes funding mana whenua to support the project. The targeted rate, I was a little bit confused about that. I wasn't sure if that targeted rate, that 1 million, was going to be spent internally and on projects managed by Environment Canterbury staff, or whether it was going to be like a grant system where community groups can apply for them.
done.
Hence, yeah, me and other community non-governmental organisations have advocated that some of that fund go out to the community because of the leverage that we can achieve.
I think that's all the questions we've got. Hey, thanks again, Jenny, for showing us the project that you're doing and outlining sort of the benefit that you can bring from a small amount of funding. So I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'd just like to say thank you to the staff at Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City Council who enabled some of these children's projects to come to life as well. Thank you. Kia ora.
So I think we've got Mohammed. Are you here? Kia ora, Mohammed. Welcome to the table. Welcome here. Yep. So when you're ready, you've got 10 minutes. Speak for as long or short of that as you want, and then leave some time for questions. So got it. There you go. And press the button when you're ready.
Kia ora, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me for discussion about the submission. I'm Mehedi Hasan. I would like to introduce myself as a student learner of climate change, urban planning, and sustainability. Completed my degrees in urban planning, climate change, and also sustainable development. And last degree was in PhD in public policy from the University of Canterbury. I'm working on youth engagement in decision making of urban decision making and concerning our connecting 7 cities around the world. I would like to more talk about the climate change adaptation and resilience, and also about the public transport. My PhD was in public transport and green space. First one is the climate change adaptation and the resilience. I want to share my experiences and my learning from Netherlands, and I'm from Bangladesh, so I know about something what is happening here, because we are most vulnerable countries at this moment. If I think about the coastal communities as an urban planner, I think we should need some development control, particularly in residential area or land use planning. because if you live close to the ocean and there is some issues of sea level rise and other things, and I have found some houses very close to the ocean here. I live in Monks Bay now, and I often visit the Taylor's Mistake and other surrounding areas. And building embankment and dams. I'm not sure is there any policy and strategies about the embankment, because our country is very river. We have hundreds of rivers in our country, so and we are often consulted or imposed by the strategies of the Netherlands. They are working in our country, so they are like to build embankment and dikes. They're famous for bikes and dikes. So I'm not sure if viewers in this country is possible to build embankments or dikes, because sometimes it creates obstacle to the nature, like river flows. We have hundreds of rivers, as I said. It comes from the Himalayan to Bay of Bengal. So if you make any obstacle in their flow, then it will sediment and make the river rise and make flooding surrounding areas. Sorry. And then comes the city and planning area, main city and other areas coming, plain areas coming. So there is a major concern about the drainage system. So if we find, often we find flooding and blocking of the roads in the city areas, or over raining or precipitations. And hilly communities is different from the plain areas, so we have to think about them. And I was also thinking about the flash flood. That means it comes all of a sudden, so we have to take some initiatives about that. So, for example, about the landslip and or landslides. And I was also thinking about the river room, or creating room for rivers or the excavations. Because here river is different from our countries. It's full of stones and other things. It's almost flat. When the flood comes, it overflows the surrounding areas. So we may need some excavation and also some issues about the bridge repair and also construction maintenance. Because I found suddenly that the river, the bridge washed away. So it's not regular activities, I think. So we have to think for long term. And in our country, we faced lots of cyclones now frequently. Once upon a time, it was like twice a year, like in May and in November. But now it's frequently happening in our country. So we did a cyclone preparedness program. We are including the students and also volunteers. We have maybe more than 90,000 volunteers in our country for this cyclone preparedness, and we're making shelters for coastal areas, or also because they can take evacuate from the housing to the shelter area. The shelter is like multi-purpose. It's building for actually for primary school and secondary school. Then in the cyclone time, they take the shelters in there. Well, lots of talking about the climate change. Now we can talk about the public transport. Yeah, as a passenger, I face some difficulties about the bus services, like the bus stoppage or the bus have no shade. So it's very difficult to, because yesterday was raining. I was with my daughter. She is not 2 years old. And I signaled the bus driver, but the bus driver passed away and said he could not see me because it was in the corner of the street, or what I was saying, and there is no shade and timetable, only just a list of that, but it took nearly half an hour to get the next bus. But it was I was in the frequent bus service area in the number 3 bus, like this going to Sumner. And yes, I have seen you were talking about in the last submitter, talking about the tickets and also the price service. I spent some time in Netherlands, as I said, and I found there good public transport services like bus service and train service there. So and also find some weekend tickets, they're low price, and also some group tickets with low price. So I could visit nearby areas or other cities or other even other countries. Like in Europe, we can visit 27 countries with our visa, Schengen visa. So we can implement that with not only city service but also in intercity service. And integration of transport, how we can integrate of this transport, like walking, cycling, bus, and there is not much about the train, or we can integrate with the ferry services here. We have to think about that. And I have found the last year in August, Nelson introduced electric bus service. So I have not seen here in Christchurch. And the last one and the final one is about the youth engagement that I have researched on and my PhD. So I think we should engage the youth community in also the climate change adaptation and also in the public transport services to make it more sustainable. And I like, as urban planner, more actions than only planning and policy making, because it's a long document. So maybe you have to think about that. That's it. Thank you so much.
Mohammed. There's a few things in there that we are doing. So we do have a youth a youth council that have the same number of members as us that we engage with and that we help fund. They also they initiated themselves a position on our public transport advisory group. So just so you know, they do have representation on that. And we also have been represented on one of our council committees here. So we have two youth groups on one of our council committees. So just so you know, we are going that way. And yeah, I'll hand it over to other questions. But just so you know, kia ora, Phil.
Kia ora, thanks for your submission and welcome to the Christchurch and the time that we've stuff doing. We do have about 30% of our buses are about electric at the moment, and that's and in our plan we're looking at accelerating that in the next few years. So you'll see a lot more. But the question I wanted to ask really here is, are you aware that the City Council, in the case of Christchurch, looks after the bus physical infrastructure, like the bus stops and things like that? So if you're looking to do a submission on the Christchurch City Council, they're the ones that do the physical infrastructure in that space. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Thank you so much. No, I have not taken an issue about that. Good to hear that. Then I can submit something and talk to them. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Grant?
Thanks, Mohammed. I've just another thing that we've recently completed for the Greater Christchurch, that's the City Council, Waitaki and Soal, is a spatial plan to basically look at the way the integration of future urban growth, urban development and transport all work together. My question in terms of the Netherlands, with its low-lying topography, something we're doing here, we've recognised the constraints to growth near the coast and areas subject to flooding. Are you finding the same sorts of things happening in the Netherlands, where perhaps people are re-looking at where urban growth might occur?
The Netherlands is like 70% of this land is below the sea level. So they are creating embankments for that and relocating these settlements there. So yeah, so their topography is different, but New Zealand is different. So we have to think about that. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that some housing, the housing is being built up, the land for houses is above the ground plane, and people are the housing, but like Gouda and those sort of places, that's a model that you
No, actually, their whole country is below the sea level rise, 70%. So they are building in their way. So land development and other issues, and like first building the embankment, then raise the level of land. But in our country, what we did, we are just thinking of the floating of the house, and also some architectural issues is there. So like how we can make local materials to make, like we are using bamboos and other things, so that is cheaper and easier, and architects are working on that. Yeah, but what I like, because for being a riverine country, why we don't build ships. Like, I'm from Barhill, my hometown, so it's very shipbuilders. So, but it's not always possible to living in a ships or So, yeah, and then always we are doing only on raising the house below and upper class. Yeah.
Great answer. Vicky.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry your bus about to hear about your bus experience, but I good to get and hope you have a better time next time you're catching it, and thank you for doing that. I was interested in the community engagement for preparedness, and I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about how are the communities specifically involved with the emergency shelters that you mentioned, or are the shelters done by the sort of government or local government equivalent, and then people being prepared sort of is a separate thing, or are they quite well integrated? How does that work?
Nice question. Yeah, it's a multi-purpose, as I said, multi-purpose building is built by the government. So it's like using for primary school, mostly primary school. It's like a two-story building. In the bottom is open. So we have cattle and domestic animals, so they can move there to the place, and they can use the upper shelter, like upstairs, or like first floor. So yeah, because we are assuming that the flood will come like 40 feet or 10 feet maximum. So we build on that. Yeah. So it's like a multi-purpose, and the government arranged everything. Yeah, it's not we don't have to pay anything for that. Just to listen to the warning and other things. And yeah, we have cyclone preparedness and warning for this. Yeah, we can at least 2 or 3 days we can have some preparation for that, even for the last 1 or 2 hours. And technology is becoming so frequent now. People are using smartphone. Previously, we used only the radios. So yeah, and miking, we can say hand mic. And yeah, and we also use boards, and now we also use some like other services agencies like a Navy and also the militaries to make it more easier for the people. They are trained and disciplined, and also they are helpful for relief distribution, because not only sheltering the people, you have to take some things after the flood, because when the flood comes or the cyclone comes, then the issues of the potable water, if you fill up by the polluted water, then you get potable water. So you have to get some relief of foods and dry foods or something else. Yeah. So it's like a post-disaster activities and pre-disaster activities.
So the community have got a plan and a place, and they have know what to do when the emergency is coming through. And then at some point after that, you have the Navy, the Army, who are coming in to support, but there's a knowledge of what to do in the period of time until outside help comes. Is that what?
The committee is already prepared. The committee is already prepared, but if the impact is more severe, then the Navy or our military comes. But the volunteers already in support in that case. And the community is all well prepared, because we are facing this frequently, so we know how to do. But in 2007, when the super cyclone Cedar came, people don't like in the last moment. People decide not to go to the shelter because I don't know, because they have some something in their mind or things. Then on the way to back home, they were affected by the cyclone, and then some people died at that time, but otherwise the improvement is really good now.
Thank you, Mohammed. Greg. Assalamu alaikum. Just a couple of things. One is, are you aware that council, you have the opportunity to come and talk to council for a presentation? I personally would be interested to hear a little more about adaptation, mitigation around sea level rise and how people are living, I guess, with the consequences of that. So I think you might want to take that opportunity. My question, though, is
a little more sort of, I guess, as a practical thing. You briefly talked about group tickets and weekend passes and the like. And our previous, one of our previous submitters talked about the opportunity maybe for a family pass thing. Just very briefly, can you just give me a little bit more when you've experienced that, how it works, perhaps?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was trying to connect more practically and more engaged with the climate change adaptation with the city council, but unfortunately I didn't get the chance to as a senior advisor or something else. Anyways, I can talk to them now, so to discuss more about my experiences. About the group tickets, actually, it was for the weekends in Europe, in Netherlands. So they give say for example, if the price is $10, then it becomes $4 per person. If I buy group tickets, group like minimum 4 person, maximum 10 person, and yeah, that I can remember. That was 10 years ago. So yeah, maybe they have changed something policy or anything else. I'm not sure. Yeah.
And no. Kia ora, Mohammed. Salam alaikum, Totsing. Look, thank you for your submission. It's really interesting, some of the parallels, particularly with the Netherlands, and you know, with your background in engineering and all of that. Probably when you look at the parallels, probably the main one there is that just the name of New Zealand. But when you look at like the Netherlands is one of the most densely populated countries in the world. So you've got 18 million people, 523 people per square metre. So when you look at New Zealand, it's only 20. So there's actually, you know, some of the parallels are a little bit off because of the fact about population density. Also, the other part of it that we know that the Netherlands is, you know, their biggest battle is actually against the sea. And so hence a lot of what you're talking about. So, and then their transportation, you know, the way that they do all that, particularly in the big cities. So it's a very highly, a lot of technology that's there. So do you think that, you know, with the population, you know, in proportion to, you know, ratepayers, you know, the costs and all of that, and also is that, you know, after the Second World War, we know a lot of the debris and all that and the rubble, a lot of it was brought to actually to build polder systems and all that, you know, around the Waitaki, and all of those kind of the polder lands. So do you think though that New Zealand, because I'm on the same kind of wavelength that you are, is that we can learn a lot more, you know, from the Netherlands, and particularly the way that they have actually always sort of been fighting against the sea and fighting against water. So is what this is about is to give us an overview from your perspective. Is that what we could possibly do, you know, from where you have actually, from your country? Is that what you're doing here?
Nice question, and I think our country is also the most densely populated, particularly in Dhaka city. I work on that in my PhD. So it's 44,000 people per square kilometer. So it's huge. And population you can use as a resource in there in Bangladesh, because they are also the ratepayers, as you said, and also they're the passengers. So passengers means they are paying the tickets. But here in New Zealand, I think we could not engage the people more to the public transport because of the, as I said, lack of integration of the transport system, and also sometimes is about the frequency of the bus services, and also about the bus stoppage and other issues. So if you can make more passenger-friendly services here, then more passenger will come. And then the rent, I think, or the rate will be reduced, or maybe helpful in the economic perspective, as I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and excuse my, I mean, I quoted something. It's kilometres, per square kilometre, 522 on an average within the Netherlands. So you've quoted your own. Do you think that, like, just what you've just said, so are we underpopulated? Is that what you're saying?
No, actually, maybe it's underpopulation, but you cannot increase population. There is another problem, because if you have a huge population, then the impact will be on the service facilities like we are facing in Bangladesh, like in the basic services like water supply, sanitation, transport, housing, particularly. This is very problematic, and highly congested means the degradation of the environment and pollution. So yeah, and in New Zealand, there people are very taking care of the natural environment and biodiversity. So yeah.
Kia ora, Mohammed. Thank you so much for your answers and your submission. Thank you for getting up your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
Okay, next up we've got Frank. Frank, welcome here. Thank you for being here. 10 minutes roughly to speak, and then we'll see about the questions. So thank you.
Kia ora, councillors, and thank you for your time. Obviously, if you had a look at my submission, I'm obviously not a big fan of Environment Canterbury, but yeah, so I'll sort of come along anyway. You've said that you're going to increase spending to do more for the environment, but I don't think the plan actually reflects that. We've probably taken an easy option and again back down Christchurch rate bars and decided let's give them some electric buses and it'll make things go away. But actually, I don't see that that's the solution at all. And really, actually, what's going on here is you're paying for what's been going on in the past with bad planning and you know, failure to act appropriately, really, especially for this city. I certainly, you know, I've made some general comments about supporting stuff and not, but I certainly, you know, interested in discussion about flood protection and seawalls and stuff. And, you know, my understanding from what's going on in the Netherlands, they're going to build higher walls, which, you know, you're planning to put up more walls here, but you're actually not addressing the emissions. The 50% of the emissions are generated from on farm and stuff, and so, you know, better to be focusing on reducing emissions and reducing the impact of climate change rather than trying to build higher walls. And one, here effectively, we're paying over 50% of the cost of the Canterbury water management strategy, which is about expanding gearing and everything else on the plain, which is, so at one point we're being asked to fund for expansion, and now you were here telling us, well, actually, we want you to pay for building higher walls so we can still have more expansion. That's blatantly unfair, and as far as I can see. You're just exposing ratepayers to more and more costs. I'm not surprised to hear that groups are supporting the targeted rate, and I'd certainly support. I certainly support the work that intends to do. The fact that we are now going to be paying $70 million a year in general rates, that's just Christchurch ratepayers, $13 million increase from last year, and now you've decided we'll also pay a $1 million targeted rate. I just, again, why are we paying $70 million in general rates, and why isn't that cost coming out of that? It's time you spent some of the money that you're collecting out of Christchurch ratepayers actually on projects in the city that benefit it. Too much focus on rural Canterbury, not enough on actually the significant problems you've created for urban environments. There's not one urban council that doesn't have chlorinated water in Canterbury now, and just like to remind you, that's a key target in the strategy, that untreated water supplies will be untreated, and now none of them are, so the focus is all wrong. I'm going to get stuck into the zone committee because I'm definitely not a big fan of that. I think they should be discontinued. They're not listening to this community, they're not actually representing this community, they're actually doing what Environment Canterbury wants. And I don't see those things in a line. You know, you talk about collaboration, but where are the benefits for the city? I don't see it. You know, operate a collaborative model, then there needs to be benefits for everybody. And that's what I'm hearing. Those zone committees have got no legitimacy. They're effectively, you've handpicked them. They're not elected by the public. They are not acting in the best interest of this community. And if they're going to continue to meet behind closed doors as they have been for the last 2 or 3 years, thank God the omnibus have stopped that, which is good. And really they're untrustworthy. And really they're not we would make a decision for this community. I suppose that's probably all I really want to say. I think, you know, obviously express what I feel about Environment Canterbury. You know, if I wanted to sum things up, my view of this organisation is not just a significant burden and overhead for the city. They're not adding any value or providing any value in my view. So so that's how I'd just like to finish up.
Greg, go to you.
I actually appreciate your candor. Thank you. Very good. A couple of things. One, I just want to note in your written submission, you talk about the rural community and the increase on public rates, you know, supporting that. They're not really bashing that because it's targeted for us. But what I would say is, given what you've just said, to just paraphrase it all, would you be a lot happier if we were targeting rates for proposed works and operations within particular parts of the region?
Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying is I think, you know, this seems to be, you know, one of the first opportunities. You know, my feeling is that Christchurch wants the money spent on a good project. First thing you do, let's make it a targeted rate where everything else seems to be thrown into the more and more things have been moved across from targeted to general. Canterbury Water Management Street is a classic example. Why are we paying for that? We get no benefit. It's just crazy.
Thanks. Oh, you got another question, Greg?
Sorry, Dave. Now, there's one thing we're not spending a lot of money on is these. I'll just make a comment. Yeah, just to add that, you will see that there's a significant increase in general rating proposed for river resilience. I'm presuming you would say, don't do that, target the rate instead.
Absolutely.
No. Kia ora, Greg. Thanks for your submission. Yep, hard hitting, that's the way it is. But I think what's in your submission, you've actually kind of changed the balance a little bit because we've heard a lot from rural, and now what we have here is actually from a urban perspective. So yeah, congratulations for that, because even though I say it's hard hitting, but I mean that's the reality in some ways. I just had one question around NICO, and you know, thank you for supporting the NICO appointed councillors. But in the second page of your submission, which is the kind of summary, Christchurch Ratepayers set target goals, and you're talking about the environmental framework. And what you're saying is that it shouldn't just be NICO, it actually should be across the board, you know, Christchurch written. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Yeah, look, I suppose, well, I'm just saying that, you know, everybody should be involved because your collaborative approach does not involve everybody. Effectively, you're happy to engage with farmers and Brough especially, and look, I've come to want that, but I don't see the level of engagement going on with urban ratepayers.
Thank you for that, because we get challenged from the rural part, is that it's only about NICO. And then now we're hearing it from the rural part, but I get that. I really do get that. I think it's more around how we're communicating on how we're actually doing this. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about one, it's about all, because that's what it affects. And I suppose the way we communicate it is that there is a Te Ao Māori Maitahu kind of perspective, and we need to bring that probably closer, do you think, to developing in real partnership or that environmental framework? Is that what?
Look, yes, I totally support the Tahu involvement of the council. I'm more than happy with that. I suppose what I'm saying here is that the reason you're hearing more from rural ratepayers, etc., is because obviously they are more engaged with or impacted by what Environment Canterbury are doing. And obviously, to be fair, I think urban ratepayers are over Environment Canterbury. They don't want to engage with them because they've tried in the past, and there's a feeling that they're not being listened to.
Frank, do you have a view on local government reform more broadly?
Well, I see that Christchurch City Council have promoted the idea of a super city, and I've got mixed emotions about that. But at this point in time, if it meant that we got rid of Environment Canterbury, then I'd be supporting.
I think, thanks, Frank. Thanks so much for your presentation and coming here. Like Nick said, straight to the point, and good on you for that. Thank you. So I don't know if we've got, is it Jamaica or you here in person? Cool. Welcome to the table. Don't know if I said that right. Yeah, cool. Thank you. So yeah, welcome. I'll hand over to you when you're ready. And push the button and go for it. Thank you.
I had a PowerPoint presentation. Sorry, I was like video. Yeah. Try to make it as less boring for you as possible. Very encouraging to see that you have lots of questions at the end, and I would really encourage that. I'm here as a private submitter. I'm just representing myself. A little bit about myself. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I studied at the same university as Mohammed. We just found out. I have a background in marketing, and I'm also a student at Lincoln University in environmental planning and management. So it may not be the average random person. I've said a lot of things in my submission. It's based on the summaries because the whole document was a little bit too much for me as a private submitter to go through. So apologies for that. I will just highlight 3 areas of my submission, but if you have any questions on any of the other areas, feel free to ask. The first of all is public transport. And before you sort of say, I'm aware of the whole division between Environment Canterbury and City Council. I know who does what. In general, I'm totally supportive of public transport, and equality and environmental reasons are 2 very good reasons to ramp public transport up. However, you're presenting 3 options. I found the difference between those 3 options really negligible. And my whole problem was that 10-minute frequency is really unlikely to create the mode shift that I think you might be looking at mode shift for public transport. Now, if you want more people on public transport, like a real change, not from 1 to 1.5% of trips, you really need to make an effort to get rail and light rail. I know that there are proposals still around. I'm not sure what the latest is on that. There's proposal for light rail from, I think, goes from Taumutu to Hornby. But that's really an essential part. Without the light rail, you're not getting anywhere. But with just buses, yes, there's research around the world. You're wasting your money. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And it could be spent on so much other things. Now, this will be very unpopular, but to get people on public transport, we need to make an effort to reduce parking. And I know that's the City Council and other councils area, but you may need to work together there, because as long as there's parking for cars, people will not take a bus. Because a car is a fantastic thing. You park it in front of the door and it gets you to the other side of the door. it's really hard to date. So you have to make sure that at the other end, there is no parking. That's one of the differences in the Netherlands. Has anyone ever tried to park a car in Amsterdam? No way. Nobody does that in the Netherlands because there is no parking. It's not the price, it's just the unavailability of it. And that's when trains and light rail gets an edge. You also need to think about the catchment areas. So that's how people go to the light rail stations. That's where like little feeder buses come in, walking, biking, and especially also e-bikes, because e-bikes have increased it or can increase that catchment area exponentially. And that might be a solution here in our low density New Zealand to get that catchment area bigger and make this whole thing with the public transport work. Yeah, and then plan the intensification, not just randomly around the city, but plan it sort of along these light rail routes. That's when you start to get real difference, real progress. That's about public transport. About biodiversity, increased funding, yep. Targeted rate, I would say no. Biodiversity is a world crisis. It's not just Waishoot or Thanks Peninsula ratepayers that will profit from it. Everybody will profit from it. So, yeah, why not get everybody to chip in for the whole region or for Thanks Peninsula where it will make the most difference. Yeah, and pests are only one threat to biodiversity. I'm just calling out the elephant in the room. What about our dairy industry? I'm sure you've heard it before. They are a real threat to biodiversity. I don't need to elaborate on that. I'm sure you're pretty well aware of that. But it seems a bit sort of like, why are you just tackling one thing and not the other? And then flooding. Mohammed and I have already sort of talked to each other. I understand that well, you already know about the project in the Netherlands where in the 1990s they had to evacuate because of a threatening flood. They had to evacuate 10,000 people and they didn't want to do that again. So they embarked on this project. And the Netherlands is completely different from New Zealand in many ways, but in other ways, the principle behind it is you can't win from water. Water will always be stronger than anything we've built. So we just need to give it space. It is probably something that's a long-term thing. And it sort of concerns me that you call this 10-year plan a long-term plan, because to me that would be like maybe a medium-term plan, but I think we really need to start looking at like 50 years, especially with climate change coming, at least until 2050, and start planning for it. A lot of these things are hideously expensive, but if we spread them out over decades, it can be doable. But we have to start now. And I know that we'll exceed your 3-year term, but hey, we have to start somewhere. Yeah, if there's any sort of remaining questions about the Netherlands and flooding and housing, I grew up there as well and worked in the environment there, although I've been here for a bit. I just had a little video. This is from the project in the Netherlands, where they created space for the river. Now what you're seeing is not flooding, but it's actually, well, controlled flooding. They just make certain areas that can flood. It just keeps all the houses and the roads, but it's essentially safe. But yeah, it looks, if you look at it, you think, oh, it's nice, there's floods. This is controlled. Get the other yes.
So, yep, I've got 50 first and I've got 10 clear.
I was thinking to the resident about transport and how buses the way to time jump to the rail. But it's we're told that the bus frequency is the key part to then be able to put in the matter of transit which we've got proposed. Although that's actually only like one limb, you know, it's connected to the centre of Canterbury and out to Belfast. So it feels like, you know, it's a series of steps because it would be quite incredible to imagine that we could just switch on a light rail network that doesn't only just do that bit through the centre, but actually comes out to some of the suburbs as well. I mean, that just feels impossible. So, I mean, in that context, would you still say actually the bus network is improving that is just a waste of time? Or should we focus and try and do what we can on that whilst we keep pushing to get to the next stages?
Sorry. I think you need to push on the light rail as much as you can, because that will be your backbone. So without the backbone, it becomes like a bit of a jellyfish. The buses they sort of need to feed into that backbone. The problem with buses, there's a few problems with buses. They use the same road network as the cars, so they will always be at a disadvantage. The whole thing with the light rail system is that it's separate. So you get some, I'm looking at it from a marketing perspective, you get some real disadvantages here. I did my whole marketing degree in the train in the Netherlands because I had an hour commute. I was working and lots of people did that. They were just working in the air, but you can't do that in a bus. A bus gets stuck in the same traffic where the train just sends by. So without that, people just are not going to use it.
Thank you very much. A very refreshing look at things, and I absolutely love the Netherlands. I was there around the time that you talk about in the 90s and saw some of it in action, and also some of the beautiful floating villages that you've set up as well, floating houses. Yeah, I actually think that type of thing would be amazing in this city as well. Transportable homes, floating homes. Yeah, that's just me. What do you think, I guess, we could do at a local level to look at some of these issues with retreat and grazing land and, I guess, reclamation if need be? Because that's where we differ between the Netherlands and us. A lot of the Netherlands is a lot of reclamation at certain levels. So what would you say that we need to do at this level, and should we take it at a central government level or regionally? That's what
First of all, the adaptation will be sort of incredibly expensive, so we need to sort of start sooner rather than later and take a long-term view. The Netherlands is, as was indicated earlier, a very densely populated country. At the moment, I understand they can't build any houses because they've reached a limit in the nitrogen something scale. They literally do not have any square meters anymore to put houses where we sort of do. Yeah, so that's a big difference. They don't have any options. 60% of the country is under sea level, so most of it is there's a whole system of waterways that just pumps the dikes and just pump the water out continuously. That's how they live there, but that's problematic as well because if you pump water out of ground, the ground actually sinks, and then you have to they're going to do a very extensive exercise of where they have to raise things. So it's like that, like half a metre or so over a few decades where the ground is just sunk. Yeah.
Claire, you got a question?
Through you, Chair, I've got two relatively quick questions, I hope. Thank you for your presentation. Are you aware of the 30-year strategy that was in the supplementary documentation which does look out to roughly 450?
No, as said, sort of due to limited time, I've just sort of looked at the summary, but it's great to hear that there is a 30-year strategy. There is a summary for that as well. Great.
Thank you. And my second question was, New Zealand has an example, it may have more, but one I'm reasonably familiar with is in the Manawatu, in North Island, where we do have Crown ownership of land, where we have the ability to flood over quite a wide area of stockheads. I guess, how would you see that playing out if we were to do that in Canterbury with some of our rivers, because we've got a bit more room? Do you feel that the wider Canterbury population would be prepared to pay for the purchase? I mean, presumably that would be private land that we would then have to bring into public ownership.
Yeah, I think you need to start looking at that. I'm aware that there's now the stop banks and there is some space for the river to flood. But with sort of climate change, we can only expect these events to get more intense. So we probably need to sort of further extend that space. And yeah, if you do that over a longer period, it will be more affordable, but you have to start at some space. You don't just you can use that for other purposes. If we have a wider corridor and we can combine that with sort of biodiversity, we can make that an attractive area. We can actually, I don't know, put a cycle route up there where you can get tourism here and you can actually get some money back. And not just use it for one purpose of flooding. I mean, that's what they were doing as well in the Netherlands because it's so densely populated. They were running out of space for people to just go for a walk with their dog. So these areas double up as a recreational area.
Deal. My question is actually a little bit complicated, so we're about 20 minutes behind, so I'm just going to do my own research.
Hey, thanks so much for your presentation and a lot of insights there to help us. And I love the video. It shows that if you work with the community, you could get a different outcome. So thank you. Is John Gould here? No, John's not doing it. All right. Nathan? Got it, Nathan. Thank you. From the Rooney group. So welcome here. I know it's a comprehensive submission, so thank you. And looking forward to hearing from you. So where you go when you're ready, push the button. Roughly 10 minutes. So thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Rooney Group of companies. Gary Rooney, the Managing Director, intended to present this submission for his companies. However, the allocated time slot of 5 minutes, speaking in relation to the 6 hours of travel time, is not fair nor appropriate. The Council needs to recognise the time involved to prepare a robust submission and the time required to fairly present that submission. Our submission shows that Council needs to fundamentally change its approach. The change needs to be led strategically through the long-term plan. There is currently a clear disconnect between Council's operational and regulatory arms. The two are at odds with each other. And gravel extraction is a perfect example of this. Gravel extractors are relied upon to remove gravel from rivers to reduce flooding and erosion risk. Yet the well understood nature of the activity is not recognised by the consenting process in both time and cost. It is the community that bears the cost of Council's approach, causing delays and escalating costs, placing a stranglehold on the community for little or no environmental benefit. Yet Council's operational arm acknowledges that it needs gravel extracted from rivers to manage natural hazards. Currently, gravel removal is paid for by gravel extractors through consent fees and the gravel management fee. That will change if the fees and charges as proposed are adopted through a lack of uptake. There is no jurisdiction for the huge increase in resource consent fees, moving to fixed fees, or the 109% unjustified increase in the gravel management fee. Rather than increasing fees to meet projected costs, Council needs to look inward at how it conducts its business and how it can reduce its costs to provide efficient services and better community outcomes. The public has no choice but to deal with the Council. We cannot go to another consenting authority, yet society demands that there is choice when those services do not meet expectations.
Council, because of its monopoly in this area, has a greater responsibility in that sense. Using the gravel example, the gravel extraction example, it's the same activity in the same locations using the same methodology. The process for obtaining a resource consent should be getting simpler and cheaper with the knowledge accumulated, not the opposite. There is no need to reinvent the wheel when a short-term 12-month term low-volume resource consent requires renewal. The long-term plan needs to direct efficient solutions to meet the business-as-usual needs of the community. The proposed long-term plan does not achieve this. Council is disconnected from reality in relation to cost and time pressures the community faces. Contracts can come and go in the time it takes to first gain gravel availability and then obtain resource consent. We've submitted on the proposed changes to resource consent fees, in particular fees relating to obtaining gravel consents. Put simply, the fees will be crippling with no justification for increased charges other than it appears to cover the time spent processing resource consent applications. Council needs to ask, why is this occurring? Why will it cost over $9,000 to apply for a resource consent to extract river gravel outside of flowing water for a term of 12 months, not forgetting the additional $7,300 required as a fixed fee to install a culvert to cross a small grade channel to access the gravel. A gravel authorisation is a permitted activity and has a fee of $850. Yet in South Canterbury, most gravel resource consents would be a gravel authorisation if the gravel was not identified as a salmon spawning river, even though no gravel extraction occurs within the river and a buffer with the water's edge is maintained. In other words, there is no difference in effect. The only difference is a rule in a regional plan in the process to assess the application. By virtue of that rule, the cost change is over $8,000. ECAN have not sufficiently analysed, justified or consulted on the proposed increase in the gravel management fee from 11 cents per cubic metre to 23 cents per cubic metre, an increase of 109%. The information we've been able to review from the last decade of river engineering presentations to both the South Canterbury Gravel Extractors Group and the Gravel Liaison Committee, in summary, demonstrates that consented gravel volumes for the region are not decreasing. On average, consented gravel volumes have remained relatively stable. Fees paid on consented volumes per annum have netted significant surplus revenue over the fluvial monitoring budget. The surplus total since 2014 is estimated at $3 million and was likely the driver behind the decrease from 13 cents per cubic metre to 11 cents per cubic metre currently. In the years since the reduction in the gravel management fee, total fees paid have still resulted in surplus revenue over budget based on the information we've been able to access. An increase to 13 cents per cubic metre would more than meet the 60% contribution from the gravel management fee to the fluvial monitoring budget, and in most years would still need surplus revenue over budget. In essence, no analysis has been provided or is readily available which supports Council's statement that consented volumes are declining to a level that would justify a 109% increase to the gravel management fee. The gravel management fee is expected to contribute approximately $636,000 per annum to the fluvial monitoring budget of $1.06 million. Based on the 8 years of data we have, we estimate that on average, the gravel management fee would provide between $735,000 and $868,000. That's the change between the 11 cents and the 13 cents of revenue towards the fluvial monitoring budget. If the 23 cents per cubic metre is adopted, this increases to approximately 1.5 million, which is more than the total fluvial monitoring budget and creates a surplus of around 900,000 per year. Ultimately, our submission is that based on the lack of transparent information and consultation, Council defers consideration of the increase to the gravel management fee until the next annual plan to enable adequate information sharing and consultation to occur and directs that process to occur. Or if council determines that an increase is warranted, then the increase is limited to just 13 cents per cubic metre to ensure that there is not an immediate and gross unjustified surplus revenue collection, and defers any further increase beyond 13 cents per cubic metre to a future annual plan process, and directs council to prepare and provide transparent information and undertake consultation prior to seeking any future increase to the gravel management fee. We also seek a direction from council that the management allocation of the annual surplus be disclosed to the industry, particularly the South Canterbury MOU group and the Gravel Liaison Committee, along with information to support the anticipated annual fluviering monitoring expenditure. We do not expect to see a decrease in demand for gravel, therefore any decrease in consented volumes could only be attributed to the consenting process and the inability for contractors to be able to access gravel from rivers to meet their need and a resulting need to seek gravel from alternative sources. The proposed fee increases appear to be largely due to inefficiencies in consent processing. Fees should be decreasing, not increasing, for such a well understood short-term activity. There is no credible information available to support the increases, and certainly no information available to support the increase in the gravel management fee. Council needs to look at the effects of its fee change proposal and understand how the whole community is affected, as robbing Peter to pay Paul has the potential to cost Paul more in the long term, and it is the community at the end of the day that funds Paul. That is, if gravel is not able to be efficiently extracted from rivers to manage hazards, then council will be required to fund that work itself. Council cannot just expect the community to pay more for its services when there is no evidence to support such change, especially without consultation with those most affected. Given the time constraints, we've chosen just to focus our submission points that we believe are necessary in relation to council's approach to gravel extraction. However, our submission points are important. Our other submission points are important and remain relevant to the concerns with this long-term plan. Thank you.
Nathan, thank you. I've got a question from Claire. Tāone? No?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Nathan, for coming and taking the time to present to us. Appreciate the long distance you've come. Hopefully we can give you more than the 5 minutes which you've used. We have had quite a few submitters involved in the same industry as you, of gravel extraction, not only in our rivers but certainly on land as well. And they're all basically giving us the same message or a similar message to you. Now I understand there's authorisations and the consent for resource consent process. With reference to the consenting process, which is what a lot of your discussion is focused on, and we traditionally do give probably more 1-year ones and 5-year consent. Is there a midway time that would perhaps allow a bit more flexibility and to be able to utilise the cost, to be able to optimise the costs that's incurred in the consent process and actually stop the unintended consequences that you so eloquently put over the end?
Yeah, so absolutely, longer terms would be beneficial, because that's the issue, is that you're paying the same money to work through the same process, and whether it's a 1 year, 18 months consent or a 10, 15 consent, the assessment is really the same. It's actually the industry that has agreed to those shorter term consents to stop gravel banking, and in South Canterbury in particular, we have an MOU that Environment Canterbury was a signatory to, and that is with, that's all the local, all the South Canterbury contractors are party to that. And that agreement is that we will only apply for short-term consents. And so when we apply for a resource consent, that is one of the things that consents team assess, is that consistency with the gravel management strategy and whether or not it's in breach of the MOU.
So just for clarity then, so the fixed, the new examples around some fixed fees there for the more simple one, it's actually quite a negative to that agreement that you've already had.
Yeah, I mean, to be blunt, the fixed fee, I mean, the fixed fees for what we are seeking consent for is just simply unbelievable. It's really is quite outrageous. And it's almost as if when those fees have been set up, forgotten about, South Canterbury and the short-term consents that are applied for in that part of the region.
Thanks, Steve. Theo?
Thanks for coming up. I appreciate the tenure and your submission as well. And I have a lot of sympathy for what you're saying in that respect. And I won't cover up the gravel things, I think you've done that quite well. But in your submission, you also talked about the debt funding for the planning work. And that's a bit of a pain point for me as well. But your solution is submitted that we can reduce the expenditure by just not combining regional plans. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about that, because that can't really be done, but what else could you have you had any other thoughts on it?
Yeah, sure. Really, the point is you don't need to spend money on that because it's not necessary at this stage. Everyone's facing huge rate increases, and that is just line of work that is going to take up money that doesn't need to be spent. And so really the same that there's other more important things that could be done with that money rather than combining the regional plans.
Thanks. Kia ora. Thank you for your presentation of the submission. I just want to go to the fees and charges part of your submission, and the actual fixed fee there. And you actually, quite rightly so, have put in the additional fixed fee to the Rūnanga environmental services. So, is what you're saying is that just like the Rooney Group, it is a business, and there are charges, operational charges, that you charge for your business. Do you think that environmental services doesn't matter whether they're up to the Rūnanga or whatever, but there is actually a need to have these because it is part of the legislation as well, but it's also part of the required information, to cover, the consent or whatever. Can you just elaborate on the fact? Is it about? It's not. I'm sure it's not about, because I've met with Mr. Rooney. He seems like a reasonable man. All I'm saying is that this is kind of. You don't believe this is a reasonable charge?
Sure. No, not at all. We're not saying that's not a reasonable charge. What we're saying in terms of, so absolutely we understand that is part of the resource consent process. There's no problem there. And the Rūnanga, certainly in South Canterbury, are very practical in terms of repeat activities, and so what time that is spent on one application doesn't necessarily, the same amount doesn't necessarily need to be spent on a renewal. Like they are really good like that. The main issue with the fixed fees is, when you look at the definition of a fixed fee in terms of the plan, it actually includes all the fees. Environment Canterbury does some strange things with its consenting, in my view, in terms of how it charges for consents. And so, you're not just going to a fixed fee of $9,000 to apply for a gravel consent, even though that is still very high for what we do. You just always need a culvert, so you've got to add that on. And so the fee for that, we're going to $7,300. and this can, literally be something. I mean, I've had discussions with consent officers and said, look, I've just been out there, I've walked across there in my office shoes, and it will dry up, in 3 weeks' time, and sure enough, go on back and take a photo. But that costs us, a significant amount of money, and that at the end of the day, that has to be absorbed by the business and has to be passed on. But the other thing with fixed fees is there's no right of objection to that. There's no additional charges that you can object to under the RMA. So you're locking in that fixed fee, and so the definition, of course, in the plan is that before a consent will be accepted, we've got to pay all these what were lower deposits and their fixed fees, and and so that's where we've said if you actually add up everything we need, and it could be that's just anything that triggers a resource consent. So it could be as little as 500 cubic metres of gravel or as much as 30,000. You go from not needing a consent to up to $24,000 that you've got to pay up front, and that's that is significant to us as a business. But if myself as a layperson and as a farmer was to apply to take some gravel that I needed for my property, and I was just slightly above that permitted threshold of 5 cubic metres, I would be up for exactly those same fixed charges. It's just incredibly disproportionate to the effects of the activity.
So that's been really helpful. Pass on my regards to Mr. Rooney. Thank you.
Got it. Dion. Oh, sorry, David. Sorry, Dion.
Thank you, Nathan. We've heard from a number of submitters that are concerned with gravel build-up in lifestyle levels. And post a flooding or emergency, under those sort of regime, he can get in, shifts the shingle out of the riverbed, pushes it up the sides. And I'm actually an advocate. Well, I understand what you're saying, and I'm also an advocate for looking at ECAN being able to either have a global consent or not require consenting to go in and deal with rivers that have had great build-ups of aggregate. So I'm wondering really if there were a lot of these issues that are dealt with in that manner, and we have build-up of gravel on the side of the that this becomes available for road metal users or others, and we avoid the land-based quarries. Whether this sort of an approach could be, in some respects, an answer to some of your questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is the issue that we're really trying to highlight in the submission, is that it's such, it's a well understood activity. The effects of it are well understood. There's only so many sites you can take gravel from. You can only access the river beds, and the gravel only builds up in so many places. So you're not going everywhere in every river. There's specific locations where you do this. And a good example is we've only just been granted a resource consent to take gravel in the Oahu River. We're working in conjunction with the river section where they have got their own resource consent to push gravel around. And so they've literally been in there with council's own big D8 bulldozer or whatever it is, pushing the life out of the riverbed. And yet I've had to go through the same resource consent process, and it's literally taken months to obtain resource consent to remove that gravel. And we've had to provide assessments on all the environmental assessments, ecology, etc. And there's literally dozer prints all across the riverbed, or it's had the life sprayed out of it to control broom and lupin. And that's really what we're saying, is there's just so many inconsistencies. Like, the focus is so process driven that it's disconnected from the reality in terms of the environmental benefits. We're not, we absolutely want to protect the environment and and not do these activities in sensitive environments. But what we're saying is that we're not actually doing it. You know, we're doing this activity in open river bed where it has always been done, and you know the cost and time is just increasing all the time, disproportionate to the effects.
Thanks, Nathan. Grant, last one.
Thank you. My question is really related about the gravel management fee and the use of the funds and how that's put. I understand that it's obviously some of it is for fluvial monitoring, which is I presume LiDAR assessments and surveys. Another submitter that we're hearing from later on this afternoon also remarks that there's agreement on bird surveys, those sort of things. Our river management strategy is under review. There's a whole lot. We have to look after the holistic approach of our rivers. I'm just curious, how is the decisions about how that money is spent? Does the river management group, your group, make some comments and recommendations to the council staff and what happens there?
Sure. I think there is some work done through the regional gravel liaison committee, but it's a good question in terms of that fee and how that money's spent. So it's written into the gravel management strategy in terms of the funding split, that public-private funding split, and so it was agreed that the extractors would pay 60% of the fluvial monitoring budget, and the rest would be met by the general rate. So, but and the other point about LiDAR is interesting too, because that's now a lot cheaper. So when all this was put in place, you know, they were all manual cross-section surveys that were done of the riverbeds, and so the cost of obtaining that data now is actually cheaper than what it was. And the agreement, as I understand it with the contractors, was not, it wasn't about monitoring of all rivers across the region. It was, you know, it was the one that the fee was from the contractors was to go towards the rivers that, you know, where gravel needed to be extracted from.
Good. Thanks, Nathan. I just wanted to ask a question around, I mean, obviously those fees and stuff are, you know, what you're submitting on. In terms of environmental projects that Rooney Group does, you do some environmental projects with the community?
We do a lot of our own environmental work, so we sort of fly under the radar quite a lot. But like Rooney Farms is part of the Rooney Group of companies, and you know there is a really significant farming business across the South Island, and you know which is made up of high country stations as well. There's a lot of lowland farming area with significant natural areas, outstanding landscapes. So across those properties, there's a lot of work that gets done in terms of retirement and planting as well, and wild and tree control is a big thing as well. And then of course you can't forget the pest animals. They're actually possibly a bigger problem than anything else.
Cool, thanks Nathan. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for the questions from council and answering them. And appreciate your time and coming up. Thank you. Andrew, I know you've been waiting patiently there. You've been listening to. All good. Yeah. Give them to Katie and she'll hand them out and share them around. Thank you. So hand over to you when you're ready and go for it. Thank you. You've sort of seen how it works, so thank you.
It's interesting hearing the last submission because some of the matters about fixed fees is what I'm here about to discuss. So very briefly, I'm Andrew Brough. I'm an environmental engineering consultant, dealing the last 8 years quite a lot in on-site wastewater systems, so I'm familiar with the consenting process. The reason for my submission is that I don't believe a fixed fee, once again, is appropriate because it doesn't address the variety of situations that apply out there in the environment. And so very briefly, I'll cover off the types of varieties, general varieties of consents that might be required. Also, the comparison between the cost of processing the consent versus the cost that we charge as consultants for preparing the consent applications. And since I prepared my draft, what you've got in front of you, I have some information regarding costs for processing consents by other regional councils, which you might find interesting. So, briefly, I think there's 4 examples of different types of consent where consent applications are required for on-site systems. Firstly and simply, a failed system. A failed system often occurs on sites with often less than 4 hectares. Consequently, under the rules, requires a resource consent from Environment Canterbury. Sometimes these need to be acted on promptly, and therefore people need the consents quickly. And to be fair to your staff, they are processing those promptly. But it doesn't. But the point being here is that if you have a fixed fee, that person is going to be charged the same amount as someone who's, on my other examples, need more work done, and they're being penalised, effectively penalised for upgrading their system to something that's more modern, has a better environmental impact. And just very briefly, if someone's shifting from a septic tank to a boulder hole to a septic to sandbed or secondary to drip irrigation, there's about a 66% improvement in the reduction in the amount of nitrogen leached into the groundwater as a result. They should not be penalised for making that improvement. It should be thoroughly encouraged and processed with the minimum fee possible. The second one is the renewal of existing consents, and this will become a big issue to ECAN in the next year or more, because around 15 years ago, you started adopting a process with a situation where you're only granting consents for 15 years. And as a consequence, a lot of those on-site sewage system consents are coming up for renewal. In most situations, not all, but in most situations, that should be simply a paper exercise, someone going out checking that the system's still working effectively, and that it should be able to continue. Now, in some situations, that might not be the case, but in general, I think that would be the case. The third example is when there's a new consent for an individual property. Now, in some situations, that's as simple as the permitted activity rule says anything less than 4 hectares in size needs a resource consent from Environment Canterbury. Now, if the site's 3 hectares in size, there's no environmental difference between a system being installed for 4 hectares and one for 3 hectares. It should be, once again, a relatively straightforward exercise. Now, if it's a 1 hectare site with high groundwater, then there's a different environmental risk associated with that activity, and there should be a different cost associated with it. And finally, the fixed fee proposal at the moment, as I understand it, includes anyone applying for consents for a subdivision. Now, let's be fair, they're trying to make a lot of money, and they should be paying a fair proportion of a processing fee for a 10 or 12 lot subdivision compared with someone who's only getting 1 lot. So I don't think the fixed fee true and 11 lots could potentially have more environmental impact than a single lot. So I feel that there seems to be a need to adjust that. The other reason for the fixed fees is that there are a number of us who are private consultants, well, not many of us actually, but there's a few of us who are private consultants. Fiona submitted to you guys yesterday, I believe, where we try to do good consent applications. And if you do a good consent application, the applicant should be rewarded for that versus someone who doesn't present a good application. ECAN has to keep coming back for further information and spend a lot more time in the background. So once again, I don't think the fixed fee represents that scenario. And so the next point is around the cost of preparing consent application versus the cost of processing a resource consent application. So my fees generally around the $3,000 mark. It'll vary a bit from site to site, travel time, all that sort of thing. But a fee close to where I live in West Melbourne is around about the $3,000 mark to prepare a consent. To say that a fixed fee for processing that consent is $6,200, it's just ludicrous. I mean, it shouldn't take, a good consent application shouldn't take any more than my time, my cost to review it. In fact, it should take less. Which brings me to my next thing of processing costs for other regional councils. So I've just recently lodged one at Otago Regional Council. It needed a resource consent because it's the Waitaki River groundwater protection zone. It was two on-site sewage systems. The deposit required was $2,300 for the two consents, so not dissimilar to the current deposit the regional council here charges. I got accepted under Section 88. 3 days later, I draft consent conditions in front of me. It's a very rarity when I've got a resource consent in Canterbury, or I get that sort of service, except when it's been a replacement for a failed system. At that stage, I was told that the costs that Otago Regional Council had incurred were $1,100. Now, there will be a few more costs because I've got some of the consent conditions that they've, or one particular consent condition that they've got as a standard condition, I believe is fundamentally flawed. And so there's a process we're going through at the moment. But nevertheless, I'd expect that consent to be processed for around the $2,300 mark. ECAN, and my problem there is, and I think Rooney Group have raised the same thing, is that I find that consent applications seem to be relitigating the same information we present every time, even though it's been accepted previously. Say you're doing consents in the same area. We seem to have it always being challenged. When I present my consent application, I use the information that's on the Canterbury Maps View, the ECAN database. If that's the information there, there should be no reason for it to go to the groundwater scientists to challenge what is their information effectively. So I think ECAN needs, and part of the reason is that for a while, and I think it's improved a little bit, ECAN has been taking the view, well, the processing people have taken the view that anything's going to have an impact on the groundwater and therefore it's a bad thing and doesn't meet the national policy statement. But when it's getting slightly off topic, but when you look at some environmental situations, there are some evidence that on-site sewage systems for lifestyle blocks and the conversion to lifestyle blocks is actually reducing the groundwater nitrogen concentrations, for instance. So they're developing a cost model, which is why they're thinking about a fixed fee, because they're taking a lot of money to process the consent, and I don't think it's actually needed if you take a more pragmatic approach to it. The other thing is regarding charging. Interestingly, that Auckland Regional Council, they charge $10,000 for a resource consent application, but the vast majority of the consents are permitted activities. The on-site sewage things are permitted activities. They only have a small number that reach that consent standard. So most of them have very well structured rules, which means that many of the situations that we require consents for in Canterbury don't require consent. So I think that's not a current issue we can solve, but maybe it's an issue that can be solved in the future regional plan, which I believe is supposed to be notified next year, but we'll see how we go. Anything else? So I suppose the last conclusion is I don't believe a fixed fee is appropriate as a general rule. However, I present an alternative charging option at the bottom of my original submission. I generally stand by that, and that's the likes of the simple ones. There could very easily be fixed fees, and then when they get to the more complicated ones, it's a deposit plus actual cost. Thank you.
Relates to what we heard from Fiona yesterday, so thank you for that. Any questions from councillors? Yeah, no. Good, Andrew. And you're absolutely right, Fiona. Sort of kind of introduced this, and then now you've kind of come in and given us a little bit more of perspective. It's interesting because what you're talking about is that you've come up also with a solution in that last kind of paragraph. And my question is,
sort of understanding the procurement system, inside a entity like this, which is trying to be fair. Do you think that we are too egalitarian? And I base that on the fact is that why don't we come up with a system that you have proven, say, contractors, and I know that there are different sort of types of consent, but why don't we actually do that? And then that could then, in some ways, assist our way through, the cost part of it. So, I mean, you need to qualify the fact is that your experience, you've done a number of consents before or whatever. Do you think that kind of system would work? I know that, just to finish this, is that one of the issues is that then what happens is that if you're a preferred supplier, what's stopping you from then putting your fee up or whatever?
There's an interesting discussion about, because under your contaminated site rules, there's quite a clear definition of a SQUEP, a suitably qualified environmental practitioner. Under the wastewater things, there isn't. And interestingly, the Otago Regional Council in their draft consent conditions, they have a situation where they have the site reviewed every 5 years, and they say it's got to be done by a certified qualified professional. So I said to them, what do you mean by a suitably qualified professional? They haven't got back to me. The consent person said, oh, we're going to have to look into that. So there's two sides of it. There is the design. Now, in many respects, the design is actually, within the Canterbury environment, there is generally, we work to the Australian New Zealand standard for on-site wastewater management, and generally there's two systems we would use. There's a secondary drip irrigation or septic sand. They have slightly different environmental outcomes, and you generally use a septic sand bed where the groundwater is deeper, the less risk to nutrients and bacteria, and you use secondary drip irrigation where the groundwater is higher and there's the higher risk. It's pretty, as I say, there seems to be a re-litigation of those when you put an application in each time, when it's pretty well known to any professional that's working in the field what those outcomes are. So your new plan might influence this decision around cost, because I'm of a personal opinion that you have a situation in Canterbury where ECAN doesn't know what's happening on anything greater than 4 hectares because it's a permitted activity, and yet and I think some of your staff, and this might be a bit controversial, but feel that because there's so much that's getting through easily, they're making the ones that you do need consent very hard to obtain. When I think on-site search systems, ECAN does need to know where they are, and there should be controlled activities, and that there should be far fewer consents, and most of them is controlled activities. So you grant a consent on a basis of a known, proven system, and you just get on with life. And that would be a simpler way forward, I think. It's still protect the environment, because, yeah.
It's going to be.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Andrew. And like with Fiona's presentations today, just highlighting some real practical issues for us to deal with. And like Nick said in our deliberations, we really look at the fixed fee stuff. Your other issue about control activities, that's obviously a planning issue, but a good thought as well. So thank you. Got it. Oh, good. And thanks for your patience too while you waited. Juliet, Pat, and Linda, and you may have someone else. No. Welcome to the table. Again, thank you for your patience and waiting. Hopefully, it's been interesting for you to listen to the other submitters. So yeah, welcome up. And you've got a presentation. No?
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for having us here today. I'm Juliet Neill, and this is Linda Goodwin, and we are both part of a group called Eyes on Whakatau, which we'll explain a bit more about. My oral submission will be a bit different to the written one. Because there seems to be a glaring omission in the ECAN long-term plan. Harbour Health seems to have had little or if any mention. And I realise that ECAN are having to juggle their limited finances, but when essential parts of your jurisdiction are omitted, we do have problems. While I imagine that other Canterbury harbours might also present environmental problems, my focus is on Lyttelton Harbour, Whakatau, the health of which is in a very bad way. ECAN partnered with Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke, Lyttelton Port Company, Christchurch Council, Ngāi Tahutu, to create the Whakaora Healthy Harbour Management Plan. And I can only hope that the aspirations demonstrated in this plan are translated into well-funded action. Taking action on kelp loss, invasive harbour pests, runoff and erosion are vitally important and should not be left to volunteers and the goodwill of the people. Te Whakaora must be well-funded, transparent and regularly reported on the actions as they are taking and the results of these actions. But now I wish to focus on the part of my submission which deals with the problems we experience in Lyttelton Port. Just over a year ago, some of us looked out our windows to witness a very disturbing nighttime scene. And we've, in the absence of a PowerPoint presentation, we have copied off the photo of this. It was a ship unloading and it was discharging huge clouds of fine dust which were blowing over the moored yachts towards Te Ana. Nothing was being done to dampen down the load. Yacht owners reported having to scrape the substance off their boats, and a pedestrian reported being covered in the stuff as a truck passed him on his way to the tunnel. When we discovered that this was a shipment of phosphate from Nauru, we were shocked. As a result, we formed a small working group, which we called Eyes on Whakaropo. A small amount of research led us to understand that Nauruan phosphate, apart from its extraction ravaging what is left of Nauru, contains a significant amount of cadmium, a cancer-causing agent, and a well-documented threat to human health, even at low levels. Potatoes are known to have high uptake of cadmium, and 2 farms in the North Island were closed to agriculture as a result of years of cadmium-rich phosphate application having contaminated the soil. And we put, there's a link to Dr. Kim, who has done very extensive research on the effects of cadmium and its distribution around New Zealand. This is what's been floating around our town and going into our harbour. Is there any testing for cadmium in and around our harbour? And the answer is no, but it has been coming through our harbour for decades. Although we have witnessed no more shipments of Nauruan phosphate since, there has followed regular shipments of Saharan phosphate extracted from the occupied Western Sahara under conditions of slavery, soya meal, largely from areas of cleared Amazonian jungle, urea, a byproduct of natural gas, usually from Saudi Arabia, and of course palm kernel, which is from the Indonesian clearance of jungle. This is hardly for sustainable agriculture, ethics aside. Although I live quite a way up the hill, I sometimes smell the products before I even open the curtains in the morning. This would suggest that the drift is going well beyond the permitted boundaries, and it is affecting me. Then it will certainly be affecting the primary school with a current roll of 183 children, which is near one of the wharves, not to mention the medical centre, the residences and the commercial centre of Lyttelton. The health of the community our tamariki and our mokopuna could well be compromised. The dust, which I put in inverted commas because that is the way it is described by EPAN, created when these ships are unloaded, is breaching the consent boundaries, and we put a reference to the consent there, which in current form is not fit for purpose. Companies contracted to do the unloading are inconsistent when it comes to dampening down the dust to prevent its spread, and also with the use of suction sweepers to clean the wharf, etc. It must be affecting both the health of the water and the atmosphere, but testing procedures are also inadequate. The consent only requires visual monitoring, which is inappropriate and contrary to government guidelines. You can refer to the Ministry of Environment 2016 for that. Eyes on Whakatau have been in frequent contact with both EPAN consent officers to register our concerns and have found the responses to be very inadequate. We are frustrated. We were assured last year by EPAN staff that this potentially significant public health issue will be addressed by EPAN, firstly liaising with their legal team, and proposed next step, a report from EPAN's science team to provide an overview of public health and environmental impacts relating to these concerns. And importantly, what other practical assurances this would be actioned. We discovered through our Lagoima request late last year from Stephen Hall, EPAN Director of Operations, that our concerns were not followed up and no action at all has been taken by EPAN to date. We have learnt there is testing of the harbour floor in various areas of the harbour, but see no evidence of testing in the harbour itself. We have asked for the harbour floor beneath the area where the old walls have been demolished recently to be tested. LPC have told us that there will be testing early on October. What for? We don't know. Currently, what is tested for is very limited, and certainly cadmium is not on the list. We know that the discharge of products into hoppers, and we have a photo of that happening here, which can cause dust drift, is outdated technology, and the other ports in the world have adopted a much cleaner technology. However, we are told that it is too expensive to replace the old system. Yet, what is the cost to the environment? We don't know because of the inadequate testing. Atmospheric dust content is tested every 2 months, but not necessarily when the ships are working. And while they test for particulates, there seems to be no chemical analysis of the particulates or their effects on human health. The current consent on discharge to air and discharge to water expire in 2035, when it will have been in place for 30 years. The permissible boundaries for discharge to air cover a wide area and go as far as Tāone, which did not even exist at the time of permitting. Nor did a lot of the building that has taken place in the last 19 years, including the local school, 1 block back from the wharves, doubling in size. It is clear these consents are no longer fit for purpose and should be reviewed. This month is the time when these consents can be approved to be reviewed. I and other members of Eyes on Whakatau demand that this should be done. So what do we want? We want a review of the discharge to air consent and discharge to water consent to be triggered this month with the aim that they are fit for purpose for the 21st century. Littleton Port dust assessment to take into account the frequency, intensity, and duration and characteristics of the dust, and this information to be made available to the community on a regular basis, as in accordance with Ministry for Environment guidelines. Full disclosure from both ECAN and Littleton Port Company regarding testing procedures and results, a review of whether we should be allowing products, the extraction of which desecrates other precious ecosystems and exploits other countries' workers, for the practices in our own port to be monitored by ECAN so that our workers are safe in handling these products. We have observed that workers are not always wearing protective gear when the so-called dust products are being offloaded. Total transparency. All port communities must be made aware of what it is that passes through their ports and how it can affect them. Regular and far more comprehensive testing and analysis of air, seabed and water where it is affected by shipping and loading or unloading practices at the port. ECAN officials need to communicate with and respond to public concerns and requests in a timely and respectful fashion. We want transparency. It is clear that this will all cost more money, but how can you not consider this aspect of harbour health? Whakaropo used to be a very important food source, and now it is nearly dead. And human health could also be suffering. And I haven't even mentioned the potential results of the projected increase of coal storage exports from the harbour. A copy of some of the correspondence with ECAN can be made available to you if you wish. Also, we can make copies available to all Whakaora partners, to Whakaora, Community and Public Health, Christchurch City Council, Littleton Community, including Littleton Primary School, Littleton Port Company, and the Banks Peninsula Community Board, due to the significant number of communities' concerns regarding these matters raised to you today.
Thanks, Juliet. Thank you. I've got a question from Nick and Dawn, and one from Paul online.
Kia ora, Juliet, that you wanted doing. Can I also, I mean, this is a great submission, because in this too is some real kind of hard-hitting things, which as a Rapakian, I know, you know, that they are happening. My question to you is that with from the ECAN perspective, is that what you've actually said is that you believe that there was indeed an adequate response from ECAN. Is that correct? And then it was responded to with our Director of Operations, Stephen Hall. Is that right? Okay, cool. And then the other part of it is that what you're wanting moving forward, and it's good that you've actually come up with, you know, we know now what you want. You actually want a review. You want to actually, that review needs to develop a fit for purpose for 21st century operations on the port, and particularly where it comes to environmental effects. Do you also get the response from the Littleton Port Company, which is like a get out of jail card? Do you get this response that we are a working port?
Look, to be frank, kia ora koutou, to be frank, I think as a small group, we're actually, the word that comes to my mind is that we're stonewalled. We don't get very good information at all from the Littleton Port Company, specifically about the level of monitoring and the need for it. And it really is not within our interest in the 21st century and science in front of us to monitor air visually with your eyes and just know that that does not work. And especially with fine particulate matter, you cannot see it necessarily with your eyes. So we're just seeking changes with the Littleton Port Company and had no traction there. And it has been difficult working with them.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora to you both, because you know, for the submission, and this will be really important when we deliberate on this one actually in a couple of weeks.
Well, I just do want to say that obviously this is consenting matter and other things. So this is a long-term plan hearing. We just need to be really careful about that. But it's great that you brought it to us and highlighting it to us. And of course, that's another forum we can deal with that. And I do encourage you to come back to a council meeting and bring this as well. In terms of our long-term plan, well, let's be clear, people. Let's get questions about our long-term plan and implications for our long-term plan today. So I encourage you to come back to deal with the wider issues at another time as well. But acknowledge that you're here and you've raised these for us. So thanks, Leon, for your question.
Kia ora.
There we go. Thank you for your submission. Dust has been something that I've been dealing with on the other side of the city since my whole term here, and it's a really complicated matter. The NES. This is no, yeah, we'll leave it. The NES is a purpose for this matter, and it needs to be fixed. So we need to go to the Ministry for Environment to get that sorted, and we also need to be working with the Ministry for Health. And I just wanted to ask, have you been in touch with the Ministry of Health on this matter?
Yes, we've been in touch with Cheryl Brunt, and she is aware of it, and she's received their documentation that was sent to ECAN today, and we'll be following up with her after this meeting today with where things are at.
I think do more than just follow up with the Ministry of Health. They actually need to be a bit more proactive. But that's not what I was going to ask. The thing that I want to ask here is that because those things aren't fit for purpose, doing consent reviews is quite difficult just out of them out of the year. But what we might be able to do is look at trying to find a way we can actually put a budget aside to start investigating these issues. Now, is that a better way for us to maybe potentially? And we need to combine them not just with the issue in Whakatau, but with the dust in other parts of the city, given the recent change of language from the medical officer of health. Would that be an approach that you would support, putting some sort of budget aside that we can actually start identifying dust as an issue at a more broader scale that would also involve what you're talking?
To me, that sounds excellent. And in response to what you say about the long-term plan, the reason why we brought it to your attention today was the fact that it's not in the long-term plan, or the budget that we can see. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've just cut you off. There is a budget that we raised last time for dust, which is still in the long-term plan. So that you might not have seen it, but it is in there. So that is something that we can follow up in our deliberation. So yes, good point. Councillor, one of your councillors in Whakatau, Paul is online. So there you go, Paul.
Kia ora, can you hear me all right?
If he's heard me, yep.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Alan, we just got to, Paul, just wait. We've just got to do something with the speakers. Can't hear you at the moment.
Okay. Any luck?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Paul. Sorry. We couldn't hear you before, so you can start now. We go.
Okay. Two quick questions, really, and thank you, Juliet, and for coming in today. And I apologize I couldn't be there in person to hear your submission. First question: could you give us a ballpark idea of how many calls and how many times you've reported to ECAN about this?
We had a meeting with staff members, and I would say there's probably been about 8 to 10 bits of correspondence that have followed on from that.
Okay. And the review that you're requesting, have you asked ECAN for this in the past, and what was the response?
We did mention that when we had the meeting, yes, and there was some response to it. One of the people on the staff did say that it was there were legal difficulties involved in doing it, and a vast amount of expense if it was to be fast-tracked, so that it wasn't really feasible. But it was also going to be followed up legally. Yes.
I think we got maybe caught up with the transition of people at ECAN, because the meeting that was originally held around the table included David Panara O'Connell. Is it right? Sorry, I might have got that wrong. Yeah, Panara O'Connell. And then he moved, and we had Stephen Hall that we were dealing with, and so there was a transition. David said he'd follow up with the team, and then the transition happened and the new person came on board, and then there was a different response.
I think the good thing now is that we've got it in writing from you, we've heard from you, so it's clear. So, I mean, Paul, we know that now, so I don't think it's worth going over old ground. It's really good that you brought it to us. Like Dion, I've dealt with dust on the west of Christchurch with our community there, and we know the difficulties there is with getting real good data on that. So we'll definitely follow that up.
Just hope we don't drop the ball again.
Oh, sorry, Paul.
Oh, you're right. Thanks, Angus.
I've got a background in public health, 30 years. I used to, I've worked at sort of government level, cabinet paper level, right down to the flax roots. And from a public health perspective, it's actually not that difficult, and it's actually not that expensive to monitor air, and it's not that expensive and difficult to monitor water. There was a case actually in central London where a school was concerned about the level of contaminants in the air, had a large school population of children of primary school age, and they just set monitoring devices around the area, which are fairly cheap to buy. I think they actually even bought them off the internet. So it's very cheap and easy to access monitoring devices. And it was led by the community itself, who went and took responsibility for the monitoring and checking and reporting. So there's lots of opportunities, but the key thing here is we do want better monitoring. We want monitoring, it's not happening, of the air and of the water around Littleton Port in the township, and for it to be made transparent to the community on a regular basis. And that'd be great.
Well put, Linda. I'm going to end that there because we're massively behind time. Sorry, and that's not your fault. But thank you. You've had a good hearing. You've put it to us, and there's things we can deliberate on for this long-term plan. But also, I encourage you to keep that up as well and come back to council as well. So thank you.
Kia ora koutou.
Juliet and Christine have another submission. So welcome, Christine. Welcome here. And go for it when you're ready.
Thank you again. Sorry, another hat now. Christine and I are part of Climate Risk Reduction, which is a Banks Peninsula-wide group. And we're looking at the issue of fire in particular, wildfire in the area and in Canterbury as well. You've asked us in the long-term plan to suggest budgets according to the priorities we hold in relation to ECAN's environmental responsibilities. Of course, you've given you limited resources. That's a difficult job, but really, is it the job of the public? Surely our job is to list our priorities and for your expert financiers to allocate funds accordingly. What is the point of protecting biodiversity if biodiversity then goes up in flames? We know that climate change is upon us and it will only intensify. Global warming brings droughts, and droughts contribute to wildfires, which in turn intensify as the planet continues to warm. We see numerous examples around the world, as well as here in Aotearoa, and yet fire risk is mentioned only once in your document that I could find, and is glaringly absent in any discussions regarding the budgets. Yet if everything goes up in flames, much of the rest of the work you've been doing could be a waste of time. Restoring the environment following fire is far more expensive than working to prevent fire in the first place. Allow me to finish you with some history. In 2017, the Port Hills fires, and there were two at once, broke out. I watched it from my house in Littleton. Though it encroached no further than around 7 kilometres away, cinders were actually falling on my house. If that fire had travelled closer to Littleton, those cinders would have been sparks with obvious consequences. Later in 2017, some of us took a deputation to the Banks Peninsula Community Board, pointing out that so long as harbour settlements were so close to flammable plantations, pines and eucalypts in particular, they would be increasingly at risk. I believe this went no further. Between 2017 and 2024, there have been numerous outbreaks of fire in many areas of Canterbury, including the devastating Oha fire. Following the first Port Hills fire, Ben's and the Christchurch City Council have refined their response to fires, but insufficient, though thought has been given to fire prevention. Clear evidence of this was seen when a private landholder was given consent to replant his pine plantation, which was raised in the Port Hills fires property with more pines, and planted with more pines, sorry. Towards the end of 2023, some of us took another deputation to the current Banks Peninsula Community Board, and I did attach that to the original submission. This did result in some follow-up, but as yet no discernible action. A copy of this accompanies our written submission. Ironically, it wasn't long after that that we experienced another Port Hills fire, which was started in the same place as the 2017 ones, the replanted pines. Pines were once again burnt to the ground, proving that the granting of consent to replant was total insanity. There's a lot of community anxiety over this. Over the years, we've talked to many Banks Peninsula inhabitants, and it is clear that anxiety around the prospect of wildfire weighs heavily upon them. FENZ have given a number of talks in the communities regarding household measures to prevent fire, and while valuable, we know that the speed at which fire can travel, in cases such as the Oha fire proves it, clean gutters and smoke alarms will not stop the advance of a raging inferno. Fire prevention needs a budget and it needs action. Our written submission outlines the action that can be taken to help prevent fires in the future, but we need legislation to prevent building close to plantations and to remove plantations from being close to existing houses. Better management of existing plantations, removal of wilding pines, managed and careful replacement of pines and eucalypts with more fire-resistant species where trees have been planted to prevent erosion. This cannot be left to volunteers, which it currently largely is. We need fully equipped, paid professionals, and this must be budgeted for. We're entering a climate crisis. The problems are set to get worse. Fires add to emissions, emissions add to the climate crisis, helping to create more and increasingly intense fires. Fires destroy the very biodiversity ECAN's brief is to preserve and restore. Therefore, fire prevention measures must be included in the ECAN long-term plan.
Thank you, Juliet. Is that the end of it? Or Christine, have you got some?
Kia ora tātou. This book, Fire Weather Stories from a Hotter World, John Baylor, a Canadian writer who went to see the Port McMurray fire in 2016, the most devastating wildfire in Canadian history. Well, Canada's very big, they've got a lot of trees. Christchurch is quite small. We don't have so many, but unfortunately they are the highly flammable conifers and eucalypts that have been put in plantations near roads and houses. And I grew up in Bondi, and I lived on or near the Port Hills, and I'm currently in Port Levy, where there are far too many pine plantations. And I never saw a fire like the 2017 fire in my entire life, and I am now 72 years old. And then we have another fire 7 years later. Why? Because the climate is changing. It is getting hotter. It is getting drier. This is something which, as land managers or the public, ECAN needs to consider. That rules that were appropriate 30 years ago when those pine trees were planted and we were still less than 1 degree above baseline in global average temperature are no longer appropriate. And it's really difficult when you're playing a game and people keep changing the rules on you. But unfortunately, that's the situation we're now in. And the science of how to manage land in a warming world is very different from in a stable world. And so this is why Juliet and I and the other people in Climate Risk Concern are really concerned that the people who are responsible for managing land factor this into the equation. And of course, you're also responsible for water. And part of the problem with fire is that it comes about when there are droughts. And then there is no water to fight the fire with. And so the whole issue compounds. And it's something which, again, as with the harbour health thing, we just see that this is now impacting on people's daily lives. And then if your house burns down, that impacts on your daily life a big way. The expense of fighting that last fire, we know, was tens of millions of dollars. That it probably exceeds the expense of actually saying, sorry, you cannot plant these highly flammable trees near to habitation or roads or recreational tracks like the ones on the Port Hills that I've been walking all my life. And you actually have to then replant with low flammability species. So that's just to take up with what Juliet's been saying, and try and just say, we feel this is urgent.
I've got Dion, Don, and Paul. Again, this is the National Environment Standard for Forestry, whatever it's called. We have actually done something about this. We are asking the other councils to do a targeted effort to the Crown, the government, to change that. I might let John actually talk about that, but one question I have is, do you support the increased investment for our wildlife pine program?
Absolutely, because that's an increasing danger. And where I live in Port Levy, I can see them spreading beside the road, which again is a real worry because you get a storm. The other thing, of course, is with a climate risk, which is connected with forestry, is what happens when you get a storm like Cyclone Gabrielle. I was 16 years old when Cyclone Giselle hit Christchurch and killed 2 people. That was the Wahine storm, people know it as. But there was considerable damage. Plantations blew down in Canterbury. And it's really worth looking that one up because cyclones are coming further south and forestry is an issue there as well.
John?
Thank you. My colleague has really covered a lot. We are hamstrung by the legislation of conversations between ourselves, Christchurch City and Soal District, into how we might be able to alter the NES to provide the ability on our instruments to be able to plan for whether it's setbacks, and I've had witness of forestry, we're not against forestry, but just how we might plan better given the fires that we've had in 2017. So that is a piece of work that we're very cognizant of.
Well done. Paul, online?
Kia ora, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay. Juliet, you referenced the pines and eucalyptus around Littleton. Is that on the east side, and is that council property, or is that Littleton Port Company property? Do you know?
Some is Littleton Port Company property, and some is council, and some is private. I live on the east side, and there's stands of pines which were planted a long time ago to prevent erosion on city council land, and they they can't be removed by volunteers. It's the slope is just forbids that. There also there's a stand of eucalypts, which I believe is Port Company land, many of which are dead. There are a few natives growing up underneath them, planting of natives and the gradual removal of these trees is where it's at. It's being done in other parts of the country. with regard to the rest of Littleton, there are stands here and there, most of which are on private land, which is a difficulty because apparently there are, anyone can do what they like on private land. But yeah.
Have you got another question, Paul?
Yeah, just one quick one. And have you had any response from City Council or LPC regarding their responsibility?
I'll just push a button, Juliet, sorry.
From the City Council, I know that certain councillors are really on side with it and are doing working on stuff with in their own communities, but once again relying on volunteers. From the port company, no, I haven't probably made enough contact there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Oh, do you have a question still?
Yeah, just a quick one because I just want to support what my colleague Councillor Dunckley was saying about the national environmental standards and particularly around forestation. Yesterday we had a submission which was related to this and to show you the ludicrous thing around standards and all of that. They were talking about recession planes, so you can't actually shade your neighbour. But there's nothing in it actually about putting flammable trees there, so you can burn your neighbour, but you can't shade your neighbour. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Hey, thank you, Christine and Juliet, and appreciate you bringing this issue to us. We have had a few submitters about the fire risk, fire management. As John said, it's a bit of a multi-agency sort of responsibility, but definitely through our RPS and our planning, we can influence that. District councils have obviously, and city council have a massive responsibility in the consenting of those activities as well. So we hope you make a submission to the city council as well.
We're making a submission on Tuesday to the City Council on this very issue.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to get through it and then we'll break, and we will break for lunch for half an hour, and then we'll have to get on with those other ones in the afternoon. But I just really appreciate everyone's patience, and thank you. Up next, we've got Te Ahu Pātiki Charitable Trust, so welcome to the table. Obviously, we've had lots of submissions from the peninsula as well, so great to have you guys here, Sarah and your colleague. Not sure, sorry, both Sarahs. True, cool, two Sarahs. That's great. So welcome along, and hand over to you when you're ready to take it.
Everyone? Yep, there we go. Kia ora koutou, ko Sarah Wilson Tokalinwa, and the other Sarah, Sarah Anderson, is the kaituitui for Te Ahu Pātiki Charitable for the Trust, and I am the co-chair along with Roy Tikau. We've got some lovely images up on the screen of Te Ahu Pātiki in case you've forgotten where it is. Back in 2021, nearly $1 million was raised by Canterburyans largely and beyond to buy this hill. The Buy the Hill campaign established this the opportunity for being the kaitiaki of this important taonga in our area. So 500 hectares of a lot of yellow. You might think, really, it's a lot of gorse up there, a lot of fire risk, and you'd be right. But essentially, the board, along with quite a few other groups, are working to restore this to be a bold new park right on the doorstep of Christchurch. And so it's wonderful to have had, and I think I've got 3 points to make before your lunch break, so I'll make them quickly. The first point is thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the way that you've worked together with Sarah and through the ECAN team. Stephanie, your team have been excellent and really helpful in many regards, and we want to thank you a lot. And we want to continue that really helpful relationship. So firstly, thank you. And you're probably not thanked enough around this table. The second point really is to emphasise a point in the submission around extending the targeted rate for biodiversity and extending that into Christchurch. We fully support that initiative. We think it's probably a little low, in terms of the rate, but it's a great test of the community in the first instance to see if you can expand that rate into the city. We think the evidence of nearly $1 million being raised by people in Christchurch and Canterburyans to buy the hill is actually a pretty strong signal that people are willing to put skin in the game. They're willing to contribute, to take money out of their pocket to make this, to support our biodiversity and the resilient communities that biodiversity is based upon. So that's my second point, is the strong support for the targeted rate proposal. The third one is my third point is really to provide you a little extra information, and I think some of the other speakers may have spoken to this earlier in the week, around the problem that feral pigs are for Te Ahu Pātiki and for quite a few people in this, particularly the Kaituna, McQueen's area, and through to this country, and particularly our land, the land that we are kaitiaki for. We've been working very strongly with Graham Corbishley and his team, the Peace Free Banks Peninsula team, and they've been doing an incredible job. Arguably, the work that they're doing with trapping pigs is world leading. They've trapped over 2,200 feral pigs in the last 2 years alone. That's a lot of pigs. Much of that pork has been delivered to the likes of Ngāti, who made it into the most delicious wild pork pate, and that has captured the interest of many. So it's not wasted. But at the same time, what Graham and his team have demonstrated is that you can reduce the feral pig numbers quite effectively. But these are creatures who breed twice a year with litters of 8 to 12 piglets. It's not hard to see the graph. If you leave it alone, if you don't do what's needed, it will take off again and actually spread right across the peninsula. That will be devastating on many levels. Certainly for biodiversity, it's devastating, but also for farming. The economics of your tracks being destroyed by pigs, of your ground being dug up massively just overnight by a group of pigs, is phenomenal. And landowners have seen this, and this is what people have been responding to. I'll just flick through, I'll get somebody to flick through for me, just through to the next one. You can see here at Te Ahu Pātiki, we have a whole network of tracks and right up to the saddle and the summits. These tracks already are compromised in terms of recreation for us to be able to open them up further to the public simply because of pig routing. It makes them dangerous actually for the public to be on. So we've got an economic disaster, we've got a recreational problem, and we've got a biodiversity problem. The pig problem, the feral pig problem, is undeniable. And I think it's important within the scope of the long-term plan that the opportunity to look at this problem across 10 years is very appropriate. We'd invite you to work with your colleagues in Christchurch City and Dock to decide financially how you could take on the zonal elimination of feral pigs within that zone. The zone that, particularly through Kaituna, McQueen's, and here into this side of Whakatau Harbour, and certainly in Te Ahu Pātiki. But the Port Hills has some separate issues, but I think we can get rid of pigs in this area, and then also use the power of the RPMP to back that up with strong rules, just as we have for feral goats. So that twin approach of get the job done and then back it up with good regulation where it actually puts it back on the landowners appropriately. And the people, the selfish people who would like to release pigs, it puts it back and gives us some mechanisms to actually deal with that issue really early. So probably that would be our key requests. So again, support for the targeted rate, some attention to feral pig investment, and our hunch is that might be that the total sum may be 300,000 to 500,000 across the next 3 years, along with your colleagues in Christchurch City and Dock. And if we could actually have some proposals to actively work with those agencies to raise those funds and deal with the problem, and then use your powers within the RPMP to back that up, I believe that would be very powerful to resolve this critical issue. That's all I have to say for now, and welcome questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you. Any questions from councillors? Okay.
Thanks for the presentation, and I think that that pig issue is really specific. It really, and I'm wondering, is that something which you would see as being pest-free peninsula sort of territory, and there's a targeted rate for that, which I note the rise from 2021 is 3.7% over 3 years to the proposed in our draft. So I guess the question would be, is that appropriate, given the inflationary times that we've been in, for one? So, you know, how would that affect you? But then secondly, should we be looking through that mechanism or through the wider targeted rate to tackle the pig issue? Do you have a view on that?
I have to remember I'm here as co-chair of the Pātiki, not with my pest-free Banks Peninsula hat on, but my response would be simply that it's not enough, even with the targeted rate amount, and probably yes, focus through pest-free Banks Peninsula. Te Ahu Pātiki is partnering with, as becoming a partner to that collaboration, and so yes, it's probably the right vehicle, but I don't believe it's enough on its own. The targeted rate will be very hotly contested in terms of where it goes. There's a high need, and so my hunch is it just simply wouldn't be enough on its own.
Any other questions? I think you put it pretty straight to us, Sarah, or both Sarah, and you know, you outlay the issue really well. It's not something we haven't heard before about the feral pig issue. But thank you so much for the work you do, and it's great to see this image of the park plus Auckland Bradley Park all together, because I didn't quite realise that how close that connection was. So thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Craig, and councillors.
Last branch, Mike, kia ora, Mike, representing Taumutu Rūnanga. Welcome to the table. And thanks for your patience again.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, ko nai tahu te iwi, ko nai tuahuriri te hapu, no Kotorani, no Airani, no Inorani, Uputupuna, hoki, I whānau mai o I kai kaura, for Mike Davidson, taku inua. Kia ora, I'm Mike, I'm the operations manager for Taumutu Rūnanga. Apologies from Liz Brown, she can't make it today, so I'm in the hot seat. I was actually hoping to bring someone along who could do most of the talking. Unfortunately, they also couldn't make it, so you've got me. And I realise I'm standing between you and lunch, and it's been a long day, so I will keep it quite short. And if you've read the submission, there is a missing word in there that actually makes quite a big difference around this current state of our environment, the lake Waihora. It is not in a great condition, so there should be a not in there. Anyhow, look, I've had a good look through your website. Actually, it's really pleasing when you read and your vision and your strategic direction and your why. It's actually really pleasing what you stand for, you know, and that's around protecting the environment, the health of the environment, and that's something that also Taumutu shares. And your willingness is to be in a partner relationship with mana whenua is extremely encouraging as well, and greatly appreciated. And I think we all know, like, local government exists with a flawed rating system that make everything so much harder to do. And you're currently living with a legacy of the past that has meant you're facing significant rates increases because of previous councils that have continued to sweat assets and try and keep rates increases as low as possible. But if you do that, it just passes the problem on to the next generation. And we only have one environment, and we are right in the middle of a biodiversity crisis, and we need to make sure that we're doing the right things for the environment. And this council has a hugely important role to play in that. And I urge you to be courageous when you make your decisions and you don't cut funding to important projects that are going to help our biodiversity. Do not cut funding to community groups that actually do so much mahi that actually reduces the cost on council. And you need to make sure that you're enforcing your rules, and actually if people are breaching them, that they actually pay for those consequences to actually ensure that they do the right thing. Right? The time's actually now to make sure that we get it right, because we are quickly going the wrong way. And when you look at our Indigenous biodiversity, actually we've got to do the right thing. Within the submission, we've obviously highlighted things we support. There's one thing that I do want to highlight, and just recently, last month, we held a joint hui with Environment Council, Soal District Council, landowners, the Rūnanga and Tāone around some of the issues that we're facing in the Taumutu area, because it's a very low-lying area and is obviously at risk from king tides and to the coastal hazards that we're seeing more and more of with climate change and sea level rise. And one of the immediate things we need to start looking at is actually, which I've highlighted in there, is around some bank maintenance. And so we're requesting that council put on budget $80,000 per year to actually do that work while we work on a longer term solution that will actually see that area protected, and try and look at some nature-based solutions as well as a stop bank in land to actually save it. Because I think we all realise when you look at a lot of the marae, not just Taumutu, that they're located in areas that are actually very susceptible to climate change, and they're going to be impacted by sea level rise. And one thing I know from the position I'm in now and the position I've been in the past is actually we're better together and we can make a big difference together. And I've been really encouraged with some of the attitude of ECAN and how they want to work with mana whenua. So I really hope and encourage you to be bold with your decision making. Make sure you put the environment first, and make sure you realise the benefit of not just mana whenua but also communities who are trying to do the right thing. Got it.
Got it, Mike. Enough. Councillor Cranwell, you've got a question?
Kia ora Mike. Tēnā koe, pai ki kite koe ki runga te puraki nei. Me tō tono kia te kaunera tai o ki Waitaki. Thank you for your submission and your presentation. Yeah, it's would have been good to have Liz beside you as well, but that's all good. Hey, Mike, and you've been a councillor in your past life. You know how these long-term plans work. I love your submission. I love how you mentioned additional to include the Christchurch and Banks Volunteer Biodiversity Rate with option 1. So thank you for that, and of course working closely together with the regional policy statement and integrated plan. With your areas of concern with the council's preferred option, you're talking about Indigenous biodiversity, mahinga kai and pest management. As you know, as councillor in your former life, figures always help. Do you have you said you need more, so probably, we don't want to see a decrease in fees, but you'd also want to see an annual increase to the funding over the life of the long-term plan. You believe it's too small. What percentage or what increase would you suggest? Because figures always help, especially in deliberations.
I'm not going to throw out figures. But look, I think that at least you should be trying to inflation-proof them. But the thing is, if you're not doing enough now, even inflation-proofing is probably not enough. So I think you've got to raise the bar and then make sure you inflation-proof it throughout the life of the 10 years. If you're not doing that, you'll go backwards, even if there's some really small ones. And I was looking at some of the yearly increases, and at one point actually goes backwards quite quickly, which I thought was a bit strange. But yeah, I think it's one of the things when you start working with the communities and actually you're using volunteer help because they want to do the right thing, so you actually get some massive benefits. I think when you start cutting a lot of those fundings, you'll see things going backwards really, really quickly. But I would hope at a minimum everything would be inflation proof, but I also think you potentially need to look at where you're starting from at the moment too.
Kia ora, ngā mihi. Thank you for that, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Any other questions from councillors? Like lunch might be taking the group of people. Hey, thanks, Mike. I just wanted to ask a question about, you said per year for the 80,000 request. In the submission, it's just for the 24-25 year. How long do you see that request? Sorry, I just push your button.
I think it would at least be for the first, let's just say 3 years, because obviously these plans happen every three years. But I think at a minimum of the first 3 years, if not longer, because it's going to take a while to actually do the final solution. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And just in terms of the Whakatau co-governance work, you're really supportive of that carrying on, of course. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think we all realise what the state of the lake is in, and the need to actually have a joint working group on Waihora. But you need to make sure that there's actually action with that group and they're funded appropriately, and also the other things that contribute to the dignification of Waihora actually sorted out, because it comes from far inland.
Got it, Mike. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for being here to represent the Rūnanga. Kia ora. So that is lunchtime, people. Let's come back at 2 o'clock. That's 25 minutes. And we'll go with our next submitter, which is Hurunui Trails Trust. After that. Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Thanks for your perseverance. Kia ora.
Okay, we'll start now. Thank you. Mark Grover and Roy Myers from Hurunui Trails Trust. So welcome up to the table. There's a 10-minute presentation time for you. We've got the presentation, so if you want to just hit the high spots, then we'll have some questions. I'm more than happy for that to happen. But when you're ready, Mark and Roy, just hit the button and we'll get on with it.
Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for providing the opportunity for us to present this submission. We were hoping to have a screenshot up there of the Waipara River catchment. Okay, sorry. Great, okay. So just introductions. Yeah, I'm Mark Grover, Roy Myers. We're both trustees of the Hurunui Trails Trust. And we're both going to spend a few minutes, we'll do it as a co-presentation. So just for a quick, background of the trust, Roy's going to provide that now. And then I'll talk about the Waipara River. Roy's going to talk about the degradation of the river, and I'll finish off on how we can see going forward.
Hello, everybody. Hurunui Trails Trust was registered as charity in 2009 with the aim of supporting the establishment of a network of accessible trails across Hurunui. It supported the Waipara Vineyard Trail in cooperation with the Waipara wine growers and a number of other trails. We work closely with and we're supported by Hurunui District Council, whose cycling and riding strategy that we advise on, and we cultivate good relationships with local landowners in terms of access.
Okay, so I think you all have the Waipara River catchment on the screen there. It's not a huge catchment. It's 726 square kilometres. Oh, sorry, it's 226 square kilometres, 40 kilometres long, roughly running from the west and the lower North Canterbury foothills out to Pegasus Bay. You'll see there's three white dots, three bridges. The one to the east is the Teviotdale Bridge, the main road bridge near Waipara, the Stringers Bridge to the left, and further to the left towards the gorge is the Charitable Bridge. Now, the up towards the gorge, there's a SNA there, the White's Gorge, and that's you might be aware of the marine reptile fossils there and those large spherical concretions, which have a lot of significant value. But the area we're going to talk about is to the more to the east, the coastal section. And this river, we believe, has been supposedly managed in the past by the Waipara River Management Strategy Working Party Group. Now, I'm not sure if this is still active or not, because it lists Gary Jackson still as the mayor,
and Ross Little as an ECAN councillor. But the key thing is there were lots of key stakeholders, the HDC, Canterbury Regional Council, DOC, Whenua, and riparian landowners. And the good thing about this little river is still a lot of history with Ngāi Tahu, and it was once an area of significant Mehedi kai and a major trading route in the area. So, but the important thing here, which I'm going to touch on here, is what we're trying to, what we end up proposing in the short time is the success that we see down the road with the Ashley Rakihuri Regional Park and, of course, the Waimak. We think they're great success stories, and Roy and I and several Amberley, North Canterbury people we know, we drive down, we bike those trails. So Roy's going to talk about the current state of the river now, and then I'll finish up with where we'd like to sort of present.
It's a great pity that at present the Waipara River is a somewhat neglected area. The absence of structure leads to the bed and banks of the river being used randomly by four-wheel drive vehicles, quad bikes and trail bikes. This leads to excessive rutting, carving up established tracks and bushbashing new ones. The unregulated use of the area by motor vehicles, often unlicensed, deters many people from accessing the area. This use is detrimental to the bird life, which is numerous in this estuarine environment, and to the Mehedi kai of the river and its biodiversity. Unfortunately, unregulated river areas seem to attract antisocial and nefarious activity, and there's recent evidence in the catchment of firelighting and dumping. As Mark has said, it's apparent that ECAN's efforts in creating regional park status for the Waimakariri and the Rakahuri have improved natural habitats and encouraged segregated leisure pursuits in these rivers. We think that Waipara would benefit enormously from the same treatment.
So I guess just to finish off, we really do believe there's merit in this river being set up as a regional park. I mean, part of the brief of the Hurunui Trails Trust is to link the communities. And Waipara's got a great little wine growing industry there, and there's a neat trail that goes through the vineyards. And it'd be great to sort of link Waipara with Amberley, just like we're doing down in Rangitata, Kaiapoi area. And we're also linking Leithfield with Amberley through the Kauai River. So this is more about the Waipara River. And to enable safe trails, you start in Waipara, maybe come downstream on the north side, cross over the Greenwich Bridge and back into Amberley. You're off the State Highway 1. And it's talking about safe trails, and there really is the scope to do it. There are challenges because of the land ownership issues down that river, so we understand that. But we believe that ECAN is the right organisation to help collaborate with the various other parties, including our trust. And we hope that somewhere in your long-term plan you might give serious consideration to this proposal. Yes, that's really about it. I think we're stuck to our 5 minutes. So
you've done really well. Thank you for that. Look, thanks for the energy. There's people like you that start these projects, and they may take a wee while, but it's good to see them. And I know I can put you in touch with the North Canterbury equestrian people who are really keen on helping out and adding muscle into those things. Unfortunately, they horses, but here we are. Questions, councillors? Yes, clear.
I thought you were getting the list together for the through you. Thank you very much, Mark and Roy, for coming to present to us. Just two small questions, if I may, Chair. The Waipara River Regional Plan, which was done in referred to around 240, that has actually been used relatively recently, as was referred to by Environment Canterbury and Hurunui District Council for some of that recent river work up and down the river. So still look at that, because I think that as a community thing was well agreed upon, our project. Just with regard to the land ownership, and you mentioned there's obviously various landowners there. Do you know if Environment Canterbury actually have any land in there? I'm not aware so, but
I see Environment Canterbury have signs down there, so we do see the Environment Canterbury Rangers visit that site, and they have done work at the river mouth, which is the worst areas. I mean, you take your life into your own hands on the weekends down there, you really do. And it's a bit of a zoo, to be fair. But and getting back to what you mentioned there, that working group, there was plans there to do all sorts of things going back, just say 10 or 12 years, but absolutely nothing's happened when it comes to providing safe trails. And we're not having a crack at the HDC here, but we just thought we'd take this opportunity. I know someone works in ECAN. I asked them about trails in the area, and I referred to the Ashley Rakihuri, and he said that only came about by public pressure. So we thought, well, let's just start the ball rolling and see if we can get something happening. We know it's a wee way down the track, but we think it's a wonderful river. You've been up to White's Gorge, it's a stunning little space up there, and down on Laidmore Road and further up. And I know there's some passionate landowners up there who protect that as well. But I think it's downstream is the area down towards the coast from the State Highway 1 down, which is the neglected area where the focus isn't right.
thank you. So, how widely would you test this with the community, particularly in that area?
The point about the community in Amberley has expanded significantly over the past 10 years, and it continues to expand. The demographic tends to be towards older and a significant number of retired people. And there are a significant number of people looking for leisure opportunities, whether that's cycling, walking, or just spending time in the outdoors. So the demand is there, and the point is it's an expanding demand because that elderly population, of which I'm one, I might say, of Amberley is continuing to expand.
I know exactly the area you're talking about because I love looking for fossils. That's just me. Anyway, so I being a site of significance as well, I think you can justify a link to the area. That's just my thoughts on it. However, do you have a model in particular you'd like to see it reflect? You know, like a similar concept elsewhere that you have looked?
Yeah, just down the road. As I mentioned, the Ashley Rakihura, I mean, that's just, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with what ECAN have done with the tracks and trails, but it's just amazing. And it's tidied up. I know they still have issues with the bird nesting and vehicles in the riverbed itself, but the track network there is what we're modelling it off, and we'd just like to see it brought up the coast a little bit further. And I mentioned the Waipara. Part of the Hurunui Trails Trust is the Waipara Springs Vineyard Trails, and the Waipara community are well represented on that and are very keen to link Amberley apart from going down State Highway 1.
Can I just come in here and say that I lived in Clarkville before the regional park on the Waimakariri was established, and it was very much a free-for-all, just as the Waipara is, and that has changed significantly with enormous benefit to the environment of the area by just channeling activities into particular areas. And we think it needs that kind of regulation to stop this area being degraded any further. I mean, the level of rutting and destruction just of people just bashing through anything that gets in their way, and recently lighting fires by a look of it. We just think that if that needs to be regulated, and that by channeling that and getting more public use of that, we would improve that environment. I think that's
cool. Thank you for that. I think you're doing good work here, and I think you should make the most use of the two councillors that are in this room from that area to try and get some answers to some of your questions, which is Councillor Edge and Councillor Mackay. So thank you for coming along and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Bina, because you've been sitting here for a long time, and so you will get into you next, so that'll be good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity for me to talk about some of my thoughts around controlling some of the issues around the Hawkins River in particular. But I come as a private individual, but talk regularly in the community about some of the things I'm going to address. I welcome the and congratulate Council for Irrigation, I should say, for taking a long-term plan to control of rivers, as I call it. It's not just flooding. As we all know, and possibly more of our community needs to realise, our braided rivers are continually trying to change course and create havoc. And if we just take one event in the Selwyn catchment a couple of years ago, a very large deluge in the headwaters, brought down hundreds of thousands of cubic metres of shingle into the river bed. And that, dare I say it, is more than a 10-year long-term plan as it comes down. So that's the sort of issue I think that with our rivers we've got to be dealing with. And I realise that issues in the Selwyn catchment, from the headwaters to the lakes outlet, are likely to be exacerbated by climate change, rising ocean levels, etc. And we have to take that into account. So my particular issue around the Hawkins River catchment is just one of those Selwyn catchment situations. So in the Hawkins, which is 99% of the time a dry riverbed, but we've seen some quite major events over the last few years. 3 years ago, almost exactly to the day, hopefully the riverbed looked something like this. It was dry, but a lot of foliage, etc. And a few days later, with that 220 millimetres of rain that we got up in the Melbourne Hills, that was what the river was like. There was about an estimate of 150 cumecs overflowing at this is the Bangor Road approach, and that came down through out at down as far as Greendale. So we have these very large rainfall effects, but every few years, every few months it seems, with relatively moderate rainfalls, we get these minor flooding events affecting properties. And a lot of that is a reduction to effectiveness of water races / drains. And that effectiveness has been caused to some degree by farmers changing those water races in response to how they've handled Central Plains water, scanning water from that. So they've cut off water races, etc., that were feeding into the Hawkins. And now when we get these rainfall events, we get that that minor or relatively minor flooding. And just this week, we've seen the Melbourne News front page, community in fear, exactly around that sort of a thing. And finally, the third potential for major flooding or a catastrophic event is now with the dam up at the top of near Springfield for Central Plains. We are regularly reminded of the possibility of there being damage to that dam at what event and the effect that that would have on properties down in this Hawkins River catchment, with the Hawkins River being a major, or the major outlet for that dam should anything happen. So we need a riverbed that can take as much water as is sensibly possible, and we need to get the So, to a layman, this mitigation requires both a fast or immediate, immediate improvement and then maintenance of that riverbed. So what it requires to myself as a layman, but certainly the community, is the riverbed needs spraying out. It needs the bed to be re-established, simply bulldozing the channel. And then in terms of maintenance, an ongoing removal of the shingle that continually backs up. We realise this is an ongoing event. And to me, as a layperson, in Canterbury, we seem to be determined to build on our productive land. We extract shingle from the land that should be so residential, and we leave it, leaving our rivers to meander. But whatever we do here requires investment. So to me, the proposed rate makes sense, and I fully support it. But possibly we need to think outside of that, a temporary rate on adjacent properties to get stuff done quickly. I'm putting question marks beside that because I'm speaking very much as an individually. But should we also be looking at contribution from the likes of CPW, who have built the dam, and the government, which has fostered that development for the good of all of us, I should say. But those sort of contributions to the maintenance of the waterway should be investigated, in my opinion. We've talked about flooding, and that's what the main use of that rating appears to be for. But equally, we should be aware of the effects of fire in poorly maintained waterways. Just this year, we've had the Ashley troubles in the Ashley, and not so long ago, the Hawkins was almost because we had a major incident up in one of the Melbourne properties, which almost got into Hawkins Riverbed, and on the day would have been disastrous. So just to look, I apologise, these aren't very good in this environment, but 5 slides looking at the riverbed from the top 4 road crossings of the Hawkins. So this is looking upstream from State Highway 72 bridge, which shows a reasonable riverbed, but with a lot of overgrowth. If we come down to the next crossing, which is at the Homebush Road forward, it's a well-maintained riverbed in terms of spraying. There's been so the local farmers have done a very good job. It's maintained the riverbed well. If we come down to the Bangor Road Bridge, which is the scene of that flood shot, few slides area, we can see that, in fact, Transit New Zealand has done some good work. They're responsible by the side of the bridges to maintain the riverbed. They've cleared it of a lot of the shrubs and scrub, but we can see the build-up of shingle here quite markedly. These photos were taken last week, and we see years ago the locals say the contractors stored machinery under the bridge when they were taking it. Now a person can't walk under that bridge without stooping or just about bending in half because of the build-up of shingle. Then if we come down to the McLaughlin's Road forward, just a few k's down, this is the current state, completely overgrown. A fire as well as waterways, jungle, and finally down at the Greendale Road forward, again, the jungle. So simply making a case for some maintenance or improvement and maintenance of that improvement of this waterway, realising that this is only one small catchment in what is a very big and complex problem for Canterbury.
Well, thank you very much for that, and thank you for your consideration of that. And again, we haven't got two councillors because the Rivers Council is not here at the moment. Thank you, but you've got your other councillor here who wants to hopefully ask a question.
Very presumptive. Thanks for the presentation, Phil. I'm just wondering if you're aware that whilst we are in that process of looking at an overall rate for Selwyn, and I guess the first lot of funding is to provide some planning and support and a wee bit of work, but the premise is that there will be an A and a B rating. So those in the immediate vicinity of those streams and rivers will pay a little bit more, and those in the wider district will pay some towards the work. So you're really aware of the need for what has to happen in those spaces, and hopefully within a year or so that we will have those better opportunities to do those works. So there's been a couple of questions going, it's a rate, but we look at an A and B to the immediate vicinity and those in a wider space. No.
Yeah, just wanted to thank you for bringing this information to us in a really easy and digestible way, and your clear sort of recommendations for the future. I mean, obviously, these rivers, all of our rivers in Canterbury, have got significant issues, and and it was more like John, the same thing. Were you aware of our push to government to get more government funding for all of our rivers as well? Are you aware of it?
No, I wasn't aware directly of the push. I've spoken with Doc and particularly with Selwyn District Council people, and they've been very helpful in their one-on-one or groups of us meeting. But clearly, this is a big issue, and I fully support. I keep saying it's more than a Canterbury issue. Really, this is a national significance issue. So, fully support that.
And we've had varying sort of submissions, around maintenance on the river, gravel removal, etc. We've also had people talking about, making a bit more room for some of the rivers. I mean, I know the Hawkins isn't something, it's not like it doesn't move a lot, it was dry most of the time. But are you supportive of that as well, like as a balanced approach to have room in places, but also maintenance and others?
Personally, I'd fully support. If I look at the Hawkins riverbed, it's actually a substantial riverbed in its original. It's been in some areas a very narrow channel now, but I think it's a reasonably short river from Russell's Flat through to where it joins the Southland. It could be widened into a significant channel within the designated riverbed throughout. I would fully support that. And I think most people that I speak to would too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, for that consideration made to us. That bridge has been brought up in the Merrill Forum by Mayor Major and saying, well, why don't you send a digger and a truck up there and help? So we are aware through other forums also of the need to do something here. So thank you for raising that with us. Well, this will be part of our deliberations, Philip, and we'll have final decisions on when we hear all this stuff in terms of our river rating and those things in 22nd, 23rd of May. Robina. You're very patient, lady. Have you? So I feel, Robina, with you that we've got to be a wee bit more reasonable with you. You've sat through some reasonable length submissions. I would like to try. Look, I'd like to try and keep this within time. So, but it's really up to you. I mean, we have got your submission. We have read that. I don't know whether you're going to go through that, but the more time to interaction with the council is better. So, but we're in your hands, really. When you're ready, go.
Okay. My name's Robin Dobbie, or Robina Dobbie, and just going to talk on my sort of aspect of the long-term plan. I'll start off by giving you a bit of my background. I was a meteorological observer, and you won't see many of them around. Not people who were trained in the days when it was manual, when you actually had to look up at the sky and know what level the clouds were at, know the differences between the clouds. I've also worked in geology and retrained in meteorology when I was in air traffic control, so I do understand the weather. I spent a lot of time studying the climate when I was in the meteorological office. When you're there in the middle of the night and you don't have much to do, you do start to look at the figures, and yeah, so I feel pretty much I've got a good background on that side of things. I'm also I'm right into technology. I was at the 2019 Tech Summit here in Christchurch. I've done data analyst work and I've done a lot of strategy work. So I feel I'm qualified to speak on this. And most of my presentation is going to be on the climate. It's going to be explaining to you what I've seen. The average long-term pattern of weather in a particular area is climate. And I know Christchurch. This is where I trained. This is where I worked in that field. And I've lived here a lot of my life, not all of it, but a lot of it. So I do understand the weather here. All of the following of what I'm about to tell you is supported by data and evidence. And I have I've spent hours upon hours studying all this. And there's one comment I'd like to make. You're not informed if you only read one side of the case. Okay, so let's start off with a bit of the fiscal side of things. I've actually done some analysis on the regional councils across New Zealand, and the debt loading's gone from 4.7 to $5.7 billion between 1st of June last year and the end of January. So there's a lot of debt going on. When I looked at your net debt to rates income ratio, it's low, and yet I see that you've gone away from your self-imposed rates rise of 5% and you're rising it up to 25%, and I asked why. And that is, I dare say, something to do with the climate change side of things. So that's why I'm heading into climate change. And I'll just quickly point out, first of all, he who controls the weather will control the world. That's a quote from Lyndon B. Johnson in 1962. Going to go straight on to this one now. The UN Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change co-chairman, Ottmar Edenhofer, in November 2010 made this comment. We redistribute de facto the world's wealth by climate policy. Basically, it's a big mistake to discuss climate policy separately from the major themes of globalization. One has to free oneself from the illusion that international climate policy is environmental policy. This has almost nothing to do with environmental policy anymore. Just have a think about that for a minute. And I don't know whether any of you are aware of this New Zealand project, pilot project. It's the World Economic Forum. We are the pilot project. Changes to our climate. When I was in meteorology, we used the old tools, the manual tools and equipment. It's changed now to electronic. That in itself creates a difference in the way the readings come. To give you an idea, take the mercury thermometers. They were pretty low took a bit to get them to move. Electronics instant like that, it changes. We used to have the screen positioned at the airport on the car park side in a green grass area. It's now moved into the middle of the runways, Just think about the impact of that. There's also Met stations that have been changed, Met stations that have been closed down. We used to have 9 stations that were standard for all reference material. That's changed. Then I'll take you to some work that's been done. John D. Christie, he's a professor over in the States. He did work with real-time climate data sets from satellites, and he confirmed those readings from balloons. And if you take a look at that chart up there, the green ones are the satellite, the balloons are the weather balloons that he confirmed the figures with. The red line is the IPCC, that's Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. That's their modelling. You only need one assumption to be out when you're doing modelling, for modelling to be completely out. That theory's gone. Okay, so we go and have a look now at the audit that was done by John D. McLean in 2018. It was the first ever audit on the data that's the base data for climate change. There were over 70 issues with it. You only need one for the climate modelling to be out. That was used to justify demands for trillions of dollars to be spent on combating climate change. It's the basis for the Paris Climate Accord. You can read those things there, but I point you out to McLean's comment there. He says alarmism is the creation of just 53 people, yet it's shown as 2,500 people in the IPCC consensus. And I've got the document here with 46 of them who are denying that climate change is an emergency. Now we go to climate change is what's happening. We see flooding, changes in tide, sea level rise, and changes in temperature. And I'll take you to another comment from Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson is quite involved with the setup of NASA. And he makes this comment: from space, the masters of infinity would have the power to control the Earth's weather, to cause drought and flood, to change the tides, to raise the levels of the sea, to divert the Gulf Stream and change temperate climates. So I've got information here. These are military papers that I had been looking for on the internet, and I finally discovered last night a copy of it. This is some of the things backing up all of what I'm telling you here. This was written in 1996, and it's telling you some of what they're going to be doing. I've got a whole lot of other research here as well, all papers that have been presented. If space is being manipulated to control the Earth's weather, how could that be done? There's a lot of pieces that fit together for this to happen. And in that booklet from the World Economic Forum, it actually says that they will set up people to get people feeling confident, to get the trust of people. This has been planned for a long, long time, what's happening. The next thing I want to point out to you is the technology advancements. This is Birdling's Flat. You see there, that's a HARP machine. It's the same as the HARP facility in Alaska. They were being worked on at the same time by the Department of Defense in the US. I don't know how the funding worked, but those two definitely are related, the Department of Defense for Alaska and for Birdling's Flat. I don't know what was done there, but it makes me question, because I've seen a lot of research on HARP and I know what it's capable of, whether it's being used for that or not, what it's capable of. These other things are later technology that's about. But I see the alpine fault as a real threat to us. It's a real risk for Christchurch. And to me, it's way above the risk of sea level rise. We'll have electricity, it'll be unavailable for weeks when that goes. It's likely to be the highest, the biggest earthquake we've ever had in New Zealand since recorded times. And the other thing I'd just like to finish off on is the IPCC, once again, another quote from this guy. And he, in part of this quote, he says that, of course, entails getting loads of media coverage. So we have to offer up scary scenarios, make simplified dramatic statements, and make little mention of the doubts we might have. Each of us has to decide what the right balance is between being effective and being honest. And I've actually seen other people. I was out at UC and I went along to one of the spokespeople because I've tried to look for both sides of this whole climate change debate. And I experienced seeing a guy who was out here from the States and he was talking about climate change and he spent the whole time talking about depopulating the planet. The end of it. And I've got charts that I can show you where he was actually saying that. The guy who was running the meeting closed it down because the questions that were starting to get out of hand from it. And people went up and asked him scientific questions and he couldn't answer them. So I think we're being infiltrated with a lot of really bad information.
Ben, I think we're out of 10 minutes. We're at the end of 10 minutes, but there will be some interest ideas saved from around the table. So we've got time for 2 or 3 questions. Genevieve.
Thank you for your presentation. I do like to hear differing views at the table. I also have concerns about some of the, I guess, science that you've recommended, like John McLean. Oh, but you did. There was something from McLean. Yeah. I knew the name, but yeah, he's not actually affiliated with any particular scientific organisation that has no verifiable qualifications. He's also backed by big oil companies. And no, but what I'm saying is and I don't mean to put things in, I like to know my information too. So although I really welcome opinion at the table, yeah, I'm cautious, I guess, and I think it's great to hear from people like yourself. But yeah, the question I do not have, I'm sorry, I did have one, but it's disappeared in the ether.
Right, so this is a questioning opportunity, not a debating opportunity. We could set a debate up somewhere if people are interested, Robina. So, Dion.
Yeah, just very briefly, like, great presentation, but what is it that you want us to do from our LPP? You discussed it briefly in your submission, but just give us a very high level of what you want.
The big concern I've got is the debt. The debt is skyrocketing. I spent quite a bit of time analysing all of the debt across every council in New Zealand. I've got the whole screed of it with the percentages for all the different councils for staffing and everything. But we are going into massive debt for climate change, and it's very dubious. I take your point and I'll research that further, but it's very dubious, the whole basis for it. And I tend to think that it isn't so much from fossil fuels, but it's from other sources that a lot of this problem's coming. To give you an idea, 80% of the greenhouse gas emissions, this is from the Smithsonian Institute and it's just been released, 80% come from 57 companies. The top company is China Coal. If you guys believe in China Coal, what are we exporting coal to China for? I mean, if you believe in climate change, what are you exporting coal to China for? Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you in terms of the alpine fault risk, and I wonder what you suggest in terms of resilience. I noticed that you've not discussed about resilience to flood protection to respond to climate change, but clearly there are risks that occur from alpine fault. So what would you propose in terms of our project?
It's a matter of, I think, making people aware of it. There's so much focus being on the sea level rise. You have the Alpine fault line going, we don't know what's going to happen to the country. And that's a very real risk, I see.
Just to comment to that, we have had some very good presentations on the Alpine fault, and I do hear people talking about it actually out in the community from time to time, so it's certainly growing in awareness. It's not quite aware, but there is work going on at University of Canterbury.
I did a 25-minute presentation to the commissioners for the Plan Change 14, and they were very thankful for the degree of depth that I'd gone into on it.
Hey, Robina, thank you. There's some thought-provoking stuff that you put in front of us, and I saw that big hunk of paper that you had, and I thought, oh, this might take more, but you've done really well, so thank you. So we've got Murray's down the back here, Murray Cox. We've got another presentation that's going to come through a phone. Have you got a phone here first, Katie? So Murray, we've got a few before you apparently, I'm being told. Who we got online?
Well, for that we've got.
Yes. So my next one's Susan Ann and Graham Craig, but they're not here, are they? I don't think so. Patricia Scott. Could be a sister. Claire McKeever, are you online, Claire? I'm just getting through these really quickly. Elizabeth, are you online, Elizabeth?
Yes, I'm the Elizabeth that you're referring to, Elizabeth Soal.
Yeah, Elizabeth, it's Peter Scott, Elizabeth. If you're ready to go, Elizabeth, I think we'll take you now.
Sure. Am I coming through okay? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you real good, so that's good. So 10 minutes, let's go.
Thank you very much. So my name's Elizabeth Soal. I'm a water policy consultant and appearing today as a consultant advisor to the Waitaki Independent Irrigators Incorporated Society. I'd just like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present via an online link. It wasn't that long ago that I used to have to make the 6-hour round trip up from Oamaru to come to these hearings, so I really appreciate that we've got the technology to be able to do it this way. So I'll just go, I don't have a presentation for you, but I just thought I'd cover some of the main points that we've brought up in our submission and then happy to take any questions afterwards. So the two main, the thrust of the Waitaki Independent Irrigators submission is that A, they are concerned about the overall rates increase, not just for the members of we, as we call it, but for all Cantabrians, especially when many are facing significant rates increases from their territorial authorities, as well as Environment Canterbury, and of course facing general cost of living and cost of doing business increases across the board. And then the main section of our submission is about concerns around the river fairway management of the Waitaki River and whether this has been appropriately funded through the proposed long-term plan. It's been a concern of landholders and irrigators in the Lower Waitaki catchment for a number of years now. And although there is provision made within the draft plan for a flood and river resilience service line, we note that the proposed work is to be led primarily as a preliminary piece of work in the Selwyn district, and that could then lead on to future work in other catchments. But we're really concerned about what that means for the prioritisation of improved river management for the Lower Waitaki River in the here and now. So the Waitaki River, by its nature, is quite different and behaves very differently from the other braided rivers on the east coast of the South Island, particularly in Canterbury. It's effectively a tail race of the 8 hydro generation assets in the upper catchment. Therefore, the flow is artificial. And so, like I say, it doesn't behave in the same way as the other braided rivers. Although the storage in the 3 alpine and 3 man-made lakes provides protection from severe floods and absolutely provides reliability of supply for the lower river, protecting in-stream values, but also providing water for irrigation. Undoubtedly, these are benefits, but there are also significant effects on the river margins, and this is exacerbated during periods of sustained medium to high flows, which we see in the Waitaki River that don't necessarily occur in the other braided rivers because of that artificial flow that we see. So rather than it being a significant high flow flood event that quickly recedes, as happens in the other braided rivers, what happens is, because the water is being held back behind the generation assets, instead there tends to be a longer, more sustained period of medium to high flows, which then has significant erosion effects on the banks and fairway of the river, as we've highlighted in our submission there. One of the main concerns that river users have is the establishment of weedy islands in the braids of the river, and that this is having an effect of pushing the braids outwards, particularly during those periods of sustained medium to high flows. This is affecting farmers adjacent to the river fairway, but it's also, as we've highlighted in our submission, presenting significant issues for the likes of Transpower with its energy transmission infrastructure, and also community assets such as access to the river through boating ramps and that sort of thing. So we would ask ECAN to consider new funding for the Waitaki River Management and focus works in conjunction with the support of the liaison committee, which is currently in place, which includes representatives of the farmer, irrigator sector, Transpower, Meridian Energy, and of course, importantly, Kaitahu. So that's the end of my submission. And as I said, I'm happy to take questions that you might have on it.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for bringing that to us. And yes, I'm aware of that. I mean, we had Walter Cameron making a submission about, and he's the tail race man, yep. About this. And also, no, sorry, Gert Van Klooster came to us and made a submission on that. Gert's still looking for that opportunity for a wider rating view of the Waitaki River, but there's also the bit that the Rūnanga are pretty interested in getting involved in, which is a re-look at the Waitaki plan itself. Now we know those things that cause the biggest damage down there are the up and down flows of coming out of the Waitaki Dam. They can go from 300 cubics to 400, 500 cubics and then back down, so it's that complete wash. Is there anything that the rating district or the collective are doing in terms of talking to Meridian about that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we've had ongoing discussions with Meridian over the years, and we do have a very good relationship we've worked closely with them on the allocation plan changes that have happened in the past and that sort of thing. But this issue tends to be a bit more fraught, I have to say, because let's just say that opinion can be divided as to whether it's an act of God and a natural event, or whether it's caused by artificial management of the flows for commercial purposes. And so that's an ongoing point of issue, which is one of the reasons that I say that working in tandem with the liaison committee, which I believe Gert still chairs, is really important, and understand that there is the proposal that ECAN and Otago Regional Council have endorsed around investigating further future planning for the Waitaki. And I think that the engineering and the fairway management would be an important part of that. The irrigators, not just the independent irrigators, but I know the irrigation schemes as well. I'm not here to talk on their behalf, but I do know that that is something that they would want to be a part of. We are a major stakeholder group in the catchment, representing 85,000 hectares. The irrigation is from the Waitaki. The Waitaki River is the most significant river in New Zealand for irrigation values, as well as hydro, as well as being so vitally important to kaitahu in the wider community. So it's something that does really require a collaborative effort, and we want that to be enabled through future planning, whether in terms of financial planning or RMA.
Thanks, Liz. I don't know if there's any point in us digging in further. I think what we need to be doing here is to coming down and meeting with yourself and Gert and others to talk about the strategy that we need to take on board here. This isn't a simple fix by asking for some ratepayers' money. It's a wider issue. I take on board the point that you made about those islands in the river, and this is the very point we went to the government for funding for that Alpha Deluge funding, because prior to 1989 there were two bulldozers full time in the Waitaki River, making sure that because of the modification of the Waitaki Dam that it remained braided. And that's from those, so I don't need to go.
And I just was, you did mention Walter Cameron. I just meant to mention that Walter and Sandy Cameron are strong members of WE and have also made a submission, and we're happy for WE to say, as in the independent irrigators, to say that the Camerons endorse what we've said in our submission as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I've got Sandy on speed dial, so I'll ring her and tell her she's done a good job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are you doing this on behalf of Patricia?
No, sorry.
Thank you. Point well made. Thank you for the correction. Right. So who's doing? Okay. So we're waiting for Patricia to come in online. How are you born? Patricia, can you unmute your microphone? And we're ready for you to go when you're ready. So when you're ready, if you just kick on and with your 10 minutes. So we've got Patricia in that group. Then we had Susan and Anne. Susan and Anne, they're not coming. We've got Claire McKeever. Claire, are you online? She's gone. Well, we've got Murray here. Murray, come on, let's go. So Murray, we've got Murray Cox here. So Murray, you're opportunity that you're here, and we might even actually go for you too beyond after this if we can't organise ourselves. So if you just get ready for that. Yep. You know the rules, Murray.
Thank you very much. It's knowing what happens with submissions, I thought I'd come early to see fill the gaps in. Thank you. My name's Murray Cox. I'm doing a submission on behalf of the Lake Tekapo Recreational Park Society, and you will have had a written submission there. I've got a verbal one here to go through, and we'll leave you with that as well. Just to start with, the Society wishes to acknowledge the good work of the Parks and Forest team and working with society and the work they do at the Tekapo Regional Park. That relationship goes back to 2005 and the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding in 2008 with the Society when the Lake Tekapo Regional Park was formally established. And I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Greg Burns in the room for a lot of that work that went on at that time. The Society has a considerable investment in dollars and volunteer hours over the last 16 years into the assets within the park. We'll take our submission as read and just like to highlight some of the aspects in that submission and allow for any questions that councillors may have. The main point of the submission today is to ensure that ECAN has committed sufficient funds within the next 10 years to complete the harvesting plan and preservation of assets in the park, which will include stage 1, 2 and 3 of the plan. And we know there has been issues with stage 1, which is currently underway, and we've highlighted those in our written submission, and in particular on the appropriate reinstatement of tracks. When stages 2 and 3 are commenced, which will be in this LTP period. It will directly affect up to 70% of the park's tracks network and include tracks with the most technical aspects. There was also a large proportion of these tracks were originally required surfacing and suitable material as the ground is mainly silt and at present has the protection of the trees, existing trees. Once gone, the exposure to the prevailing nor'wester, both the tracks and the ground surface will be at risk. If not reinstated correctly, this has a direct effect on the entire network of tracks within the park and won't be usable as a mountain bike destination. It puts the Society's last 16 years of work and dollars and volunteer hours at extreme risk. The Society doesn't believe that logging and forestry companies are experts at track restoration or development, and this should be left to the experienced track makers who are able to put back the degree of difficulty and the technical levels. We also acknowledge that once existing tracks and trees are gone, it may be more appropriate to change the location of the tracks and enhance the current network. ECAN and the Society need to work on a plan for the restoration, hence the suggestion in our written submission that a Society representative be on the Harvest project team. The Society acknowledges the huge task ahead in a very vulnerable environment, hence why it's an underlying soil conservation area. ECAN have acknowledged in the Harvest Plan the need to protect and enhance the existing recreational facilities, and again, have they got sufficient funds? Has sufficient funds been allocated in the LTP to work on these areas? These are the areas 1 to 11 outlined under the Recreational Space Preservation Plan and the Harvest and Replanting Plan. In order for society to work collaboratively in a preservation and restoration following harvest, we consider we should be part of the conversation during the LTP process to understand the budgets and costs put forward and be able to dovetail in our own funds, which are not insignificant, and costs insignificant, to ensure we maximise the benefit of the park and its users going forward. Again, one of the reasons for the Society to ask for funds to be allocated from ECAN is to ensure we add value following harvest, as we do have access to technical expertise in tracks and asset building. $1 to the Society is $1 spent in the park. We don't have overheads which actually strip most of that dollar out before it gets to a park. Once started on this harvest, you cannot go back. It's not about the removal of wilding trees, it's about the preservation of a treasured place on the shores of one of the most iconic and scenic lakes in the country, as enjoyed by the community and visitors alike. The park is very visible on the landscape, and what you do and how you do it is visible, will be highly visible to the community. Our submission is to make sure that you're brave enough to ensure that you have the right budgets and costings in place and you actually follow through and commence the work that you've started. So thank you very much for taking this.
Thank you, Murray. And this matter has been brought to my attention, and you can tell Stan that we will follow through on this. I think this is the right forum to have that. I think he makes a very good points about that. I mean, I did sit up there. And you probably just, Patricia, you probably need to turn your, oh, you have done it, Patricia, we can see you. Yeah, I think the points that have been made, that you've made regarding bloggers not understanding track is a good one. And I think that the opportunity for some more cooperation between all parties is there. The plan itself, when I saw it unveiled, and I think I see a very, very good one. But I mean, there are some concerns, aren't there? This is what there are some concerns, aren't there, that more could be done. And then we'll go to Greg, and then we'll go to John.
Very briefly, mine's not a question. I just wanted to really quickly say, I had the opportunity to go up with Councillor Ward last year and have a look for the first time in over a decade, I think. Awesome work, absolutely awesome.
Yeah, my question is about the project management of the whole development. Is there not a project management leader that's involving the community? It sounds like that's not.
There is, he can have I presume, have a project manager on the harvest plan and some of the replanting, and they the ECAM Parks and Forest team do work with us, but there's still a disconnect between what's happening when we're getting told what's happening, but we're not part of the conversation about how it happens, what the budgets are, what the costings are, what society can actually add to this.
My concern is that you don't appear to have a steering group which has multiple people involved, parties that will be involved further down the track, not being involved at the beginning. Maybe that's something that we could look at.
Yes, and we'd certainly like to see that. The other thing we'd like to see is the detailed the next 10-year costings and budgets you've actually got in the LTP. We haven't been able to view that. We certainly weren't part of putting it together.
Yeah, I think all of what you're saying is that we just go over this ground again. I think the points are well made by you. And I, the interesting thing for me when I had because I've known Stan Taylor for a long time, and Stan rang me up and said, "Hey Peter, we're prepared to do some of this work." And so we should look the gift for opportunity up there that's there in the mouth. So we'll see how we can get through this. We'll take some time to talk to Stephen Hall and see where we go to, Murray. So thank you for coming and putting this on the table. It's now part of our deliberation process. So we have to do something about it between now and when we make our decisions on the 22nd, 23rd of May. So thank you.
Thank you very much for listening.
Patricia, I can see you online. You've got 10 minutes. When you want to start, just start.
Okay. Right. Well, you have my written submission in front of you, perhaps, but I'm just focusing on the regulation and protection of fresh water. I'm sorry, I'm here. I've got COVID, but I seem to be able to do this, so that's good.
Kick on. You've done good.
To begin by acknowledging the financial constraints of the times we're in, because I think one of the obvious things about the LTP is the emphasis on needing to keep the rates down as far as possible. And of course, that's the same everywhere, and it does affect people if they. It means they have less money to pay for their everyday heating and food. So yes, you're making cuts. It mentions cuts to biodiversity protection, cuts to community funding. I don't like cuts any more than you do, but in the online submission, I did support the council's options where they were indicated, as I understand the dilemma the council faces. However, I do not believe that this is a long-term solution. I don't actually think that it's going to get any better. And while we've been used to having cycles of financial cycles of depressions and then the world recovers, I think actually those times are past, because I think because of the exceeding of planetary boundaries, the pressure on resources, oil supplies, dwindling oil supplies, climate change, and our unwillingness to acknowledge that these is the cause of where we are, then we're determined to carry on with business as usual. So apparently business as usual means exploiting the natural environment in order to drive consumption and economic growth. And that seems to be even worse. I'm very aware of the changes in the legislation, which is going to have even a worse effect on the natural environment. And if that goes on, well, it just is not sustainable. It can't go on. So I think that the council, in its long-term plan, has to look, which it is trying to do, 10 years ahead, and focus the ratepayers too on how we're going to change the way we live sustainably in harmony with the natural world. It's a dilemma we all face. So, but ECAN is in a very, I think, critical position or fortunate position in that it has that role. It has been given the role of regulating and protecting the environment. And the only tool really that ECAN has got is regulation, and that requires monitoring and enforcement, which are both expensive. But I think that's where the money has to go in protecting fresh water. Now, I'm not sure if ECAN has got the commitment to actually examine this problem and to take on board what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm just one person, but this is a growing view that I'm articulating. And I think ECAN has to really consider it. I appreciate that the council, I really support ECAN and the work that they're doing. The LTP expresses aspirations such as accelerate regeneration of natural environments, enable improved water and land use. I'm not sure if that means water quality or just water use, but I hope it means improved water quality. It's under your environmental regulation and protection, you say, we want to see our natural environment protected. But then later you say, despite efforts, key environmental and biodiversity indicators decline. Areas of degraded fresh water and mahinga kai are negatively degraded. Environmental and biodiversity indicators decline is really saying the insect life in the rivers is disappearing. The fish and the birds which feed on them are also disappearing. So biodiversity indicators is a bit of a smokescreen for what's actually happening in the ecosystem. What ECAN is admitting by saying this is that despite its best efforts, the natural world is severely impacted. But I'm not sure if do you really believe that? That's how I see it too. That's what's happening. But I am not sure if ECAN actually acknowledges that. So I think the first step that ECAN can take is to openly acknowledge that the current regulation of dairy farming isn't working. Yes, there's a decline in the amount of nitrogen being used. There's considerable riparian planting, but the invertebrate life of the rivers is still in decline. Insects, fish and birds are becoming endangered and then extinct. And I haven't even mentioned the eutrophication of the lakes, some close to becoming completely dead. Now, if this is happening, is it because the regulations allow it to happen? Or is it because the regulations are not being adhered to? Dairy farming in Canterbury requires a suite of resource consents to operate. There are approximately 1,000 dairy farms in Canterbury with approximately 3,000 resource consents, which ECAN has to administer. Now, I got those figures directly from a letter I wrote to ECAN. I can't believe that ECAN has the workforce to enforce those regulations or to enforce those resource consents. I have appreciated that ECAN staff make themselves available to ratepayers. After a meeting which the Littleton group, which spoke to you this morning, Eyes Over Whakaraupo, had with some of the ECAN consents team, I asked a number of questions, one of which was, does ECAN accept that intensified dairy farming and ecosystem health of fresh water are incompatible, which is what I see. The reply under Stephen Hall's signature came back, no, we don't think they're incompatible across the region. I wonder which part of the region they are compatible. If what you describe is happening, then it shows that they are incompatible. So I urge the Canterbury Regional Council to have an open and honest discussion among councillors and staff on the fact that the health of the rivers, lakes and wetland ecosystems is declining on their watch, and resolve to ensure that the regulations they've put in place are monitored and enforced so that biodiversity improves. Please acknowledge that healthy ecosystems ensure healthy people. So that's what I had written to say to you.
Thank you, Patricia. Just about on time. We've got time for a couple of questions if councillors have them. It doesn't seem like we've got any questions on you. You've asked a lot of questions of us, and so thank you for doing that. No, I'm going to finish. Thank you for doing that, and we'll release you from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, councillor. My apologies to you. So I called quits. I called it quits. So now we're going to Claire McKeever. Claire, are you online?
Yes, I am. Here I am.
So Claire, you're next up. So when you're ready to go, you've got 10 minutes also. So just when you're ready, Claire, go.
I will be much quicker than that. So you make up some time on me. Hey, have you got a screen there? If I share my screen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I'm just going to quickly share. I gather you probably have the submission in front of you, and I've just kind of got it on my screen. So basically, I'm representing Townsend Fields, who is a residential land developer in southwest Rangiora. We were quite excited to see that the long-term plan by ECAN has provision for $15 million for a project that's intended to start this year in the infrastructure strategy. Which is to be for the Ashy River breakout work and investigations that need to happen for a secondary stop bank. We have been working with ECAN's river engineers for a number of years talking about this issue. And if I just quickly share the plan, which is attached to the submission, and if I make it slightly bigger, hopefully you can see that. This is Waimakariri's natural hazards viewer that relates to the Ashy River breakout scenario. And at point C, which is where the Cust River comes in from the north, the piece of work that the long-term plan has identified in ECAN's proposed option is to investigate a bund in this location here on the stop bank and in property, private property, to protect parts of Rangiora from the breakout scenario. This bund would be really great to have that, because what happens is we have the urban area red line boundary of Rangiora, which has been identified in your regional policy statement, and land that is sitting in this bottom corner, and also this part down here of Southbrook, of course, are part of the urban area of Rangiora. And without this bund, which we don't have at the moment, every time Townsend Fields develops a piece of land in this part of southwest Rangiora, we have to undertake flood modelling, and we have to account for this water that comes out of here and through here, and raise the sections, build our own bunds, and we have to keep progressively moving westwards as we go into this new block of land that we're looking at for next. Obviously, a district-wide solution that resolves this issue somehow for all of this portion of Rangiora, not just our land, but other landowners and potential developers as well. There's a great benefit, I think, widely for this piece of work and for this project. So given we've been talking about it with ECAN for 10 years, it's really exciting to see this $15 million being set aside and put into the infrastructure strategy as part of the long-term plan. And so simply the submission is to support that and to please keep it in, really.
Thank you, Claire. Questions? Grant.
Thank you for your submission. My property is within the blue line here, Townsend Road.
Oh, yes.
But in terms of the the work for $15 million, I think there's general consensus that an investigation of the potential options that might be available is something that the council is certainly looking at. I suppose my question to you is, do you think, given the future and the unreliability sometimes of embankments and stop banks, is it still appropriate to continue to build west into what's a natural overland flow path?
Well, that's a very good question. I suppose this piece of this corner in here of Rangiora, much like the one on the eastern side, which I haven't shown, but that's already identified by ECAN and WIMAC as urban development area. So in terms of building into that flow path, this is already identified and is going through the WIMAC district plan review at the moment. There are lots of submissions to have this rezoned. If this is the urban limit map A line for Rangiora, I guess the strategic planning has already at regional policy level identified that this portion in here is to be residential. It also obviously identifies that this part here where Pack and Save and Mitre 10 are, for example, are also part of the urban area, but I didn't show my line that far. This breakout scenario actually occurs because of the terracing in here, and there is a bund already. The secondary bund has to be in a different location with different landowners because of the level of service that was agreed to by the community many years ago for the bund that's already there. But notwithstanding that, I suppose to answer your question, building in some of these other areas to the west of the red line isn't anticipated by the strategic planning documents and regional policy statements. So yes, I take your point that the expansion of Rangiora to what extent is appropriate, but someone has previously decided, and the community has decided through the regional policy statement, that this portion in this corner is. So we have to deal with the issue if we're going to deal with any subdivisional development in that land. I mean, the council in Waimakere area is looking obviously for housing capacity, as is most of the country, and so the expectation is that there is some expectation that this piece of land in here, or this corner of what's left of the rural area on the western side that's not yet zoned, will actually come forward at some time. What I would say, just to give you a little bit more background perhaps, is that you may remember after COVID that the government put out an infrastructure acceleration fund where you could apply to the government, and Kāinga Ora would assess applications for infrastructure that could enable housing. I worked Townsend Fields, worked with Waimakere District Council, where we tried to get funding for a bund on this western boundary of Rangiora for exactly that purpose, because the potential at the time in here would be at least 800 houses. It's more than that now if it goes to medium density. So we were actually turned away by government at that time, and the reason they declined the request for only $2 or $3 million for this bund down these two blocks between Oxford, Johns and down to the Southbrook River was basically because that project for a bund here, in lieu of not having something here, was not in the Waimakere district long-term plan at the time. And Kāinga Ora, in their wisdom, said, well, because the council hasn't budgeted any money in its long-term plan, then we wouldn't be going into partnership, we'd be paying for it. So therefore, we don't agree that that's a project that we should put infrastructure money into out of this fund. And of course for Waimak it was the perfect thing for the funding, because they don't have the money for it. It wasn't in their long-term plan. So the same reason was the whole reason they wanted it. So we have in the past, other than developer doing bund by bund by bund to go westward, also tried to secure and help Waimak Council get funding to at least do this bit, so that you could leave all of this alone and at least sort out this portion. But we were unsuccessful. Yeah.
Hey, Claire, I think you've done really well on that. We're satisfied that we've got Councillor Mackay, who's from one of your councillors on that side of the river, wants to ask a question. So we'll go with
quick.
And then we'll move on.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much, Claire, for bringing this to the table. It's been raised at Waimakere District Council once again just quite recently around this the Ashley River rating review that's being done now. My understanding is that we are collecting or propose to collect year one of that 8-year project, I think it is, looking at this capital project. But the project area or the breakout area does cover land that is not covered under the Ashley rating, as I understand it at the moment. Do you think that for fairness and equity that we should actually be trying to instigate that quite quickly? Because we have already got 1 million for year 1 and 2, and then it ramps up over the next following 6 years.
Yeah, look, I think it's definitely of benefit to my client that owns a portion of that blue square that I've got highlighted there, but I think there's a wider benefit for the district in terms of other development land in this western portion as well, notwithstanding whatever else is happening downstream of us also. So look, I perhaps can't comment on the Ashley rating part of the district. I mean, I guess what I could say is this is Ashley breakout point C. Ashley breakout point B is actually where the road goes over, and this bank at the Ashley Bridge has already had work done to it in the previous years, and Ashley breakout point A is somewhere further downstream of us. So C is the one that's never really had any attention in the past, and we've been asking for it. So I can't answer about your rating question, but it's a very specific issue for the breakout C location. Yeah.
Thank you, Claire. So the process here is that I was going to finish. You've got a quick question? Yep.
Sure, thank you. I was following on from Councillor Mackay's question. You'll note that we have a proposal in our long-term plan about the Selwyn district, the river rate, where we've got a rating district along the river as well as looking at the district-wide rate. Is that something that you would support in your situation there in Whakatau?
I think to be honest with you, the short answer is yes. I think the reality is that most people that are in this flood path that I'm showing on the screen probably don't know that they are in it. Those of us that are doing residential development do know, because we have to deal with it on each consent and each application that we do. So so yes, I think what you apply in one part of the district would be relevant to apply to others, because there's obviously a wider benefit. There's people's houses in here too, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Claire. So I was about to say that the deliberation process on this concludes on the 22nd and 23rd of May. We will have some briefings, and then our 2 deliberation days are 22nd and 23rd. So not too far away. So thank you for your submission.
Hey, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. All right, so we've got you. Thank you. We've got Bjorn Triplo, Chief Executive of Will Limited, with us. So same deal, Bjorn. When you're ready to go, a few minutes, and see how we get on.
Thank you for your time. So I'm just going to cover off some of our written submission and just pick out some highlights that were submitted. Apua's written submission relates to the LTP section around community preparedness and response to hazards, and really focusing on the climate resilience and flood passage management. We understand that ECAN will continue to invest money and resources into flood passage and protection measures across Canterbury, which we agree is very important work. However, we feel in South Canterbury region there's additional solutions to deal with flood mitigation instead of just building defences. In a 2021 event, high rain event, flood defences were tested regionally wide, and there was significant damage to the infrastructure, which included stock bank erosion, weakening, and scouring, and large sections of flood protection vegetation was lost. The remedial work and cost to repair that damage would have been significant for our ECAN. In the Taumutu and Opuhi rivers in South Canterbury, in that catchment, stock banks were put under significant pressure and close to capacity.
The Taumutu Township and surrounding communities were at risk, and the Taumutu River broke out in the Arapinua area. And other key infrastructure were also put at risk, such as State Highway 1, the rail bridges, and essential services that run beneath that bridges. And we understand that event was classified as a 1 in 50 return period. We don't feel that's the true reflection and the significance of that event. The Apua Dam held back 43 cubic metres of water, and inflows into the lake were around 450 cubic metres per second. To put this in context, the lake itself was at 15% at the start of the event. 3 days later, it was at 80%. That's a significant amount of water. If the lake was full at the start of that event, that 450 cubic metres per second would have been discharging over our spillway. The dam's designed to do that, but at that point, it becomes uncontrolled water. We can't turn it off. The whole 43 million cubics of water would have been in the lower catchment at that point. As I said earlier, the stock banks were nearly at capacity, and they weren't even dealing with that additional flow at that point. Through unrelated engineering reviews of the Apua Dam, we've identified an ability to improve flood passaging and the management of that at the dam, and that would give us greater control to deal with these larger events and potentially even bigger events than what we saw on 2021. Apua sees these improvements as critical initiatives to protect the community we're part of, and have started constructing one of those key initiatives funded by Apua itself. Apua is asking ECAN to consider the importance of Apua Dam to the community and the role it plays in protecting them from these sort of events. Our submission is requesting funding mechanisms to firstly look at modelling the 2021 event with the lake fill scenario and the inclusion of the additional high flows, and to determine the impact of that if the dam actually was at full capacity. And also to potentially look at investing into those enhancement activities on the Apua Dam through this LTP process. This is very much a case of being of the fence being at the top of the cliff rather than the ambulance at the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Bjorn. I must admit that I should have said at the start of this that I was CEO at Opal between 2007 and 2011, so I have some knowledge of this, so I will not make any comments whatsoever. Questions from councillors? Grant, and then Vicky, and then Kennedy. Did you have Grant, and then
thanks for your submission. Item 36 on your request for something similar to the Selwyn District Council's trial approach that we're looking at. Presumably, in order to sort of promote that, you would need to get some support from the Mackenzie District Council and the District Council to go forward on that. My other quick query was you mentioned the flood passage word. Is that making use of a natural overland flow, or are you actually constructing something?
Sorry, we're constructing more resilient options to deal with the dam itself. So at the moment we have a return period of 1 in 200, but at that stage we're not controlling the water. The proposal is that we are installing better facilities. One of the ones that we're looking at is lowering the invert of our spillway and putting larger radial gates in so we can control the discharge from the lake as one of the options. Others we're installing at the moment, as the project we've got underway, is installing an additional valve at the bottom of the conduit, so currently we can control the discharge from the lake at around 29 cubics. We are lifting that up to 50 cubics. So currently, if we were to try and put a buffer into the lake, if we were going to take the lake down to 50%, it would take around 30 days. This new installation will allow us to at least half that. So we can then control lake levels and be more precise around discharge out of the lake prior to one of those events occurring.
Yeah, thank you for the information here. Can I just if I understand, just looking at the dates, you've got 1998 when the dam was constructed, and then I noticed that it says that there was a dam deficiency identified in 2019, and the dam's now operating at 90%, presumably to put into factor of safety back in from that deficiency. So, and presumably that's something which you'll have been putting money aside for maintenance. I mean, 20 years depreciation, that's good management. So are you talking about something extra and different from fixing this particular issue that's been identified? You're talking about another piece of work which is more specifically around flood management?
Correct. So as I said, we've done a whole additional engineering work to determine how we can sustain the dam for another 50 years. It's been there for 25. We're looking for an intergenerational asset for our shareholders. So we are working on solutions to deal with those deficiencies. We have identified through that engineering actually some more capacity for flood mitigation, which does not benefit a PUA or PUA shareholders, but certainly benefits the community. So we ourselves are undertaking one of those initiatives off our own bat to improve that for the community. But there's no real direct benefit to do further work in that flood mitigation for PUA itself.
So essentially what you're looking at is having, you've got the opportunity just to fix what you've already got, and then you've got a separate piece of work which would be consulted on and go through a consenting process and be specifically offered up to the local community. So yeah, we'd like that. Is that how that would work?
So we are going to fix any of the deficiencies in the dam to allow it to be there for at least another 50 years. The work that we're proposing within this submission is over and above that.
Thank you. Well, that's just about right on time, Bjorn. Thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. I think it offers an opportunity for this council to consider in our deliberations where we would sit with that. So thank you. Amy, we gazumped you because Bjorn was supposed to go next, but you're on. Amy. You are. And Annika, do you want to come up also? You all want to come up maybe? Nice to see you back in the chamber, Amy. So maybe just a short introduction, Amy, of Annika. Okay. So when you're ready, 10 minutes.
Tēnā koe te tīmana, nā kai kanihera, kai hoi o te waka nei, huri noa, tēnā no tātou, nā te wai lili, te tau nako nei. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to present. I defer to Amy in the first instance. Her submission is called for the hearing. She's very graciously invited us to come along and be with her in person.
Kia ora everyone, it's lovely to see you again. So I put a submission as a private citizen and I just wanted to talk to that, and that was in support of the proposed biodiversity targeted rate for Christchurch District and Beatson Peninsula. As a resident who deeply cares about our natural environment, I believe that investing in biodiversity conservation is not only essential but also our responsibility. I urge the Council to consider supporting initiatives that support and empower community groups and landowners to take a lead in these areas by providing funding certainty, public endorsement of those that are doing great work. The community-driven approach is the only way to achieve what we're trying to achieve, and you can't do it on your own. So we need to ensure that we have allies working together to a common goal. And while I understand that any rate increase will raise concerns, I appreciate the transparency which ECAN has shown by providing property scenarios in your documentation. I think the increase is little compared to what property owners are likely to see as increases in insurance rate. if we do not take all possible measures to address some of these climate issues we collectively face, it is an investment in our community's future. In summary, by supporting biodiversity, not only safeguards our environment, but it also contributes significantly to climate resilience and protection. Thank you for prioritising our environment and considering this targeted rate. I stand firmly behind this initiative and encourage the Council to adopt it. If I could use some of my time now, Hans.
Thank you, Amy. Obviously, the foundation needs no introduction, and I would like to introduce the numbers, who's the interim general manager of the Christchurch Foundation. We're grateful for this time. We appreciate the time is limited, so I'll try and be brief. Mr. Chair, the submission is that we think now is the time to keep faith with the initiative that the former council and the former foundation, in effect, for their credit, I think, started this innovative idea of the Green Philanthropy Fund. So we're one cycle in. Well, I'd love to say it's time to double down, but we appreciate all the constraints that we've got on all quarters. We do think that keeping the distance is important, and in fact is the opportunity. If the work we did with Meridian, just by way of example, if the Green Philanthropy Fund had existed at the time, we would have run that through the fund, and that in itself is about $300,000 worth of commitment from Meridian to their credit. They created the Tui Corridor brand, which I think is invaluable. It's added to the Canterbury vocabulary about the way we can discuss these things. And it has lit a fuse to a whole lot of conversations that are quite generative. We're just starting to see the aggregation of capital. It's about $30,000 has come out at the back of that. So it's a trickle, but it has begun. The opportunity is to invest in space to follow through on that and grow it. Maybe 5 quick points if I could. We think it's time to step out and find 1, 2, 3 small exemplar projects across the wider region that speak to the possibility of how this fund might be used, how it might support existing initiatives, and highlight and celebrate those that are collaborating and working together in this space. So we think that that's next up. We do think it's time to double down on the attracting endowment capital point. So the funds we've got, if we could find another friendly donor of 2, we could probably put $25,000 additional into the pot. Depends what council's decisions are, but maybe we should take that immediately to 50. I think it's time to signal the core point, of course, of these mechanisms, as Rūnanga well knows, is that once you get them down and running, any contribution today, the $250, we know in about 20 years, maybe plus a few, that $100 will be distributed to the community, but the original capital is there. The next 20 years, another $100 and so on. Within the 100-year period, you're 5 times the original contribution and the capital is still there. And of course, the game is to keep layering capital in. So we think now's the time to push the green button and start to explore more intentionally the ways in which to attract capital in and get this up and going so we can do things. A very brief point, which I can't unpack too far because I'm under the restraint of a quite demanding non-disclosure agreement, but there's a local startup that needs access to Indigenous plant material. They're prepared to pay for that. If we knew of someone who's a landholder, and I'm aware of Ipan's land holding, we might even have some of these plants, there's a possibility that the royalty for the material goes straight to the Green Philanthropy Fund. That idea could be big and it might not ever work, right? So keep it real. I just want to make the point that those sorts of mechanisms that bring capital from outside the ratepayer base into these initiatives is part of what we're exploring. We're working closely with your team and really appreciate a few conversations we've had recently. I won't use the valuable time unpacking that, but I think we should be doing more of that. And we're having this sort of conversation with, for example, Christchurch City as well. There's a different mandate, but there are some conflicts of interest. So we're interested in being more actively engaged. And the last point, the Foundation's never in the past run formal subcommittees, so we're just establishing a financial and risk committee, and we're just recruiting 3 new trustees. We've yet to meet. Monday coming is the first meeting, so this is new, but I'm interested, take advice from your staff in due course, about how at the end of each financial cycle we might do this is called a light touch receipt, so that you can all hand on heart say, we know that we've discharged our fiduciary duty, we know where these funds have gone, and also I'm interested in
strengthen up our own systems and the confidence that we have in them. I would like to think that you don't just see us at this time with the funding cycle. Next time we might find a way to keep in touch on the way through. And I do think in year 3 we should do a light touch but very direct review of this next 3-year period and see what we think the value that's been added is and what the opportunities are.
Thank you, Anaki. Look, I think we've had we had as a council tremendous interest in this. There's tremendous interest in this area here in terms of the fund that's proposed and that you've spoken to, Amy. But a difficult environment. So it hasn't been easy in the last 3 years. I mean, the facts that you're putting in front of us, we will consider in terms of where we get to with this. There are some no commitments in this room to where we're heading, but we will have a real good look at this because overwhelmingly, some of the submissions have been about biodiversity, have been about enhancing that, been about people saying we need about creating, not doing enough. But so we have that in front of us. That's just how we do. We've got time for 8 questions. No, yeah, 1 question. Yes.
Amy, thanks for your submission, given your experience in community foundations. Theoretically, if we prove this and maybe involve biodiversity, how do you think would be the best way to distribute that money? If we're still having conversations around that, to get the best bang for buck so that we don't just sort of spend it all on nothing and actually get some
Yeah, I think that's quite an interesting model because I think the biggest issue facing the biodiversity organisations that I've had worked with over the last 20 years is security around the operational funding, and I think it's going to be an increasing issue as we look at the Crown slashing and burning any funding that's faced. I've had some meetings with the Ministry of Environment in the last few weeks as well. They think their budget's going to be halved. So things like Peace Free and those other programs, Jobs for Natures, are gone. So we've got a significant issue, and that's just going to put pressure back on you to fund it. So I think looking at innovative ways that we can generate revenue to grow the pot rather than having to keep going back to ratepayers are helpful. And there is vehicles out there that are a little bit less than normal for a council to be involved, but can make a real difference if you hold the test of time. And I think it's worth looking at best practice overseas to see what we can learn from that. And I'm happy to circle back around with the staff and give some examples of those that I've seen in other places.
I think we'll put a day here. Sorry, Nick. Yeah, you'll get even with this somewhere along the line. I've no doubt. Thank you, Amy, for coming in. And Anaki, thank you for joining in on this because I think it was a valuable conversation we had. So we'll release you, and David is next up, David Rowland. So we're gonna close. David, it is now about 13 minutes to 4. We're going to finish at 4. So we've got a bit of time. We've got a wee bit of time on our hands, but when you're ready to go, just push the button and get on with it. Thanks.
Afternoon. So I'm here to submit on behalf of both the company I work for, Rescue and Contracting, and also as part of the Gravel Liaison Committee on behalf of the extractors. Just before I get going, just need to acknowledge one who was going to submit in person, Richard Eaton, has unfortunately passed away in the last 2 weeks. I've had a lot of conversations with Richard, so I didn't have a specific conversation about what I was going to talk about today, but I imagine a lot of it will cross into what Richard would have liked to have said. So, yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. So I guess, yeah, a couple of points I want to just sort of raise really and try and get on the table. The first one is we got a newsletter in March, which essentially told us that the gravel management fee for gravel extraction from the rivers was increasing from 11 cents a cubic metre to 23 cents a cubic metre. Two things I just want to say towards that. The first one is we're a bit disappointed as part of the committee. In the past, these changes to the gravel management fee were discussed as part of the Gravel Liaison Committee. The engineering team did a great job. They presented all their costs, and we've reviewed them against what the work that's being done and agreed, they basically justified the number, and we've gone, yeah, that looks fair and reasonable. This time we just got told it's more than doubling. So that was a bit disappointing. Not sure why that process came about. I'll come to, I guess, a bit more to that towards the end of what I want to say today. Yes, the big thing we'd like considered as part of the long-term plan is the need for removal of the gravel from the rivers. So obviously I'm based in Canterbury. We had the flood event 2-3 years ago, and now significant flooding, major issues and a lot of it's attributed to gravel build-up in the river channels, and then of course the more gravel that's in the river, the less capacity you've got in the stop banks. So that's a big issue in mid Canterbury. I know in other parts of the district it's not quite so bad, but it is an issue. What I guess our frustration as extractors is that there's a lot of meetings, a lot of talk that we need the gravel taken out of the river, yet the system is so broken that it's nearly impossible to take gravel out of the river. So just to give you a recent example, a bit of context, we extract out of the North Ashburton River. We have done for the 16 years I've been at ACL from the same location. Now it's a braided river, as you know. It's also spillway for the RDR. The channels move around all the time. We used to operate a few years ago under a gravel authority with ECAN. The idea of the gravel authority was that we could apply for an authority. We could say, we want to take 20,000 cubic metres out of this section of river. Is it available? ECAN would firstly, the river engineering would say, yes, it's available. Then we'd apply for authority, and they would issue an authority that was under an ECAN global extraction consent. The idea of that was that could be turned around in about 5 to 10 days. Now, the reason for that is that we get awarded like roading contracts from NZTA, local authorities, private contracts. Typically, we get awarded the contract, they want us to start. That's why they put the work out at that time, because they want us to start. So the idea was to get a quick turnaround on the consent, we're into it. Get the gravel out, job's done, everyone's happy. Over time, the system's eroded, and not all to do with ECAN. A lot of it's the central government. The freshwater plan has been a disaster for what we're trying to do. We're now in a situation that in order to get gravel out of a graded river, we're not allowed to divert the river, we're not allowed to drive in the river, we're not allowed to put a culvert in the river. So in a drain, and we're not allowed to clear vegetation in the berm of the river. So in a braided river, at times, and of course our access is at road points, at times it's impossible. There's no way to get into the river to get the gravel out. And that causes a huge amount of frustration and cost and time and backwards and forwards. The last gravel authority I applied for was end of last year. As I say, the original intent was that these be turned around in 5 to 10 days. The last one I got took 14 weeks to get. Arguing with and just going nowhere. So I guess the upshot of what I'm trying to say is we need to find a system whereby we can extract this gravel from the rivers to mitigate the floods that's quick and efficient and simple. Every time we go for a consent, it's back to the iwi, it's back to Fish and Game, it's back to all these people. It's the same piece of the river. It hasn't changed in the last 50, 60 years. We need to find some ways and consider that in the long-term plan of how we can make that process work. Because at the moment, with the cost of consenting, and this is Richard put me through some figures, but to get a consent for a culvert, a discharge to air consent to crush the gravel, you're looking at $20,000 to $40,000 and 6 to 8 months minimum, up to 2 years to get that consent to extract gravel even out of the river. So what we can spend that same or double that amount, and the river consent will last for 3 years. We can spend double that amount of money and spend twice the amount of time and get a land-based consent for 35 years. So you can see the rivers are not particularly attractive to us as extractors and contractors. So I guess where we're at, we've got a bit of a Mexican standoff, as I see it. There's an issue with build-up of gravel in the rivers. We're part of the solution, but we've been driven out. And yeah, so essentially that's the guts of it. The backside of that is we're getting, as I said, my last authority, instead of taking 10 days, took 12 weeks, and yet the fees for that service is expected to double. So essentially what we're being told is we're going to be charged double for a broken system that doesn't work. Why would we agree to that?
I think, David, your point's been well made by yourself and others. We've had a bit of this, especially today, and the South Canterbury collective people have, over the 4 days, have actually made this. So the point's well made. So I've got some questions from Tāone and then Craig.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to you coming in. So thanks just to ask this related question, because I've underlined here the time it's taken to sensitive process is exceedingly difficult to respond to market demand. When things go belly up and we've got a disaster, it seems very quick to get into the river and do stuff. And obviously that's a different process, but there must be some thought. There's something in there that, and I don't know. I'm completely agnostic to this part of the industry. So then you might have some thoughts on that, because there must be a mechanism in there that we can use.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good point. I mean, I guess most recent the rail bridge at Rangitata, within a couple of hours there were about 8 diggers and 4 bulldozers in there doing whatever they like in order to get access to fix that bridge. Now, I understand it's critical infrastructure in an emergency situation, so some different stuff does come into play, but it does, from an extractor's point of view, it does ask a lot of questions. Simple point is driving in the river, driving through the water, as a consent on our conditions that we're not allowed to do it. Now, I had a conversation with Fish and Game at our last gravel liaison meeting and asked the simple question that when the Ashburton River's in flood bank to bank and it's, the colour of this table, how the fish get on, and they said the fish are fine. So I said, if we want to drive through one little piece of river in a 30-kilometre stretch, what impact are we having on the fish? And they said, no, the fish will go elsewhere. So there's not a lot of logic to some of the conditions we're dealing with. So I can, I can't answer your question, but that's where we come from. We're just going, and the bird survey is another one. Part of, there's some excess money from the gravel management fee a couple of years ago. So there's bird survey conditions. Same thing. We got some more, is it ornithologists, the bird people anyway? They came and did some studies and some interviews, and they basically said the damage that the gravel extractors would do in a whole year in a riverbed is a quarter of what one hedgehog will do in one night to birds. So we spend about $1,000 a year on bird surveys to not run over a bird. So, thank you.
Sure, David, how are you? Yeah, like I've been dealing with this and thinking about this. I've been working alongside Ian Kenzie on our rivers committee, and I think that I accept that under our current river management regime, removing gravel is pretty necessary to alleviate the flood risk. I can get that because of the stock banks and how we've sort of constrained the river, and that's funneling that gravel down the river. And I also can see that's where a lot of conflicts coming in, because we've funneled those rivers and everyone's focusing on the same part. What I'm proposing, and my question to you is, I'm wondering if you could accept the idea of looking at reframing our management regime and looking at strategic locations where we provide more room for the river in places. I'm not talking everywhere, I'm talking in places. And we've actually got an example of this where we bought a piece of land recently, I think it was last year or the year before, to try and provide some room for the river, and then therefore gravel could be extracted at that location as well. Do you think that is good ideas that we should look for in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any idea is a good idea in my view, and it's worth exploring. Where it gets a little bit tricky, sometimes where the gravel problem isn't where we can get at, and I guess that's our issue with not sometimes being able to drive. We can go where you want us to, but it has to be facilitated, I guess. But definitely worthwhile. It's probably part of quite a big conversation about where are those spots, because obviously it's all about. I mean, we tie it back into if we want to go the whole hog, into carbon miles and things like that. The closer we can get gravel to where we're going to use it, the better for everybody. So, yeah, there's definitely place for some good conversations about working together and coming up with some solutions. But I've got to say, in all of this, from our point of view as extractors, the river engineering team are fantastic people. Could not do enough to help us and try and get us there. Unfortunately, It's the layers beyond that, and I'm not going to pick on the planners because they've got to work with the plans, but it's the plans the planners have to adhere to that has broken the system. The river engineering guys can't speak highly enough of them. So.
Thank you. There's been a few questions raised over the last 4 or 5 days and other points around the challenges of gravel banking. If we give you a 10-year consent and you lock it up and no one else can use it, and it's therefore going to short-term consent so that everyone has an opportunity. I just guess your thoughts on short-term and cost versus longer-term and continuity and availability.
So essentially, the system we developed on the liaison committee, which was about probably 7 or 8 years ago now, which was the Gravel Authority, that's exactly what it was for. So the idea of the authority was that you'd get it really quickly, but it was for a small volume for a small time. So if we got a contract to rebuild a section of road, we could, jump into the Rakaia, grab 30,000 cubes, which was, thinking how much shingles in there, 30,000 cubes, we could grab it. Short-term consent, only 12 months, you take your 30,000 cubes, that was it, but you got it in 2 weeks. So if you wanted to, and that actually came from the banking situation, because the consents are costing so more, people were going for bigger consents, bigger volumes over longer stretches of the river to give them surety of supply. And the idea of going to the authority, because it worked really well for the first 4 or 5 years until all this other stuff came in and killed it. But that was the idea, that we'd have the wham bam, it was a real quick, you're in and out. ECAN would, the river engineering would say, because what the system is, you go to river engineering, say, we want to take this much from here. They'd look through their data, go, yes, it's there, fill your boots. And that's essentially how it works. And I'm part of me, as I guess, as with my ACO hat on, goes, I'd love to lock all the gravel up so that we've got it and no one else can come into the patch. But that's not the right thing for anyone. I'm all for these. If we can make the system quick and equitable to everybody, it's going to give the best result.
Okay, thank you, David. Look, you've been very direct, as all the gravel guys have been, and great suggestions. And I guess that the Rivers guys through Craig and Ian will do some work on that. We make our final decision on this on the 22nd, 23rd. That's our deliberation state. So we look forward to see where we get to with that. But this is top of mind. We're now going to take a 10-minute break, and I'm told we have to be 10 minutes. So we'll be back here at 4:12, and then we'll go to Mark and then Chris. Thanks, Chris. Right. So I'm not waiting for people. We're going to get on with this because I'm under considerable pressure from my councillors, Mark and Leandra. But it's good to see you back again. Just when you're ready.
Good afternoon, councillors. Yes, good to see you again. This is yet another submission about Lakewood, and I think probably we may have confused you over the week by all the various submissions. So I thought I'd perhaps start by trying to pull together about who's who. It is a little bit incestuous about this, but so I appeared earlier as the chair of the Lakewood Extension Project joint venture, and Leandra appeared on behalf of the Ashburton Aquatic Charitable Park Trust, and we are both those organisations are members of the Lakewood Water Quality Task Force. So it's the Water Quality Task Force that we are hearing. I talked about the issue at the moment. I don't want to repeat the issue, but the Water Quality Task Force involves representatives of the District Council. We heard from Brough, his submission, the Aquatic Trust, the Lakewood Extension Project joint venture, and also the residents of Lakewood, and you also heard from the residents. In addition, you've heard from the you also heard from the Carter's Creek Catchment Group, and that is also associated, as I've said, with Lakewood. So, and I don't think I explained who the members of the joint venture development group are. So that's the group that I chaired. So the joint venture partners are the Ashburton Contracting Limited, which is a company by the District Council, does the contracting. The Aquatic Trust, Charitable Trust, and 2 local landowners. So that forms the development project. And it was the trust that organised and set up and started the development of the lake and the first few stages, and it's the joint venture that then took over the stages. The land is all owned by the district council, it's in private land, and the joint venture now, what we do, we buy land from the council to develop stages of the residential plan. And over the last 10 years, the council, we have, that is the joint venture, has been managing the lake on behalf of the council. That
if I'm not on the brink, the other part that I think we just wanted to add in terms of clarifying all the different submissions and different entities that you've heard from this week is just the extent and importance of lakehood for the district. So the lakehood area comprises of over 100 hectares of land owned by council, and as part of that there's the lake, but there's also important recreational areas around that. The lake is used as an important asset for the local rowing, sailing, water skiing clubs. And I think we mentioned earlier in the week around just the sheer volume of people using the lake when it hasn't had water quality issues. So from vehicle counts alone, the vehicle counts are telling us that there's 200,000 people a year using the lake. There's only 200 houses out there, so it does show the popularity in the district around the lake, and it's not just for the residents.
Perhaps I just follow up a question from Councillor Swiggs when I was about the relationship between the Carter's Creek and the possible additional water take around from the main river. That's an issue that we've already had discussions with council staff, the water take. The best way of reducing the risk around these algal blooms is to get more water flushing through the lake. So we're in discussion about how we best to do that. There is in the LTP some funding which is looking at the whole issue around the water planning for Ashburton River, and the submissions asking that be actually brought forward, or is funding available. So we need to do that now, not until 2021. So that is an RMA issue. Whatever the consenting issue will be dealt with now.
That's good. You're really being very helpful. Like, I think that explanation may be further enhanced if we could have some sort of a diagram on that, because I think the things that we understand, that we fully understood anyway in terms of my perception was, hey, this is just a private development rather than a community one. And so I think we needed to flesh that out. So thank you for that. Questions for Mark? Vicky?
Yeah, in terms of the water take and moving it through, I don't know how is it does this come in and goes back in at roughly the same at about the same point?
No, it's about 2 kilometres difference. So the idea is that we call it a non-consumptive take because the water that's going out is going out.
Just that, I mean, one of the other, I know in the Christchurch area there's been some issues around what non-consumptive takes over allocated, and one of the suggestions that was made was to find some water to be given up, that's currently allocated, to get some allocation. We get that. I mean, if this is significant enough local assets that you could get some willing parties to potentially put, I mean, I don't know if the volume you're talking about, but if it's relatively small, then maybe you could seek some good social will to fix the problem.
Sorry, have you got other comments from councillors? Grant?
Well, maybe I missed it, talking about ownership and stuff like that. The Environment Canterbury's role in terms of managing the river, which is called the drain or the creek or the river, but if it's flowing 24/7 from the spring head, it's a river. So what's our role in terms of the spatial context of us going up and down the river?
Well, there's two rivers. The main Ashburton River, which is where we get most of the water from, other than groundwater coming from the lake. And then there's the Carter's Creek. So Carter's Creek is a spring fed upstream of Timberwolf, and the council manages that, but it's also managed under the drainage rules. So it's a complicated arrangement. But we've certainly got, council certainly got responsibility to farming has the own land through which the river flows. Charters Creek flows. No, so it's just a management issue, that's all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you much for having us. And my name's Chris Allen. I'm the chair of the Rural Advisory Group, and you'll be all wondering what is the Rural Advisory Group, so I thought I'd do a quick 101. So after the Kaikoura earthquakes, it was probably a really good example where there's a rural aspect when civil defence are operating, and what do farmers need? They've got their animals, they're trying to tend to all sorts of things, there's roadblocks going off, so there's human safety needs, but it's also what do the farmers actually need to be able to get in to look after their businesses. And so everyone was trying, whether it be the Federated Farmers, whether it was Dairy NZ, whether it was Beef and Lamb, Ravensdown, whatever, they were all flying in, trying to help everyone, but they were sort of missing lots of things. So becoming coordinated was a really good thing. So Winton Daly, former mayor of the area, was trying to come up with some sort of coordination of what's going on and working with civil defence, and that is what over the last few years we've been able to work out. So we've been able to get a collective of all the various groups. So who actually are we? So there's where we got that one there. So we've got the rural support, all the Canterbury Rural Support Trust, Federated Farmers, Dairy NZ, Beef and Lamb, Pork New Zealand, Rural Women, Rural Contractors, FMG Insurance, Environment Canterbury, FENS, and Canterbury CDM and MPI. So we're all there to look after the interests of farmers. And my motto is we don't leave anyone behind. When an adverse event happens, whether it be a drought, whether it be a flood, whether it be an earthquake, we want to make sure everyone's got the needs being attended to. And the best information is making it to those people, but it's also making it through to CDM. And so because of that, we've now become part of, as a subcommittee of the KEG, the Coordinating Executive Group of CDM. And that's only just sort of happened in the last 12 months that we've been able to get the groups there. It doesn't mean as a group that we can't do our individual things. We're a subcommittee of that group, but when we're speaking as part of the Rural Advisory Group, we're speaking as a coordinated voice so that James knows that there's just one perspective. It might be that it's middle of calving, it might be it's the middle of winter when there's not so much happening, or it might be middle of lambing, or it could be at harvest time. What are the big issues that are affecting farming that we need to make sure that civil defence have got that robust voice and that we can be much more effective from it? So we've had some really good examples where we've been working together, getting better and better. There's the Rangitata floods when they happened in 2019. There's COVID-19 where for the rural communities, what did that actually mean? What were the needs that we need around communication, etc. The 2020, the Pātiki Downs and Oha fires. 21, the Canterbury drought. 21, the Canterbury floods, and being right involved amongst that. Everyone was trying to help us, but actually it was getting that information. There was all sorts of surveys going around. So what we're trying to do as the RAG is actually have, if there's one survey can be done, the last thing you want is 3 or 4 people coming up when you're in the most stressful environment. You actually want to just give that information. You want to give it once. You know that there's no gaps in it, so that civil defence can respond, or so that the industry groups can respond. And then there's been other, and this year is a really good example where we've got the drought that's going on. So because ECAN are involved in the process, we've been able to highlight some of the issues and stress points to farmers around what's going on with farmers and planning processes. So as a coordinated voice, we're able to signal that. So what we actually, now we're much more aligned and much more coordinated, is we need a bit of resourcing to help do the administrative secretariat work. All the groups, they do in kind, but there's some training we need to do. And we hear all the feedback that's come back from the Hawke's Bay, some of the Northland stuff, where the more training we can do, the more coordinated we'll be, and the more effective we'll be. It's not about me, it's not about James or Sam here, it's about making sure that our community are getting the resources they need when they're really in a power of need. one thing that we're just doing right at the moment is we're trying a webinar. There's Perry and Zeta doing lots of stuff for their members, levy payers. Beef and Lamb are doing that. We're trying to do a webinar, trying to catch different farmers who might not go to some of those things, and just by putting that stuff together and giving someone else a different forum. So we're busy, but that's why we need a little bit of resourcing. So open to any questions. I'll just sort of give you a bit of the background.
My question is the level of support that you're asking. Have you got an idea of that yet?
Yes, right. Very.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for the work you're doing. I think it sounds really great. And I can see that it's a subcommittee of the CDM work. A couple of questions. One is we had a presentation from catchment collective groups, and I'm wondering if you work in conjunction with them and if they could deliver any of this work. That's the first question.
Yeah, and that was one thing that we noticed in the Ashburton floods, where catchment groups, there was irrigation schemes, there's all these sorts of surveys, but it's actually the people knowing that if there's a survey out there, you're going to gather information rather than reinvent the wheel. How do they all know to use a survey that's going to give the information that James actually needs, or MPI needs, or that ECAN actually needs, so that we can respond to the event? So it's not exclusive. This is the main groups. The one I really want to work with is the likes of the New Zealand Farming or someone like that. They can come in and they can go and deliver a whole lot of things everywhere. But actually, you and I, we don't actually know where they've been, so we've got to go and put something on a map somewhere. So how do we get them in the team as well?
Second question is, are we asking money from each district council as well as part of it?
I think I can help here. I think there was an oversight when we were putting our budgets together to include the Rural Advisory Group and had to have that conversation with them. And then when the submission started, Chris asked me whether I was worth submitting on it. So because there's two components, there's an environment Canterbury component, particularly about adverse events, which are mainly drought, and then the CDM one, we were thinking of a sort of a shared budget that we'd have to work through how that actually looks, but it's around about 60k that would help us support the Rural Advisory Group who would work at those and see benefits from it.
Yeah, thanks. So I know, well, my little having to deal with livestock when the summer tsunami event went off, we actually forgot I didn't take the rest of them on the lawn, which caused some stress for my small children when we were up the hill. Anyway, luckily they were fine. We do, our rating units are categorised, like we can see we've got residential rating units, business rating units, rural rating units. Would you think, could we look, I'm just wondering if, because it's very targeted, would you be open to us looking at targeted to rural, in the rural space type of a mechanism rather than just being broadly across the whole region? I don't know what that would add up to at 65 grand, but it would feel appropriate because it's very specific what you're looking at.
We're busy dealing with gravel on the river. I'm completely benign to that, so that is.
I think it's a really good point that you've made. So, Dion.
This is touching on two of the three intersections that my doctoral thesis is on, actually, which is very interesting. And when I've watched this closely and see how it evolves, I'm not even going to talk to you something. But Craig has also actually asked the question on as well. But the other one was that I was thinking was the zone committee that I've never thought about in a public project. So. Thanks. My query was a bit along the lines of Vicky in terms of how this could be funded. If you're closely liaising with civil defence, then which is funded from us through UAGC, that perhaps there's for the targeted part of it, it's a UA
UAG, the University in charge for a targeted area. Not only for the rural areas, but we have had people in the submissions coming to us, including somebody from the Netherlands, where communities are organised, they know who to contact, and it's in urban areas as well. And just wonder if it's a civil defence, you can sort of maybe think outside the square a bit to help organisations like yourselves and help them keep together, and who pays for that. So we're just concerned with the community that localism isn't quite there yet in terms of how things happen.
Grant, I think that's the point. We've heard a lot of stuff. We can't expect you to come in explaining what your system is and to answer all those in-depth questions. So we'll leave it at that. We'll go to you, Claire, and maybe you're the last one.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for coming. Thanks. Thanks for coming and presenting to us. This is a really interesting discussion because I just sort of think when we had an earthquake in Central Christchurch, particularly with the pets, we had all of the temple in the room. And so you know, I do actually, I'm having trouble. The question is, this is a 65,000 spread across the two budgets that are run in Canterbury and Tuna. That's effectively 30,000 and 30,000 out. I know we all have that correct.
Because there's no words coming out, so that was really good.
Can I just make one last point? One thing we're already doing was we've got two roles that we're already established. There's actually getting the likes of liaison people we've got expert in rural affairs that are actually based in Christchurch. So if something happens on rivers and roads are out or whatever, earthquake, whatever, we want to have someone that's actually up here close to CDM as well as having like Starlink and stuff. So we're already being proactive about making sure you've got the right people in the right location, and that's physical location as well.
Thank you, guys, Sam and James and Chris for coming in and doing that. I think that's a real good start. Obviously, James, we're going to have fair say in this and maybe provide some more information into this for us. So thank you for being here. Murray. Yep. Murray Gray. Murray, you're there. Marie, God, what I call you, Murray. He's been in here before. Marie, you have been in here before. I was just going like, I should have remembered. All right, Councillor.
Yep. Kia ora koutou, nera tūmihi maiha kia koutou. My name is Marie Gray, and this is my personal submission. In previous times, I've submitted on behalf of the Summit Road Society, but I'm currently studying to be a teacher. So my submission is really focused on the need to take a long-term view. I think anyone who follows the science on these issues around biodiversity and climate change is extremely worried. Things are not going very well. And the Arctic, the Antarctic, the Gulf Stream, all of these issues are actually coming down faster and more seriously than we thought. We've squandered a lot of time and we can't squander anymore. Just reading an article a couple of days ago, Antarctica is going to teach us a hard lesson about non-linear change. So my view is that we need to focus on what we can do to lower emissions now and build resilience for the future. And so I am really pleased to see ECAN's focus on public transport. I think it's really forward thinking. You know, the $1 and the $2 fares that were introduced in a trial a couple of years ago. We are big users of the bus system. My boys take the bus to school every day, and I fully support the proposal to increase the frequency of those high use with the goal of getting to a bus every 10 minutes. I think that would be actually transformational in terms of people's use of the bus system People will take the bus when it is convenient and affordable and reliable. It is not always those things at present, and so I support investment in that, as well as working together with CCC on lining up bus routes and cycleways, and also thinking more broadly about this issue of rail. Like, rail is absolutely a no-brainer when you take a long-term view. In terms of biodiversity, I think nature in its own right is in serious trouble. We are losing our Indigenous biodiversity in Canterbury. Our freshwater quality in Canterbury is shocking. More than that, when we invest in nature, we build resilience for the future. We know that wetlands and forests hold more than 40% more water than just bare land. And so it's actually about investing in the future. And these things need to start now because nature takes time to grow. And so it is taking a view that we need to be prepared to invest now for our grandchildren's sake. And I'm sure you will hear from lots of people who say we can't afford it, rate rises, etc., etc. Well, I'm an ordinary person and I also can't afford rate rises. And I'm saying I am prepared to pay more rates because I believe this is important, because we have to take a long-term view and invest in our children and their future, not just think about ourselves now. So therefore, I support option 1 under the environmental regulation and protection, plus the targeted biodiversity rate outlined in option 2, and I'm prepared to pay more rates to fund that. You'll see in my submission, it's really about investment in nature, investment in our waterways, especially our urban waterways for us in Christchurch, investment in Pest-free Banks Peninsula, predator control, weed control. All of those things are part of restoring nature across Christchurch and across the region. I also support investment in the youth engagement in enviro schools because I actually think that there's so much work to do. And one of the reasons I've gone from working on conservation to studying to be a teacher is I've realised that there's so many kids who actually do not have the opportunity to engage in nature. They're really quite disconnected from nature. And when they go out and spend time in nature, it's grass on a park field. That's what they experience. And it's the young people, when we give them the opportunities to engage with nature when they're young, they value it, they think it's important. They grow up and think we should spend money on this because it is important. And therefore, I fully support the investment in enviro schools, the youth engagement, and all food, and all those kind of initiatives working with youth. And lastly, I'd just like to talk about community preparedness. This is all part of the same, it's all different sides of the same issue. We know that extreme weather events are going to become more common and more severe. We do know that what happened up north of Cyclone Gabrielle is coming our way. It is going to happen. And what we need to do is build our community preparedness, our response to hazards, and that means investing in nature, and it also means investing in the services that allow communities to respond to these disasters. So all of these things are important. They are all urgent, and I think that LTP is a really good start, and I'd like to see you go further. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. You've been very concise and well within time. So we've got some questions available of you from we'll go to Craig.
Good night, so first of all, the biodiversity target is great. That you support. A couple of things. One, is it enough? Two, how do you think it could be distributed? And two, what in particular? I mean, you've worked in these community groups out there doing some great work. What is it that is needed?
I think it's probably, I do support it, and I think it's probably not enough at all, but it's a really good start. I would like to see catchment-wide approaches to the issue of biodiversity, looking at pests, predators, weeds I think are the forgotten cousin, as well as protecting existing areas of biodiversity through, say, investment and fencing. And I'd particularly like to see some provision for community groups, because that is a really good use of resources. The community groups can leverage the power of volunteers. They can do it so much more cheaply than, for example, Ike can. So I think it's about taking a catchment approach, working with communities, while also probably giving some ability for ECAN to do investment where there's a clear need, and that need is well worth it in terms of this catchment approach. Yeah, some ECAN lands, oh, there's so much to do. You'll know, Craig.
Yeah, great. You've pretty much answered this, but I've just got a couple of things, and I have to preface them by saying that we've heard the phrase community-led agency supported a number of times. We've also had a number of people come into the building and tell us that it would be fair to say that they don't accept that the primary driver of climate change is human activities, and that we are fostering panic amongst our communities by anything that would appear to be acting in urgency. Have you got a comment you'd like to make on that?
Yeah, it is. I think that is the challenge ahead of us, Greg, is that people actually do not understand the scale and the urgency of the problem. They don't follow the science, and they don't actually, they know, a lot of people do actually know that climate change is a problem. There is a group who thinks it's not, and it's all just a hoax, but they don't actually realise how urgent the problem is, and how, like, things are going to ramp up. You know, we're going to be seeing, like, we're seeing the impacts now, but by 2030, 2040, 2050, within our lifetimes. It's not some imaginary future timeline that doesn't affect us. So I think that is the challenge, is to educate people.
Quick supplementary. Thanks for the Summit Road stuff. I'm loving the gig, and by the way, you've been an awesome teacher.
Thank you for coming, Marie. God, I got Marie in my mind. So thank you. We're actually running a wee bit here, because I understand these people at the back here, these young people at the back here, are the Selwyn Youth Group, and you're waiting for the big fella to arrive, for Sammy to arrive, because you want to show your worth in front of Sam. Is that right? So we'll just check if what we've got. I think we've got with you guys, we've got 5 more submitters. So if we've got someone, we'll slot them in ahead. If there's someone arrives in the next 5 minutes, I've texted Sam and asked him where he is, and he hasn't. You can't do anything, and he hasn't replied. So we'll just suspend for till the next submitter turns up, if you don't mind. I was going along so good, and I've just been spoiled. Good to see. Yeah, you are actually, Sammy. Good to see you, Sam. We could have. These guys have been here for a while, but we purposely wanted to wait for you because there's a selection process for future Selwyn District Councillors also going on. So good.
Hey, Sam, you owe us though.
Discuss what's going to happen here, so they'll introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the process. So when you're ready to go, guys.
Hello, I'm Matilda.
And I'm William.
I'm Peter.
We're from the Selwyn Youth Council, a group made up of 18 Rangitata youth from Waitaki, Selwyn. Through engagements, we know public transport is important to our peers, so we're here today to speak to you about the lack in Selwyn and advocate for its increase. Public transport is crucial for youth for several reasons: accessibility to education, training and employment, social mobility and independence, and safety, and of course, environmental sustainability, reduced traffic congestion, and financial affordability. Overall, public transport plays a vital role in facilitating the mobility, independence, and socio-economic participation of youth, while also promoting sustainability and community well-being. Today, we're going to talk about attendance at ECAN hearing, Selwyn Youth at a glance, accessibility to education, training and employment, and social mobility and independence, as well as safety.
For some real-life examples, we're going to explain a journey to ECAN from Selwyn. As you can see, our fellow member could not attend this hearing due to her only bus option being 40 minutes before school ended. In addition, if a representative from Leaston was to attend this hearing, the only feasible option would be to catch the 87 bus at 6:41 a.m., getting them there at around 8:14, which would be after a 101-minute commute. Remember, this hearing was at 4:50 p.m. They would also have to rush out and grab the bus at 5:04 p.m. to catch the one return bus. Similarly, a Darfield representative could enjoy a slightly longer sleep by catching the 86 bus at 6:48 a.m., arriving at 8:15 and after an 86-minute journey. However, the extra rest comes at the expense of being dependent on someone for a ride back, as the only return option would have been at 4:35 p.m. Given these constraints, it's a natural wonder why there aren't more inter-Selwyn options, particularly to places like Rolleston, where they're comparatively more frequent service. Unfortunately, that is not the case. It's also important to note that had this hearing been on the weekend, there would have been no option for either area. If representatives were also further out in Selwyn, there would be no options for any days. It's also interesting to note that these services are listed as a trial, but these examples go on to show that the want to use public transport is definitely there. But the practicality of a one bus each way a day system just isn't feasible, so it skews the accuracy of these trials. The same scenario was mentioned in our engagements. To quote, we have one bus. It leaves really early, only goes into town, and it gets back really late.
So now we're going to just take a look at the Selwyn youth overall. So in our Melbourne ward, we have 3,485 youth members, and in our Ellesmere ward, we have 2,335. Our Rolleston ward, our biggest one, in numbers, 5,610, and the Springs ward, 5,365. So bringing that to a total of 16,415 youth members there. And these people, they may be, they range from people that don't have their license to students, university students. So it's quite a range of people. And a lot of these people are also dependent, like as they don't have their license, to get places. And like before we were saying that these members, they can't rely on the bus system to get where they need to go. And our youth numbers in the future, they only continue, like from predictions, they grow. So we are the second fastest and predicted fastest growing rate district at 46%. And just like how we have here, in 20 years, we seem to have 23,000, just under 24,000 youth in our area. So that's a massive increase, and we're not fitting the needs of these people that need transport. And accessibility to education and training, employment. We also have some of the largest primary schools in the entire Aotearoa. We have Clearview, West Rolleston, Linwood Grove, Rolleston School, and Lincoln Primary School. So that's a lot of primary schools that we, those students that are there, the older students, they're not fitting, like, their need is not being met, and they will also continue to age, and whether they stay in our district or not, some of them will, and we're not fitting the need for those that will not have their licenses. Yes, so we have some statements, and the bus only comes every hour, and if people miss those buses, they are no longer able to attend school, they will miss their jobs, or miss opportunities to be employed. It's not very cooperative for a flexible schedule at all. Same thing with if school buses being cancelled, students are no longer able to attend school since that is the only bus, and most of the time that is the only way to commute to school. So I mean that biking or walking is also not a viable option for those students. Throughout our engagement with youth, largely picky undercooked, Selwyn Youth Strategy, many participants expressed that if access to transport was resolved, it would significantly reduce negative impact for most other things. Young people in our focus groups and targeted events said they were unable to access transport outside of their town because of a lack of public transport, a lack of variation in routes or frequency of public transport being at full capacity on routes available, and being unable to drive due to age, access to a car, or distance. It was also highlighted that even if things like main hubs for activities, areas for play, recreation, sport, youth spaces were created without easy access transport around the district, how was Selwyn Youth supposed to attend these? Access to transport was a particularly important issue for young people in rural areas.
Next, we're going to focus on safety. So, a big issue, especially in more rural parts of Selwyn, is there's not or in the submissions that not submissions, even getting feedback from youth, there was a lot of raised concerns about the safety of roads, footpaths, and safeways or cycleways, because a lot of people drive in the cycleways. There's a lack of off-road cycle lanes. A lot of motorways are poorly lit, as well as they're 180 on rural roads. A lot of the footpaths and roads and stuff are also really poorly lit, as well as the bus stops are also really bad in most places. As well as there's a lot of lack of visibility for most at night, especially. There's a lot of lack of visibility for bus drivers to be able to actually see people at bus stops, and the distance between bus stops are also a big issue. As well as rural roads that don't have any pedestrian crossings, and then crossing motorways is also a big issue. And you can see some of the feedback that we got.
Public transport is crucial for youth for several reasons. There's accessibility to education, training, and employment, social mobility and independence, safety, and of course, environmental sustainability, reduced traffic congestion, and financial affordability. With Selwyn's current high number of youth, and to accommodate to the future growth of young people in the district, adequate, easily affordable, and safe transport is required to increase and support the well-being of young people. Through engagements, we know public transport is important to our peers. So now we hope you also understand its importance and the need to increase. Thank you.
Sure, thank you for that. That was again very direct, and the nuanced thing about that is that we're hearing it directly from those people. It's going to matter for a number of years yet until you become mobile or not mobile on your own. But a bus network is, and I can assure you that your mayor has been thinking us about that also. But questions, Taone?
Great submission. I'll keep it to one brief question. Make sure you can also give that you've done a lot of preparation there, so you can leave one of the copies of that presentation so that you can see that as well. But I'm really keen. So you've talked a lot, and it might be a tricky question, and don't have to answer it, but you've talked a lot about financial affordability, and we've heard enough about you want more bus services and Rolleston and the connections with Selwyn and things like that. How do we afford it with youth? You don't have to answer it if you don't know how to, but it is a question that we as government also need to answer.
Take that way and think about it if you want to. Or we can get the big fella. The big fella will sort that out. So Sammy can sort that out when he sits at the table. Mihi.
I almost feel like it was answered in all of the social benefits that you described, and that has a big impact in terms of all sorts of reductions in cost and mental, all sorts of stuff. Anyway, my question was going to be about we just in the last day or two had to put fares back onto the under 14s. Government just taken back at 3 to under 14s, and I'm just wanting to get an opinion on that, and if you feel like that will affect young people.
Another way to put it, do you think to lower the fares make a difference to you guys and younger people?
Well, young people, like straight up, they're broke. And as soon as you increase fees or add payments, they're going to struggle to commute. So, yeah.
Very simple. A couple of things. Well done, too. It's well worth the wait. It's interesting in the Christchurch CBD area, we're seeing a move away by a lot of young people from actually engaging with getting licences, and that obviously I would believe corresponds with the fact that public transport is here. Is there a that sort of thing happening out in where you are at the Selwyn, or is the requirement to have a licence as soon as possible one of the key things that you're all looking to do?
For me personally, I got my license recently straight after my birthday because it was one of the things I really wanted. Mainly because getting to my school is just a really hard thing to do. I go to school at Burnside, and I live in Prebbleton, which is a long drive. And my mother, who works night shifts, has come all the way back, get everything ready really speedily, and then go straight there. So I would say a license is a huge priority for me and probably other people in Southland.
And just to supplement, you talked about inter-district needs, so moving between the towns within there. Have you, as a collective group, looked at the My Way Timaru model? That might be, if you haven't, that might be something to worth having a look at.
Thank you. We'll definitely take a look at that.
Hai mihi ati kia koutou o ka rakatahi rōpū o te kati wā o Hurunui, nā mihi, nā mihi. We've probably got to about 180 submissions over this week, and we're almost it's almost completed. But it's such a pleasure to actually hear our rangatahi o our youth actually in this kind of final thrust, to finish off these long-term plan hearings. So congratulations. Just I just want to ask, as a Naito who appointed councillor, I'm looking at your submission, and there was a part in it though that hasn't been commented on. And I just thought that maybe you could give us a comment. It's around the strategies and policies, and it's pretty much about the significance of Māori mana whenua engagement and participation, and particularly around tangata Pātiki and mana whenua. Do you have just a comment? Maybe one, maybe all. So it's mātauranga Māori, yeah.
I can say something for that. Ngā mihi, for your whātai. I'd first like to say that in regards to our submission, just going off what you said, all of our area where our mana whenua are based are within Selwyn, are very rural based, and for those local people to actually get to our kaupapa and to our places, there's no possible way for them to actually participate in our kaupapa. And just also what you said with mātauranga Māori and all of that involved, I think that's like an important fundamental part of the process, or just like of all of our processes. And did you mention our involvement with events and stuff? Were you mentioning that?
Just the importance of in the future, on that relationship actually with tangata, Riki and mana whenua.
Just think that, yeah, just going with that again, sorry. Just that in Selwyn we have a very little Māori population, so obviously it's very important to prioritise or like push up the list Māori and tangata team relationships. So just finding also those people and those resources to be able to do that is a big struggle for our people, especially the youth as well. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done, you guys. I'm going to try and remember your names in the order. So it's Bobby. You're Bobby. So I got that completely wrong. So Matilda, William, and Peter. Sorry about that. So well done, you guys, and thanks for coming in and making the time. The bus thing is obviously a big deal for you, and that will be part of that. So what we do now is we go away and what's being said in your submission itself is being recorded for us, and then we will use, as part of our deliberations process, we'll go through and we'll take that information on board, and then on the 22nd and the 23rd of May, we meet then to make a final decision on when we do it. So thank you, Sam. Sam, you got like 2 minutes, I think.
Can the youth council come back up and answer your questions for you as well?
Kia ora koutou. Konihira o te Waitaha. Thank you for the opportunity to come and submit to you today, and for listening to the youth council, who I think just did an amazing job at sharing some of the story behind why we're asking for the things that we're asking for. I want to acknowledge mana whenua at the table, and councillors. John is here, Ian's not here tonight, but the work that they do for us in our area. Peter, the work that you do leading Canterbury on the national stage, the work that you did for the future bilateral government work, the stuff you're doing with ministers now about before the deluge, and thinking about the national funding that needs to come to local government. You've been an excellent leader in that space. And so the work that I'm asking for you today, often it's actually in partnership with someone else, and it might be partnership with us, or partnership with Whakatau, or partnership with mana whenua, or partnership, and we're better and stronger when we think about the partnerships that are going to achieve outcomes. Selwyn and our geography, this is Arthur's Pass out to Te Wahora, Lake Ellesmere, so a really large geographic district, alpine in some places, rolling hills in other places, flat grassland, a little bit of remaining native biodiversity, and then Te Wahora, Lake Ellesmere, a really significant part of our district, and important for us to think about our water quality and where we're moving forward. We're 85,000 people living in Selwyn now. And if you have been in Canterbury for a long time, or if you grew up here and there's this little place down the road, a couple of small towns, you might have heard of Lincoln and Barhill and Leaston, and that was about it. Well, now Rolleston is the biggest town at 30,000 people. In 10 years' time, it'll be 40,000 people. In 10 years' time, our district will be 110,000 people. It's the same size as Dunedin. And the things that we're thinking about needs to be city-focused, large thinking, not small-town, rural thinking. And while we'll always continue to have a rural agricultural base to our district, some of the thinking and services and provision and the work that we're asking for you is to think of us as a city, and it's an extension of Greater Christchurch, and some of its services because we're so close to Greater Christchurch, but a lot of it's because we've got communities now that have stuck up on many and are now much bigger than you thought that they might have been. Getting around Rolleston, it's 5 kilometres from one side to the other. There's a couple of bus services that travel through the middle and connect you to Christchurch, but no way to get around Rolleston if you need to get somewhere. So we're encouraging people to get in cars and drive their own car and take a personal car and have one person in the car and go and do your shopping in the car. And without the bus services that are going to need to be provided within Rolleston, we're only embedding terrible habits for the next generation of people that because they're trapped in this system where we need a car. We have had a lot of growth, and so there's a lot of places playing catch up and thinking about what needs to be provided. And my request for you today is, can we make that catch up happen really quickly? Like, let's think about the first couple of years of your long-term plans, we play catch up, and then start being proactive about what's going to be required. You know, we know that we're going to be 110,000 people in 10 years, so let's deliver for that 110,000 people over that period, rather than in 3 or 4 years' time coming in regretting not making the investment ahead of time. The way that we've grown is because we invested in infrastructure ahead of time, water and wastewater infrastructure. People continue to come because it's easy to move to Selwyn. More people move to Selwyn in the last 24 months than to any other city or district in the country. More New Zealanders chose to do that. This is an international migration. This is New Zealanders choosing to make Selwyn their home. That's a thing that's going to continue, and we need to make sure that we've got the right infrastructure in place for that. And a key part of that is what you deliver around rivers, river protection, around the public transport system, and thinking about emergency management moving forward. Partnership I mentioned at the beginning with Mana Whenua was hugely important to us. Megan Mackay sits as an appointee from Taumutu onto all of our subcommittees. We've delegated all decision making away from council so that could be made, except for long-term plan rates and employment of the chief executive, so that we can have Taumutu and Ngāi Tuaherere representatives at our council table with full voting rights and participate in a really. We haven't gone down the legislative route that you guys have gone down. Selwyn District Council supports the route that you took. We submitted to the select committee around your Ngāi Tahu bill, and I supported that with submission to the select committee, and love the fact that you have that same partnership approach that we're trying to take in a slightly different way ourselves. So I'll just talk about 3 things: flood control, public transport, and emergency. The flood control piece is we really would like to see better telemetry around flooding and understanding around when a flood's happening. We've got a number of tributaries to the Selwyn River. We've got 2 points of measuring the Selwyn River. There's no measurements that happen on the Hawkins, no measurements that happen on the Waianiwa, no measurements that happen on the Hororata River, and all those tributaries feed into one point where we do measure what's happening in the Selwyn. We could know 5 to 10 hours ahead of time what's coming, that we would have telemetry on each of those tributaries that flow in, and that could be easily set up. We've got the technology to be able to do it, and we're already using that, and Christchurch is using that when we're thinking about fire detection. So we would like to see an investment in those types of things so that as a community we can be more prepared. We really support the district-wide rate approach, and you've asked the community on that. I'm really hopeful that you have heard really loud and clear from our community. Please target rate us. Please charge us right across the district. Everyone benefits when we keep rivers in the river spaces, and we want to pay that rate for you to be able to do the work. At the moment, the work is so limited in its geography that it's not helpful for most people in my district, and we need to be able to help a wider range of people. We need to also look at global consenting and understand that if we could have some global consenting for work in and around rivers, that means if you meet A, B, and C, then you can do this type of work. If the river is flowing and it's got this other thing present, then you have to meet this extra criteria to be able to do works D, E, and F. And at the moment, it's just very hard for anyone landowner to do the work that they might actually do for free that wouldn't require any targeted rates to be completed because of the consenting requirements. So the targeted rates and you doing the work is a good short-term solution. We need to get that implemented now, but over the medium term, we need to think about the consenting requirements for working in and around rivers. And we also just need to, I'd ask you to consider the change of the name around where the work can be used, because we've got a flooding coastal inundation issue at Taumutu, and just south of the Marae. It's been in the last couple of years an ongoing issue that your local councillors and Craig have been aware of as well. And if that title of that fund was to be coastal inundation and flooding for Selwyn, it would provide us the flexibility to be able to target some of the funding to that spend as well. And we could look at how we might partner in the spend for trying to fix up that issue. Obviously, coastal inundation is a big issue right along the coastline of Canterbury. We think that there needs to be an inclusion in that level of targeted rate to be able to activate a solution for Taumutu. Public transport, we totally support the MRT work that's going on. That's not in our district at the moment, but it doesn't happen for Christchurch. We're not going to get the extension from Riccarton to Rolleston, which does need to happen as well. So we are keen to see that be developed, but we've got to get Papanui to Riccarton over the line. That surely needs to happen. It could happen much faster than any answer for Auckland or Wellington. It's much cheaper. Its cost benefit analysis shows it's positive. And it's flat land, there's no tunnelling required, there's very little land purchase compared to the other options. Christchurch should be the place where MRT happens first and early. Making sure that we protect the corridor is the most important thing, and thinking about mode needs to come second. But there's no reason why that shouldn't be developed through the detailed business case and actually start with work into that space and think clearly ahead of time about key land acquisitions that might need to happen before the route is landed and those that own it suddenly realise what they are sitting on. So we need to understand ahead of time what is the public interest in acquiring that land. The PT Futures work around public transport will provide better serviceability for lots of the services that come to Selwyn, but they're generally Selwyn to Christchurch connections. We need an inside Selwyn connection, a Darfield through Kuwi, West Melton, into Rolleston, and then connecting back out to Leaston. And at the moment, I mean, Darfield's got a double-decker bus that's been put on to service the demand that's there. I'm not sure of any other places that have got double-decker buses in Christchurch at the moment servicing the demand. That service came about because the Youth Council turned up here 5 or 6 years ago and said, we ran a trial, we've seen that there's demand, can you please put on a service between Darfield and Christchurch? You guys were really responsive to that, and so we're hugely grateful for that. The fact there's a double-decker bus just shows there's more demand, and you've heard the restrictions at the moment. It's a once-a-day service, 7 a.m. into town and after 5 to get home again. If we had a Darfield to Rolleston service once or twice a day, leaving at 8 or 10 and getting back at 2 or 4 would make a huge difference. And from Rolleston, you can connect any bus into town on a regular basis under the PT Futures. There's been some discussion about the Leaston service not being able to continue or being particularly viable. We would ask that that money be kept in Selwyn and used as, because it's a trial, let's use trial funding to trial new things rather than absorbing trial funding into something that just becomes a status quo. So could that trial funding be spent to understand where we know the demand is from Darfield into town? Could we use the Leaston service money as trial to use Darfield to Rolleston in the first instance on a once or twice a day service, and then let's see how that works, and then hopefully extend that back out to Leaston in time. But let's use the trial and the nature of exploration and understanding where public transport sits with that money where it is right now. Decarbonisation of the bus fleet is hugely important, and thinking about your procurement around that is key. And while we support public transport, totally accept that some people are going to have to travel in cars for a really long time. But the ability to travel in cars with less people on the road, because those that can access bus service are no longer driving cars, means the whole transport system works a whole lot more effectively. And we prefer a targeted rate approach to the funding. So we love the single zoning of travel, and we would much rather you charge households the ability to access buses rather than having it all on a massive fee for the users when they jump on that bus. And that will drive the lower fares, as you heard from the Youth Council, drives the opportunity for people to be able to access that service. So use a targeted rate approach and so on, because we want to pay for the service. We want the services. I feel like I've come here year after year, and sorry for the new councillors who haven't seen me come, but we come asking for things and we want to pay for the things. So please give us the things and charge us for them. We want those services. And when lastly, just around emergencies, having an increased spend for the group to support Canterbury is really important. And growing the group is also important. So you have some funding set aside in your long-term plan around that. Territorial authorities will always need the local response, so that will always need to be there, but having support from the group is hugely important. And AFA is obviously a concern, but floods and fires are happening every year. And so it's not just thinking about the big event, it's actually thinking about the events that happen year on year too. That's me, Peter. I appreciate the time and sorry that I was kept you waiting. We've got 1,200 submissions, which closed today. I think we've got 100 and something submitted, so I'm looking forward to that over the next 3 or 4 weeks myself. So yeah.
Well, I don't know if I could go out there and help with those, Sam. We've had 4 days and that's enough. So I just didn't acknowledge you, Bridie, and the work that you've done with this, with your youth, which is outstanding. You're a council employee out there, and you've done good work with these guys. They were well prepared and they spoke well. So well done to you. Sam, I'll give you some compliments back. We're really lucky to have you in the district as a leader, and I think we're also very lucky to have you nationally as a leader. And LGNZ, you're brave, you're fire hosing, like you get all your words out, and you're coherent when you're speaking. So thank you for that, and we appreciate what you do. And I really do appreciate what you do in that bigger GCP space, because you do actually act in a really good role. You're not pushy, but you get on to it. So we've got some time for questions, but Craig first. And then
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question, and I don't know if I can't quite see it in the submission, but the work we've been doing regionally about climate action. Have you got a comment on that from your council in terms of the support for that across the region?
we've had councillors fight over who should be on the Canterbury climate change piece, so there's a lot of enthusiasm for that work to continue. And our own LTP, we made sure that front and centre was a conversation about climate change, because that is the context that we're living in. So the decisions that we make needs to have the climate change lens across all of it.
Good questions. Oh, one statement. I quite like the idea that we could, you're quite keen on having a targeted race for various things. The rail car, anyway. No, my question is the comment in the submission about the council queries if the targeted rate of $7.08 is sufficient for the intended purpose. I remember one time that you were suggesting people might need to be paid $20, but yeah, that $7.08 seems a strange low figure. I mean, what did you have in mind?
I'm guessing that number comes from a total pool of money that's required and identified, divided by the number of people that are going to be paying it. There's been a number of different proposals run through my mind around how this could work. I think at the moment the key thing is getting the concept off the ground. And if we start with $7, I don't think that $7 is. I don't think the total pool is going to be big enough for the amount of work that's going to be required. But if we can get the $7 input, then we come around to the next annual plan or the next long-term plan and say, right, well, this is what we found out. This is now we've been able to scope the work properly, and maybe the number should be $9.20 or $15.60, or you have a $56.80 that to do some grand scheme, but we just need, at the moment, it's a change in your approach to funding the flooding, and the key thing is to get that change of approach and get it done.
You, Sam. Last one for John.
Thank you, Sam, for your presentation. I guess I continue that conversation. I think the $7, whatever it is the trial space. Can I ask you, what is the target or the rate that you've imposed upon the Selwyn resident support for environmental and other things? Have you got a figure of $20 or something?
Yeah, so we've got a few, we target rate a lot and try and actually have things so that those that benefit from the reception of that, so if it's wastewater or it's water races or whatever that looks like, is you only pay if you receive that. And we do have some public good within the water race target, so I can't tell you off the top of my head what that number sits at now, but there is a charge that we have for all of our waterways where we say actually it's while you receive it, if it runs through your farm, you receive some benefit for your animals. But actually, just the fact that we've now got water running through some of our towns means there's some aesthetics that is good for our towns, and everyone should pay for the access to that water. So yeah, there is that. But John, I can't tell you what the number is. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yeah, as ever. You in the submission talk about the reduction in our Canterbury-wide catchment biodiversity funding. We've also got a reduction in the Waitaki impact on land scientific action plan. So that was that sort of council's preferred option, and that was option 2. So are you suggesting that actually we should be going for option 1 and actually looking at the amount of funding for biodiversity?
Yeah, when I read your document, I was quite surprised that you'd gone with that option. I think we look to the regional council to be the ones who are the champions of biodiversity, and for you to say you're going to start reducing that funding, that sends a signal to businesses, it sends a signal to the community, it sends a signal about the importance of that conversation. And so I get that you're in a constrained space and you need to think about where your budgets sit, and you're making trade-offs all the time about what you're going to put money for and where you're going to pull it back. But I was surprised to see that, yes.
Tēnā koe, Ian.
Kia ora, Sam. Tēnā koe te poramatua wai kirikiri. Thank you for your submission and your presentation this afternoon. Just for me, it's just about your talk about PT. I thank you for your support about the MRT and the business case and what you mentioned there, and for us to look at. So I think we'll take that away. We've had a few submitters talk about My Way, and then maybe in the Selwyn that could be a go. So you'd like to see a business case looked at for My Way in and around Rolleston?
Yeah, kia ora, yeah, and sorry, I didn't see you online there. I would have acknowledged you before. Thanks for the work you do on National Council as well, again, for local government New Zealand. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't spend too much time on the business case. You've got 30,000 people, soon to be 40,000 people without any access to public transport and no ability to get around town. If you've seen that it's been an improvement for Timaru, then look to implement it for Rolleston. Yeah, I've been asking for that for, again, the last many years of submission my way, I think, as a good solution for us. You'll be the ones to determine whether it's the right one for Rolleston, but that should be implemented from the 1st of July this year. Let's get some new PT happening in Rolleston for sure.
Just a further question there, Chair. On your presentation, Sam, you talked about exempt services run by district councillors for buses. Actually, this is a new one for me. So is there examples around the country where district councils are running the buses outside the regional councils?
So at the moment in Whakatau, we're looking at putting in we've put some money in our long-term plan to say we're going to need to investigate this because we're feeling that you guys have been a roadblock to getting the public transport that our community needs. So we would like to see an answer completed there. I don't want to have to go down that route. I'd actually much rather you guys just provided the service to the community and charged it as you should under the public transport space. But we're willing to look at what that might mean for us to be able to provide something. I'd like to do that with you though, not as opposed to you. But yeah, first instance.
So that's what you'd be looking at. So if you see through your LTP and if you get into Pūtea for it, there's a need for it, then you'll say, come to us. We're going to run for that. Support us. Is that what you want?
So when we got the trial set up for Darfield and Leaston, we said we put some money in our long-term plan that said we would underwrite this. You guys get it off the ground, see how it goes, and we'll put some money aside to, if it doesn't make what you think it needs to, we'll be a part of that. We were never called on for that because you saw the demand that was needed in that space. So I'm keen for that similar approach to occur. We know that we need it. You guys need to provide it. If you could get on and do it, we've got some money that we're going to put aside in their LTP. Maybe that should be backstop funding rather than business case funding. Look at how we would do it separately. Let's look at a better partnership approach and not waste money.
No, Mihi, Sam.
Thank you for that. Look, Sam, I think you understand the hurdles that we are now getting removed from being able to have those conversations with you. Nationally, public transport operating model, but now the sustainable public transport futures changing from one to another enables those conversations, and this is our head of PT here. So I hope so. He hears all that's been said by you young people and also by you, Sam. So thank you for coming in, Selwyn. Sam, it's always nice to have you in the chamber, and we will release you into the night, Sam. So next we've got Sarah Barhill, and Thomas, is it? And Katie, can you just check that this, because I think this is these guys are the last ones, but there were two that haven't turned up. Can we check that? Oh, thank you, Katie. Thank you. Okay. All right, Sarah. Good to see you. You're lucky last.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come. Sarah Barhill and Thomas Robson from the Oxford-Ohoka Community Board in the Waimakariri district. I assume that our submission has been read. There's probably just a couple of pieces that we'd like to just expand on, and that is, in our district, probably the most important thing to us at the moment is water. That is private wells, and ensuring the security of the water in our private wells, and also resurgence and flooding issues. We have an opportunity to take to get data, to get more accurate data. I think this needs to be occurring directly after flooding events, and it's something that needs to be happening alongside the district council. Just because of the overlap and the interconnectivity of the groundwater, overland water, and the multi-council issue that it is. There is a lot of issues that are sort of in the West Ayrton, down to Swannanoa, through to Mandeville areas, in terms of the resurgence and flooding that is ongoing and seems to be getting worse over the years. The parts where the resurgent flows are coming up, not always consistent, and the maps don't seem to correlate with where some of those areas are coming up. So it seems to be an area that needs to have more knowledge gained by it, but doesn't seem to be an area that is going to be necessarily receiving a lot of funding for that to occur. So that is one concern in particular. The Eyre River is a very unique river as well. I don't know if any of you have seen how that flows or what happens when it comes up in flow, but essentially you go from a dry riverbed to a raging torrent within 1 minute. And that's not an exaggeration, that's just how it comes down. So we need sort of a little bit of a better flow data for that river as well. With I think currently there's only one monitor, which is up right at the head of the catchment for that river. Also, there is a little bit of concern of some stop bank work that needs to be occurring down by where the old Eyre riverbed used to go out. The stop banks seem to be quite low at that point, down by number 10 road. And rubbish in the riverbeds is a huge concern, especially the Eyre River. There's not many times that I don't go down there where there's not piles of tyres, people that have dumped weekly rubbish or monthly rubbish. I think a bit more advertising around that and what that cost is to people would be of benefit as well. I think people think out of sight, out of mind, go and put it there, it seems to disappear. But there isn't really any thought as to how that disappears. And public transport, which Thomas will also touch on in a moment. Here in our ward, we have a lot of rural communities. We have got quite a lot of growth in our primary schools. At the moment, you can get a bus to school in a primary school if you live outside 3.2 k's. The problem being is that if you live within that 3.2 k's, it's too dangerous to bike to school because you're biking along narrow 100k roads. So you're forced to have to go by car. So that actually takes up a lot of vehicle movements per day. So at least 2 vehicle movements per day for all those people living in that area. I, for one, live 200 metres outside the 3.2 k's, so I have to take my children to and from school each day. I have a bus that goes right past my house, which is not at full capacity. So this is a Ministry of Education issue, I do realise, but I don't see why ECAN couldn't put a bit of pressure on the Ministry to really look at that and to have a look at how that could work more efficiently and how we could reduce the amount of vehicle movements that are needed in those rural areas, simply because there is a service there and there is seats on the buses. It just seems like a complete waste. And it also installs the thought of using public transport to our children. And then if kids start using it from a young age, then it's a known thing. It's something that you use. It's something you'll think to use. If you're always having to use a vehicle all the time to get to and from places, then that's the habit that installs in your mindset. And I think that's probably about all from me. Thank you.
Right, again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and present in person. Just a couple of things I want to touch on. Obviously, the first point we made in our submission is just around the formatting of ECAN's long-term plan consultation documents. We found as a board they were very hard to get through and understand and actually get into the detail, and that has been passed on to us from other members of the community that they struggled to actually find out what's happening and what the cause of the rate increases are. So, yeah, I think in terms of a format, I think the Waimak Council, in terms of the way they actually produce a smaller consultation document that is sort of just more highlights and actually gives people a bit more of an ability to get through some of that more complicated information, I think would be a good idea for you guys to look at in the future. Secondly, the board continues to be concerned about shingle extraction from the Eyre River. It's something we talked about in previous submissions to Environment Canterbury, and that's something that's regularly
conveyed to us as a concern for residents and farmers and everyone concerned. And then finally, I'd just like to touch on, again, the public transport point. Obviously, as Sarah said, we're rural communities that predominantly aren't serviced by public transport, and it's a bit of a bugbear of people that they are charged public transport rates and aren't able to use those services. Obviously, particularly from Oxford, is a reasonable sized rural community which actually relies on private community service providers to fill that gap in terms of servicing the elderly community and people who don't have transport options. So yeah, if there's some way to come to the party on that, it would be awesome. And then finally, probably just like to thank Councillor Mackay for her engagement with our board over the last 12 months. It's been really good to actually have a relationship with ECAN and actually have that avenue of regular updates and just general engagement. It's been really good, and we hope to see that continue into the future, because I know, speaking for the entire board, we've really appreciated it, and it's been really informative. So thank you.
Well done, and thank you for that. So, Councillor Mackay, you've got a right of reply here, actually.
So, I've got a couple of three questions. Questions? Yeah, questions. I'll put some context around it. Thank you very much. The rural, I'll start with PT, because I think I've highlighted. That's something that I get as well as you. Now, when, and I think I've had it as a year, I've to council as well. And it is going up. Now there is two parts to that. We say that 10% of the people transport that comes in through Waimaka really, that's outside the direct services, and then the rural people pay 15% of the direct services. My advice from our staff is that that's the decision that came out of WBC. So I would just encourage you to ask the same question of the council. Around that, and we will raise it here again, but it's I have tried to address that. And tied in with that one is we also had trouble getting MOE if they wanted to cut services and close them. So I'm not sure that this would be very helpful there, Sarah. But there has been quite an investment, and I'm presuming they are work in pipelines down Road that I've seen done recently. So hopefully that will provide some safety for having the children both going to the village and the school. So that's good, and I'm sure that the community will still in that. The other question I have for you, Sarah, was around your comment, particularly with looking at some engaging on the Air River, and I know it does come up within a very short time for nothing, but I do think it's probably quite important to have the gauge upstream so that people have got time to get graded if we have to do anything else. The question is why would we have one focused on an hour? What value from a hazard, safety, evacuation does that provide?
I think you'll find the last time that the Air River got in a flooded state, there was a person that had to stand there and watch the river because the monitor there was no monitor there to watch it. I think they were around about Heward Road. A person from the council literally stood there and watched. So if there's a monitor there, that person wouldn't have to be there during a flooding event to watch the river.
Mine was really quick. You might be aware we're looking at a district-wide rate and sell and for flood and river resilience. And obviously we've got the other system where the properties along rivers that are in the rating district still pay their fee, and then we go district-wide. Would you support that in Waimaka to look at that and pick up areas that aren't currently rated or to help with that?
I think that a lot of talk on the drainage boards as well in our area, and a lot of the talk is that also a district wide drainage rate is quite supported as well. So I'd imagine in terms of a district wide flooding rate for the rivers, it affects everybody rather than just the residents that live across there. So I would imagine that that would be something that our residents would support.
I think as long as they see they're getting value for money, I think is the real key on it. Yeah, it's all good in concept, but it's how do people see that money, the extra money they're putting into it is actually providing them something. So,
Thanks, Thomas. My question is really about your comments about the water. And I was just wondering, just your comment about the resurgence place, do you get information or presentations from Jerry Terry and your Waitaki drainage team to explain to you what happens there? I know in the 2014 floods, for example, a lot of people were concerned about the resurgence, but there's a good presentation about that. That might help. The other thing that has been done, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but council environment recently improved the stock banks just downstream on the river, straightening the banks, raising them. So I think there's quite a bit of governance. Wonder if you're aware of it.
Yeah, that may be a different spot. I think it was another area of concern just before before it reaches number 10 road, where it used to be the original bed, and then around there. Yeah.
Sorry, Sarah, if I'm getting bloody trigger happy here.
Okay, in terms of the knowledge about resurgence, I live in an area and I get the resurgence. I'm quite well aware about what makes it up. I studied geology at university, and I kind of do have a bit of an understanding on the groundwater systems and the resurgence and bits and pieces like that. Jared is our staff member on our board, so he is well aware of our concerns about it as well. And he is, I think after the last event, actually, they may have, I think they did take some drone footage, but it was probably just a couple of days too late. So you've still got your main channels flowing, but not those other areas that come up and sort of go down within a little bit quicker.
We're going to finish there so people can go on their way. So thank you for being our last submitter out of 180 that we had. So the value is always in each submission. So you've given the value to your community board, Richard and Chertsey. Process here is that we have a consideration of these issues that you've brought to us. They'll get presented to us in the briefings format. We make a decision on the 22nd and the 23rd of May. So thank you for that. There's a couple of procedural things now, councillors, I'd just like to go through because we're at the end of 4 big days. So just bear with me for a minute. There's a few people I'd like to thank, and that includes our governance advisors, being Patricia, Liz, Vivo and Ollie. The great thing about Oliver, he never lost his cool with me over 4 days, which I'm pretty pleased about that. To Katie, you've been exceptional. I said the thing about you is every time I look down the other end of the room, you're smiling. So it doesn't matter what we're having to hear, you're smiling. I don't know if you're deaf, but thank you for that. And also Hannah, thank you for being here today, and Mel. So thank you for being in the room. And I'd like a big thanks to Deborah, who's been on the drafting gate out there, and also to my assistant Diane. I think she's done a really good job too. And finally to you, Giles, and the rest of the ELT, because there's always been someone here. And then thanks to the chairs. So Claire and Craig, thanks for that. I think they've done a really good job. But most of all, thanks to councillors, because I think from my perspective, they've given real good consideration to the people that submitted to us, been respectful, they've asked good questions, they've gone on about something. I'll tell you, just as a recollection, there was one submitter yesterday, the questions, they were asked 2 questions, they took 3 minutes to ask, and the answers took 2 minutes, so that was 5 minutes. I think we need to have a reassessment about how I just did give our submission for consent, the fast track consenting bill, and their process is this: 6 minutes for your submission, 4 minutes for your question, and then you're out there. So I think we need to do that. And the other thing I think is we need a shot clock, so people see. And Joe's that, so that's a technology update. So the next meeting, the next meeting is on the 7th of May. I'm not too sure about the time. Is it 10:30 maybe? Okay, it's 1 in the afternoon. Thank you, Katie. So who Karakia this at the start of the week? Was it you, Nook? Oh, and Lisa. Sorry, Lisa. I never mentioned you, but you're out of the room, so we'll finish with the Karakia.
Kia ora, tātou. Tuatahi kei te tautu whahau te ni pera kia koutou nā kai awhina o tātou nei hui. Ai, tēnā koutou, so just reiterating Peter's thanks to all of our staff that have helped us over the last 4 days. Yeah, not going to mention everyone, but Peter's done it. Really appreciate it, and I really appreciated having cups of tea and stuff available to our submitters and the people who come in at the front door though. So really appreciate that. Something I really wanted, and it's happening. So it's really great to see in terms of manaakitanga for our people. So yeah, just acknowledging that. Yeah, and to councillors, it's been a big 4 days, but appreciate everyone's efforts. And yeah, I agree with Peter and some of the things there about just us getting through it. But hey, we didn't run over any day. We managed to catch up within things, and just trust the chairs that it works. And it's actually I'm a bit of a self-responsibility dude, like take care of your own questions and try not to go on too much. But I'll let people waffle if they want to waffle because you're all on camera. But no, all good, and looking forward to deliberations and all the feedback we get from our staff, because this is just the beginning of this process. So kia ora tātou, he karakia whakamutu o tātou nei hui. Kia tau nā manaakitanga o nā me karo ki runga ki tēnā ki tēnā o tātou, kua mahia, kua Pātiki, kia tua te reo, kia tua te mana, kia tua te aroha, tutu ki whakamara, kia tīna, haumi.
Tīna. Tai.